Fine.
Time for Team Tonberry in Final Fantasy 16.
Okay, and good luck to the FF12 runners. That's us starting here.
Yeah, and again, just thank you to everybody who is involved in getting FF16 into the relay, everybody who worked on their runs and has worked on the game since it's come out. And it just seems like there's been a lot of really great progress, great community discussions, and a lot of things, kind of something for everybody as well, I would say. Between, you have your new game runs, and then you have, story versus action, which play out fairly differently, I would say. There's, New Game Plus, and then some of the harder difficulties, and now we've got the DLC runs as well. So definitely, if you like the game, if you're waiting for it to come out on PC, definitely check it out if this looks like something you would enjoy, because it is a blast. It's such a cool game. So.
Alright, I think we could give a bit of time for the FF12 runners, commentators to introduce themselves.
Yeah, sure, let's do it. So I'm Roosta. I'm a speedrunner for a few different games, 10, 12, 13, but probably most famously, I'm the namesake of Garnet from yesterday's Tonberry FF9 run, so, I'm kind of a big deal. And we also have...
No, I think we're past that, Clive.
I'm Zero. I also run a couple of FF games. Most known for 12, and but I'll be running FF5 later.
You said you run a couple of FF games, and then your next word was most, and I was like, yeah, that is true. You do run most FF games.
Aren't we?
Yeah.
Seems that
But
way.
yeah, so we're here to do
But I don't want
commentary
to think
for
what could be waiting for us in
FF12.
there.
TZA New Game Minus on PC. There's a lot of words there because there's been a lot of categories in this game, and even this game itself has had a lot of different versions, and so this has sort of been the most active one, and it's a really exciting run because it's been changing a lot lately, and so we're really excited to do commentary for it. But for the first few minutes here, we're essentially just going to be advancing the story, just going through several different story triggers. So we just had a few cutscenes and a mini boss fight just to introduce the basic mechanics. We got to see the character Rex for a few minutes only. He's just there for the intro. Now we're with his little brother Vaughn. He's the main character for the rest of the story. And yeah, we're just going to be doing some story stuff. So if there's anything else you guys want to say about FF16, that's fine at any point.
Yeah, at this point, we have the two different Ultima fights again going on here. Unicornus on the prior one. Probably went phase transition here, yes.
Yep. So yeah, I mean it's the same boss, but yeah, two different iterations of them. I think Pete's just beginning the final phase of the final boss. So yeah, it's one of those where we kind of keep an eye on like two screens at the same time here.
It seems like okay, he did get the lightning rod down there.
Yeah,
and
I didn't spot it either.
Yeah, but that then went a little further to like do the wings of light dodges. I mean, you can do it up close, but perhaps he just finds it easier to do that way, and that's totally fine.
Yeah.
But that was a way to dodge the what is the event horizon or something? Is like the big rock.
Yes.
It's very dangerous.
Yeah, it saves you a limit break usage.
I sense more here than mere will.
Really quick, I'll just mention that Desa just took care of the Rogue Tomato, one of the most dangerous bosses in the run. Not because it's actually the most dangerous, it's just it's so early in the run that people will try to save a single potion and not heal. But in this version of the game, Vaughn actually starts off with a different weapon than the original versions. He used to start with a little sword, now he has a little dagger, and the dagger has a higher speed and damage, so you kill this enemy slightly faster. So it's even less likely to die in this version, but in a relay you would just use that potion. I'll also mention that in the early game for some versions of FF12, Gil is a very important part of the route, and even a single push can make a huge difference. But they kind of just give you more stuff, and you have more access to Gil early in the Zodiac Age, so it's not a huge concern here.
But we are no longer
Also
yours.
mention that we're going into the clan hall right
Our
now.
flames are our
This
own,
just happens to be
and they
the
burn us
first
all.
time that we're anywhere near this door, and so we actually do a little bit backtracking to go in here now. This also means that when we come back later to, not here, but in the bazaar, there's a shop that sells some items that are acquired in different means in this version, but oil and decoy are the two really important spells that we're going to have access to because we did them, and they're both very critical for this speedrun.
Yeah, the shop, you cannot use the shop until you talk to Montblanc in the clan hall, so that's why
When I came back
you
to do my practice runs for this, I completely forgot about that, and I was like, where's the shop? What's going on? Just things that you get mixed up when there's many different versions of this game, many different versions of the runs. Since we're doing a little introduction to the run, also just go ahead and say that this is a new game minus, and what that means is that our character's not going to be acquiring experience. This does not mean that they're going to be level 1, which is how weak mode in the IZJS version works, where everyone would just be forced to be level 1. When the characters join the party, their initial level is set by the levels and experience of other party members. So the first 2 members to join after Vaughn have Vaughn's level +1, and then the next 3 members join based off of a formula from the rest of the characters' levels. And so how it happens is if Vaughn is fixed at level 1, or everyone is fixed and not gain experience, they join at level 1, and then level 2, the next 2, and the next 3 join at 3. So their levels will be 1, 2, 2, and 3, 3, 3. And so that is actually the name of the original low-level category, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3. But they gave it a proper name in this new game minus. But the idea is the same, is we're just not going to be acquiring experience. In the 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3 version, this was very difficult, and it was actually the key difficulty of the run was that you couldn't kill anything or more than a few things that give experience, or else you would gain levels, and so you could lose a run at any point from just accidentally leveling up. And this, they just made it so you do not gain experience, and so you stay weak throughout the entire run. And that's why it was originally called weak mode, now new game minus. But one of the key things that is really important for this run is that in this version of the game, we have these trials, which is basically a 100-stage challenge mode that lets you just test what your party can do. We don't actually want to do that. We just happen to put this exorbitantly just expensive item right at the beginning, the diamond armlet. I don't know why they did this. It's totally crazy. It's warped the routing of this anything in this game, because you can just go in here, start the trials, open that chest, save, go back to the main game, and you instantly have like 5,000 gil extra. And it's completely crazy.
So what the Diamond Armlet does is that it allows you to gain better stuff from chests. And since there are a lot of chests throughout the trial mode, they give you the Diamond Armlet in the very first stage, so that you can immediately start getting the better things from the chests if you equip it. But yeah, then in Zodiac Age, when you can just keep the items from the trial mode, which you were not able to do in the ICJS version, now it's just a free money, like 6,000 gil.
Something else I'll mention is that when I was routing this, I'm not even sure that Diamond Armor gives better items. I think most of the time the better item is the one that's not the Diamond Armor, at least from a routing perspective. But it was just, when this game was released, I was just completely shocked that they would let you just take things from the first stage and immediately take them back out. Right now, Desa is doing a little mini game, the Sunstone charging. You basically just got to go through 2 to 4 of these sunstones. These aren't sunstones, are they? I forget
They're dark crystals.
Dark crystals, right? And they charge the sunstone, and 2 to 4, they each give 25 to 55 charge, and you have to go from 0 to 100, and you can do some math, and it works out that about 7% of the time it only takes 2, 10% of the time it'll take 4, but typically, the other 83% will take 3, which Desa just got. However, he got 99 on the second one, so he thought he might have gotten that little boost. But, we just got a little bit of relay trolling as is standard.
No.
But now that we have that Diamond Armor acquired, there's a shop here which excels Dark.
You're afraid.
Dark is a very, very
always
strong
have been.
compared to your initial spells,
The moment
and
the
it
blight
does
exposed
AoE
what
damage.
you were,
So this is
weak.
actually another
You
big change
conceived
from earlier
us to
versions.
prove
We just have this
otherwise.
access to a really strong
the
spell.
results shook you
It's
to the
500
core.
gil, and it would have
For
been
in us
difficult
you
to
saw
get 500
yourself
gil if we didn't have a
and
6,000
realized
gil
we had the
down to
potential to
sell
be
immediately.
more than you
So
could
we
ever
sold
be,
that,
and so you turned
and,
your back on your
can
creation.
now get the
You're back on the world, like the coward you are.
You think you know me?
All right, so it looks like Unicorn has started Origin.
Nothing.
He is. I said before that Pete was going into the final phase of Ultima. That was wrong. He is now going into Ultimalius, coming out of his cocoon. Yeah, I think what during this cutscene there isn't really too much to say about the final fight. So
Yeah, well,
we'll
see.
commentary.
We'll see once the phase begins. Then once again, you're gonna kind of see building up the stagger in the first phase, but not staggering all the way, and then hopefully get a fairly quick stagger in the next phase.
I think Pete does have the defender +2 here, right? So that's one of the differences between him and
Oh,
Cal.
right, Angel was missing that. Then.
Yeah. They were missing it.
Mm.
So,
Bathed in light,
you know, that
stand
should,
above
I guess,
my
technically
rebirth,
translate into
confident.
what you think to be a faster
You
blitz
feel
through it. But
divine shall pay the proper
the
price.
damage, the damage difference between defender +1 and defender +2 isn't actually that humongous.
Pain, suffering. You have no.
Yeah,
no
I mean, it definitely matters,
So
especially
we know
like
they grant.
when you have fights
Bring us
really
together.
like
That
crowded
makes us
down to
strong.
like the small details, and
Yep.
then it's like ends up being different because of the gear. Yeah, you don't want that, but you can still definitely manage.
I think it's a difference of 10 attack or so, but that is the difference between, you know, an ability exactly half staggering or staggering versus not. So we'll see any difference here.
This definitely seems like a bit of a different approach to the fight, so we'll see how it turns out.
Yeah.
That will gauge is like only about like halfway, so I don't think there's going to be a very quick stagger in the next phase.
This part of it,
Yeah.
well, we're essentially just advancing the plot. There's a guaranteed elixir chest that's a nice little influx of gil, and in this version of the game, it no longer despawns the Zodiac Sphere, which is sort of a weird feature they put in the original versions, but we're not going to get it anyway, but just mentioning if it gives people anxiety. Yeah, that chest no longer does that. But yeah, this part of the game is essentially just advancing the plot for a couple more minutes. See, Vaughn running through a castle, picking up chests, and then these epic battles. We have 16 at the same time. It's kind of funny, side by side.
Yeah, we can see Unicorn now starting the actual fight, the like final Ultima. I mean, not the final phase, but the final boss anyway. The first phase of the final boss, you could say. And then Pete is now dealing with the second phase of the final phase. I don't know what to call this anymore.
Yeah, so it's like, I guess the second phase of Ultimalius, right? And then that stagger, that foretold stagger hasn't materialized yet. It will do eventually.
Yeah, this is kind of a struggle when you don't get the instant stagger at the start of that phase.
Yeah. So now it's just about pumping as much damage as you possibly can into it.
Yeah, I think from here on it's going to be fine. This should be a phase transition, and
Yeah.
maybe it's knocking a little bit of damage before the transition.
Yeah, that wind up to do like about 10 HP worth of damage before the HP gate. It all adds up.
Might have been better to leave it like half charged.
Just emptying the clip before you go to this long cutscene again. I think.
I mean, yeah, it'll be recharged by the time you get back, so you know why not use it, right?
Yeah.
No, I think you just want to make sure you get the job done right. You don't want him to go off and do more attack cycles. You don't want to dodge another flare or something.
Yeah, it seems like Rainbow's fight was pretty clean so far. Still got a little ways to go here.
I kind of like how this entire ending sequence is kind of Ultima progressively throwing a more and more petulant tantrum. Petulant tantrum. So it's kind of like, you know, I forbid it. No, you can never be. You know, I will unmake you. And then by the end of it, he's like, no. It's like you can almost like feel in like the impotent rage.
Yeah, he fully loses his cool, and
yeah,
this does feel like a very one-sided battle. He doesn't feel very intimidating at this point anymore.
Yeah, jump in really quick, if you don't mind. We're getting our first menu. So Gambits have been introduced, and the Gambit is essentially a deconstruction or like handing over of AI from previous versions of Final Fantasy to you to give to your characters. So you can essentially just set up a list of commands that they can execute with priority. And for the most part, we don't use those in the original version of the speedrun so much, but with the 4x speed up that you can see we have here, it's really important to just have our characters doing what we want them to do at all times. So right now we pretty much just set them up to just only do attack because it's our only option. Pretty soon we're going to be able to give Vaughn and Balthier here the ability to cast Dark. And once they can cast Dark, then we'll have them doing that. But those are essentially our gambits. Now we can use those gambits to get through these first couple of fights. And we're also going to do extra trials here to get us some LP. Using that Dark requires some LP, so we get that through this first set of trials. And that'll allow us to get through these first couple bosses with a really powerful Dark spell.
And this I got 3 kills there, so lost LP from one of the guards, but I don't know how big of a difference it makes.
It's not a huge deal. If you lose all 4 from a Dark, then it becomes a problem. But in this game, they set it up so that the side that got the final hit is the one that gets the experience or the LP. And so in that specific fight, Amalia here is not in your party, and so if she defeats any of the guards, then she'll be the one who stops you from getting the LP. She immediately joins your party and then starts giving you resources if she wins. But yeah, it can be frustrating. And there's a few other instances where a boss could beat themselves and lose experience, and we'll actually most likely see that at least one time from these runs is when you're doing less damage and they're doing more damage to themselves through these strategies, it's more likely that they get the last hit on themselves. And so we'll be there in a little bit. Hopefully none of our controlled. But again, we've prevented these situations. Now you can see Vaughn and Balthier are both casting Dark, doing significantly more damage. And it'll make these next few fights a little bit easier, especially because everyone's very low level, even for this point in the game.
And we're to the wrap-up cycle here for Pete and Team Mog on FF16. So just one last rush of attacks here, and then the final blow. And over on Rainbow's screen for Team Choco, dealing with Purgatorium and trying to get that thing down.
Oh, looks like Pete's damage was really good going into this, so all he needed was one wind-up. Like in some cases you want to go all the way with Lightning Rod and Giga Flare, but yeah, just one quick heavy punch and that was it.
And we shall be its final witness.
We shall be its final witness. One punch away from...
I said, it's over.
We're just about to time here for Pete.
That's
And it's
time.
Yeah.
GG's to Team Moogle and Pete.
All right, so now on Team Tonberry screen, we can see Firemane. This boss is sort of the first real boss of the run. We can see that their HP bars at the top. So it's a signal for the more major bosses. He pretty much teleports around and just does a few basic attacks, and then Bushfire is his big attack that we can see the animation for right now. He only starts doing Bushfire, or he starts doing it more frequently once he reaches below 50% HP. And with the low level rat, Bushfire does quite a bit of damage. And so we do everything we can to mitigate it. If he's standing in the water, he won't use it. And you can also stop it from actually going off by using a potion. If there's any item or spell in the queue, like in the queue of actions, then animated attacks can't start until it finishes. And so this is something that we're actually going to be taking advantage of quite a bit. It's similar to the ATE blocking that has been used in previous versions of the run, but that's not really something that's possible in this version. Well, in this speed run at least, it is possible, but we don't get enough items to be able to do that effectively. But yeah, the animated attacks we can stall, and so we basically wait for the teleport, which is a telltale sign that he's going to do it, and then use a potion and then try and stall it. And so that's what's pretty successful in that. I think we got 2 Bushfires, which is pretty normal for this category, and so he survived there pretty well. Now we can continue on through a few more fights that are just like story related. Looks like he's here beating a few extra mobs in the dungeon to make up for the LP that Zero mentioned that he lost. So now something I'll mention about FF speedrunning in general is you basically are trying to manage a lot of resources all at the same time. So you have your, sort of on the macro scale, you have your experience, your LP, your gil, items, and those you have to manage. And then on the micro scale, you have your HP, your MP, boss HP, etc. And so in New Game Minus, sort of alleviates one of those concerns, which is experience. We don't have to worry about getting that anymore. On the other hand, that makes things more difficult to get through. And so in the early game, one thing that's been used a lot to sort of make up for experience is we grind Dustia, which is just a really early powerful enemy that we can grind to level our characters up. Since we don't have to do that, we can sort of skip that and just proceed straight through the story directly. And LP is sort of a larger concern because we have to get a few licenses early, like Dark, and so that's why we have done 2 trials already and then fought a few extra enemies. It's just we want the access to Dark and a few accessory slots. In particular, that diamond armlet that we happen to get in this version of the game makes you immune to lightning damage, which is great because we're about to fight a lightning boss. So that's one other LP concern, is how do we get enough LP to equip the diamond armlet? That boss really, it only does enough damage because we're in New Game Minus. In the other version of the game, you just tank the attacks, no problem. But we're only at about 100 HP. This HP concern is going to be a big deal until we reach about maybe an hour into the run. Once we get to that point, we're able to actually buy nice enough armor that our main tank will have 1,000 plus HP, and then we'll be able to just start taking attacks, no problem. But until then, we're going to be quickly at the point where a single attack will just kill any of our party members at any point.
Yeah, and also from license board, we can get a lot of HP lowers, which allows us to survive.
Yep. There's a little
it
bit
looks
of...
like...
Oh, no. You go ahead.
It looks like Unicorn's here, going into the last kind of real phase of Ultimalius. Or second to last real phase of Ultimalius, with just under the half stagger mark.
Yeah, it seems like a similar situation to Pete.
Yeah. pretty low on the limit break as well, but it probably won't make a difference. The extra 10% maybe. No, we're good. We got the second. Okay.
Yeah, okay. He still has Thunderstorm and Wind Up. So the damage should be okay.
Yeah, and Ignition. MVP move.
Yeah, no, one more like kind of real phase left. It seemed like for Pete it didn't go like maybe according to plan, so let's see. Hopefully it goes better here.
Yeah, I think because in Final Fantasy 16 there aren't really sequence breaks or anything like that. The final boss fight kind of plays pretty close to how a casual player would do it. Obviously, they might not have a 9-level deficit normally, but it doesn't play humongously different. But obviously, because we're a lot more considered and efficient with our abilities and when we use them, that's where the speed comes from. You know, if you're hit by a particularly nasty attack from Ultima, he absolutely do you in. But the thing with Ultima or Ultimalius is that his really nasty attacks are all like Flare and Holy and that kind of thing. And they're really showy, which has a side effect of making them incredibly easy to dodge. So thankfully we don't have to worry too hard about it. I think the more challenging fights in this run are earlier than the final boss. So kind of like by here, it's a bit of a, I think as Den said, it's a bit of a victory lap.
Yeah, of course, what you need to watch out for is like these long animations that like he might go like somewhere high up or like move around and you can't really hit him. So that's gonna
fly. Yeah.
yeah. That's why it's like casually. This I don't think this is particularly difficult, but for the speedrun, there's certainly a lot to do in terms of optimization. Because like you want to avoid all those really long attacks and like deal with these phases really quickly.
Yeah,
I think Rainbow having that full limit break, well, 3 bars of limit break is going to go an awful long way here.
Oh, he did teleport.
Pushing that final phase.
Yeah, he did. So obviously Meteor.
Okay, but Lightning Rod under the meteor. Except okay, the Lightning Rod had already kind of worn down a little bit, so didn't get that many hits out of it. Look at this. I think that's gonna be it.
This has to be it. Yeah, that has to be it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. At this point, he's gonna be pretty much done with the run. Just gonna need a little bit more damage after the sequence. Yeah, no more surprises should be left in this run.
The Victory Lap final boss is sort of a Final Fantasy tradition that they decided to break for Final Fantasy XII, so it's a little bit of a scary boss in pretty much all versions of this run, so it's nice to see you guys have an easy time with it.
Well, I'll say it's easy to not die. It's not necessarily easy to do fast, but it's easy. Yeah, it's not. There's no real risk of catastrophe.
I think I've seen a run be lost in more or less every category to the final boss of FF12. So
yeah, thankfully that's not a worry too badly here. That would be pretty cruel.
Not only is it not easy, but he also scales with your development, specifically with the number of espers you get. So even in the completionist category, where you have super strong stats, you can still die to him.
They thought of everything.
They did. They really did.
Oh no. Yeah. Sneaky devs.
We thought about everything except telling him not to cast piercing magic when you have reflect, and so he'll stop doing it. So maybe they didn't think of that one. But something I'll mention really quick here. What?
Well, that's pretty much it for Unicorn Phoenix. It's just one last quick time event, and then that'll be us done for FF16. No, he has to say the line first as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, you get to see Clive say the line one more time. And if you didn't catch it on the first couple finishes, there's the iconic 9999 as well on the punch. So
yeah, it's a 1 million damage punch.
Not even 1 million. Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to say, yeah, this was a good race for 16. All of them did good runs for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. This was so much fun to watch and commentate. And that
time.
is time.
GG's. Yeah, I mean, it was a good race, but on the other hand, it was difficult for people like me who set their alarm based on the leaderboard. These times are misleading, man. They did way better.
Yeah, there was a lot of preparation that went in at the end to try and get, a lot of work went in. So really great job by the runners.
GG everyone. Thank you, commentary.
GG Pete.
Thanks to the runners.
Alright, so here we can see Madelon is getting the onion shot. That's a really important thing to grab because in this version of the run we're going to be using guns for a lot of our damage in the mid-late game. The ammunition for the guns you can upgrade, but generally the ammunition that's better is difficult to acquire. So actually just the most basic onion shot is the one that we'll be using until the end. We get one just because Paul Thier joins the party with a gun, and so we get one onion shot from him. We have 2 gunners, so we just got to pick up another one. That's with Dark. And so that's just one item that we're buying now that we'll be using until the very last hit of the run.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and the more powerful ammunition isn't even that much better. It's usually just like an extra effect or something, and like maybe one more or 2 more attack power.
Yeah, the effect would be nice. There's a few bosses that are weak to ammunition, so if we could get one more for 50 heal right there, that would be a huge headache relief for a few bosses. Like the wind shot would be great for Hashmal, or the fire shot would be great for Manfred. But we stick to this. It'd be way out of the way to get that.
Then there also would be the hassle of you having to swap the ammunition, which we used to do in the low level category of the original, and then at some point I just decided that it wasn't worth it, and we stopped doing it.
In this game you can click optimize, and optimize will give you generally the highest value attack or weapon in that slot. There's a few little we'll always change it, and so there's times where we just optimize and it gives us what we want, but then there's also times where we optimize and it doesn't give what you want. You have to be aware of this for whether you want to be changing weapons, whether you don't want to be changing your weapons. And so specifically when we got the Wormfire shot, which is the fire elemental shot, that one would be optimized over the onion shot. And there's a lot of times you don't want to use fire because if there's things that have it and there are things that are immune to it. So when you get the shot, you start managing that. It just becomes a bit of a headache. But yeah, I mentioned guns. The reason why guns are so important in this category specifically is that the damage formula for guns is basically uncorrelated to your party stats. It's just basically the power of the gun. That number squared times a multiplier, essentially, is the scaling of the guns. And so when you get a gun with twice as much power, it does 4 times as much damage, and that's it. No considerations of your party's level or stats or anything. So it turns out that we're able to get enough gil without too much difficulty to get guns that are powerful enough to get us through the end game. So just something to say.
Also, it ignores enemy stats as well. So, enemy defense doesn't matter. Your stats don't matter. So it's very ideal weapon of choice for the low level runs.
Yep.
Over here.
I think generally guns are not very widely used by casual runners. I think part of it might be a lack of understanding of just that specific idea. We're also able to leverage a few things in this, so there's a power-up called Adrenaline, which makes it so that when you're in critical HP, you do double damage. That's different from the Adrenaline in other games, but in this one, that's what it is, and we're able to pretty reliably set up our gunners to be in critical HP and not be in danger of getting hit, and so we can just basically double their damage that way. And with some pretty strong guns, we'll be able to do damage very quickly.
Yeah. Also, why guns are less used in casual setting is that the game doesn't do a very good job at telling you that guns are actually good, because the guns are really, they have a very long charge time compared to other weapons. So you might so you might be thinking that, okay, that's slow, and then you look at their attack power, and because of how the damage formula works, where you take the square of the attack power, it means that they have to keep the attack powers relatively low to not make them overpowered compared to everything else. So, and that means that you look at the gun and you are, okay, what is this weapon? Okay, look at the attack power. Okay, it has a very low attack power. Well, I probably shouldn't use that. Whereas it's actually good because of the damage formula. And then also optimize works off of attack power of the weapons as well. So
in the original,
they really wanted you to not use guns, I guess.
Yeah. In the original version, all characters could equip all weapons. You know, the license board was fully open to everyone, so you'd have, you know, a strong sword, a strong staff, and then your weak-looking gun, and your optimize would never give it to you, even though it was actually quite a good weapon, relatively. So, on Desa's screen, we're seeing a little mini boss fight here, where we can clear it very quickly because we have an ability called Traveler. You may have noticed a few seconds before that he was running in circles in the first room of this airship. That was to set up the steps for this. Traveler does damage based on the number of steps you've done since the last time you've cast Traveler, or for the first time you cast it, just relative to the start of the run. And so he just opens the menu basically and just wants the steps to be above 800 or so, because then it'll do 800 cubed, or sorry, 800 times 3 above 2400 damage, which is about how much HP those judges have. And so it's quite easy to set up here. In other versions of the run, you want to set up the times 10 multiplier, which you only get above 990. Actually, later in this run, we do have 2 of those, now that I'm thinking about it. So we'll see those setups in a little bit, and we'll get to see Harvey and Madelon setting up for it also. But essentially, that Traveler setup you're doing from the start of the run. And so you actually run in circles in a few places because you recharge MP when you're running around. And so basically for Firemane and for Mimic Queen, you're casting Dark, and so running in circles will give you more casts of Dark, and you're also setting up for Traveler at the same time. So it's just another example of the resource management that makes FF12 a really amazing speed game.
Yes. And Traveler, we get free access to it because our guest character Vossler has it. I don't think it's available at this point for your own party members, and it would cost a lot of money, so we actually save quite a bit by having Vossler have it naturally over getting it ourselves.
In Airud, I want to say.
Okay.
But now that we're done with this fight, we see Desa setting up Ash, who I called Amalia earlier. Now we know her name's Ash. She's joined the party, and she's actually with us now, and she's one of our main members for the next part of the run. So we've given her some licenses and some pretty nice Mystic armor that gives her more HP and more magic. Really quick, we just picked up 2 chests there that have reflecting emotes. Reflecting magic is really important to the speedrun, and we're actually about to do it for the first time. And so we don't have access to Reflect yet. Reflect actually pretty far out of the way in this this version of the game, but we get 2 reflecting emotes here, and we can use one of them now, and that pretty much puts Reflect on everyone in the party, and then we're going to cast AoE spells on ourselves. Something that is really interesting about this game is that when you cast an AoE spell, it basically gives you 1 copy of that spell on each possible target. And so we have 3 party members in our party that are reflected. We cast it on ourselves. That gives us 3 copies of this strong spell. And then we're going to have Vaughn and Balthier both doing that. So we're going to be just really rapidly pumping out Dark. We've already taken care of the small guys, and here we're just going to try to finish off Geese. The issue is that he is casting Arrow once he's below 60% HP, and so he can hit himself with Arrow for more damage than you can hit him with Dark. And so I do think that we actually lost the damage DLP there, and it's very easy for that to happen in this category because we're doing so little damage and it's going so fast.
Yeah. Also, one thing we should probably do is we should introduce our runners. So for Team Tonberry, we have Desa, and for Team Mog, we have Madelon, and for Team Choco, we have Harvey.
Yeah, these three runners in particular have been doing quite a bit of running and routing of this category since last FF Relay. I was really hoping that we'd get this category in this relay, so they've been really championing it and doing a great job pushing the times down. One other runner I just want to shout out because he's been involved with all of this is Tachibana. He's a Japanese runner who has done a massive amount of routing and work on this category, and so we've been profiting from his runs over the past year, and it's been really great just to see this evolve so rapidly.
Yeah, and so for this category wasn't actually ran that much until recently. Like, I think only Madelon and Tachibana had done runs. I think you had also, Roosta.
I did a few like routing runs essentially.
Yeah, but Madelon was pushing really hard for this to be in the relay, and she was able to convince a bunch of us to learn this category as well.
Yeah, it's big.
I only did a couple of blind races myself, but Harvey, Desa, and Roosta worked more on it.
I didn't realize how interesting a run it was until I saw Tachibana and Madelon doing it, and so it's been great to route and figure things out. One of the things that you sort of lose in TZA from the original one that I loved so much is that when you speed the game up so much, you really don't have the ability to input complex strategies so well. But in this version of the game, you don't have the ability to do the sort of autopilot thing that you can do in the any percent category of this, and especially in the Grad version. This version of the game introduces some, I guess the International Zodiac Job System originally introduced some Easter egg weapons that basically are very super overpowered, and so the any percent category lets you get these. In the PC, we managed to essentially ban those because the setup for those requires RNG manipulation, and on the PC version specifically, that RNG manipulation can only really be done reliably if you can read the memory of the game. And so we managed to ban the Grad by banning RNG manipulation through memory reading. But on the console version, you can very, very reliably get the Grad. It basically trivializes the any percent run. But here in New Game Minus, Grad actually wouldn't even be that good because it does scale with your regular stats, whereas guns, can be more powerful than that. But we don't even have access to the good guns until about the halfway point of the run, and so we're going to be relying on other strategies like Traveler, which we have now set up again. And so we cast that Traveler on an enemy at the start of this previous screen, and that's about 1,000 steps before this next boss. So we're going to see now the Traveler in action. This boss is, the boss's HP are getting stronger, but they're still nowhere near 10,000, at least until the next boss. But we'll be able to use this to take care of him very quickly.
Yeah, so for Traveler, there's a 10-step window over in every 1,000 steps. There's 10-step window where you can cast Traveler and deal that almost 10,000 damage, which is enough to one-shot this next boss.
So Desa did a little loop-de-loop there. That was just to set up the 10 extra steps. So now he can just stand still. You'll also notice that he actually overstepped by looked like one.
Probably.
Yeah. He actually turned his Gambits off there too. Something interesting in this game is that when your Gambits are on, your characters will automatically run to try and achieve what their Gambits are telling them to do. So if the Gambits say, attack this enemy or heal this character, they'll try and run to do that. They'll also have an idle walk animation while they just are charging their attacks. And so that can ruin your Traveler setup. And so you have to be really careful with this.
And it looks like Desa took a couple of steps too many again and then had to reload.
Luckily, the Zodiac Age, specifically not IZJS, gave us autosaves. So anytime you zone, except for the one zone before a major boss, you will get an autosave. And so if you die, you can just load that previous autosave. But when you cast Traveler to defeat Garuda, that boss that you just defeated, that is actually the setup point for the next Traveler, which is going to be Demon Wall 2. In this game, there's Demon Wall 1, Demon Wall 2. Demon Wall 1 is supposed to just be a challenge that you run from, whereas Demon Wall 2 is supposed to be what you actually fight. There's some categories where we defeat Demon Wall 1, but here the benefits of beating him would just be Gil and LP, which we can get way more of from Trials, and also he's much harder to defeat because he's got almost 20,000 or more than 20,000 HP, and we can only really do about 10,000 damage very quickly with the Traveler. This little running around here, I think, was discovered by Tachibana. Normally you just run in circles to set up Traveler, but doing 3 loops of that little square is just a nice way to do about 900 steps, and so that sets us up in a good position for this next Traveler cast. But yeah, Fosso joining the party and giving us Traveler really alleviates the routing strain of how to figure out how to defeat these bosses. We do have access to Dark, but Garuda has quite a bit of HP, so it will take a number of Darks to kill him, and also his attacks are well above the threshold of killing your characters in a single attack, so we have to be very wary of that. Meanwhile, on Madelon's screen, something that I wasn't able to shout out just because there was some epic final bosses going on. This is sort of a dungeon where you have to manage your charge. There's mimic enemies that give you charge when you kill them, and so we get charge from those to hit this switch to advance the plot and unlock the next area. So when you're below a certain charge, you scarier enemies appear, which is actually what we see. We see ghosts and zombies appearing, and even this early in the game, they do quite a bit of damage to our new game minus parties, so we gotta get through here quickly.
Yes, and does it just beat the second Demon Wall, which is for which he has a little bit more than 10,000 HP, so you have to do a little bit of extra damage with your other characters in order to kill with Traveler, and then decides setting up the next Traveler for the next boss.
Yep. Those Demon Walls, especially the first one, are really difficult for a lot of casuals. You know, it's a fight where you have to the wall slowly move forward spatially, and once it reaches the door at the end of the fight, you'll just get a game over. So it's a timed fight essentially. You have to win within a certain time. The second Demon Wall has a lot longer to go and a lot less HP. So if you realize you can run from the first one, typically the second one won't be such an issue. But for us, it's not too bad because we know how to set up Traveler and do 10,000 damage in one shot.
Right, and now Madelon's about to start Mimic Queen, equipping the Diamond Armlet to be on Vaughn, so that Vaughn will be immune to all of the attacks from Mimic Queen except for Ground Shaker. And also with Vaughn casting Dark, he's killing some tiny mimics, which makes Mimic Queens use basically respawn the tiny mimics and wasting time not using the cutscene moves. We saw one Crown Shaker, but Vaughn was at full HP when it happened, so it was no big deal.
I was actually shocked Desa managed to beat Mimic Queen without either Ground Shaker or Shock Storm. I didn't know that was even possible in this category.
Yeah, that was a really clean fight from Desa back then.
Where are we? The Estes Sand, by the look of it. Let's back to Rabanasta before we shrivel up. By your leave, Captain.
So now we see Harvey's doing his trials. Again, this Diamond Armlet is with a crazy amount of gills, 6,000. And we're going to be going back here a number of times because there's a few different items we want to be able to use to set up for our first round of casting spells. But for now, Desa is going to be setting up for Belias. Now, Belias has significantly more than 10,000. I think it's around 18,000 HP.
I think it's like 15 or 16,000, something like that.
So we have to do a good amount of damage to him before we can actually cast Traveler. So that's what we're doing now. We actually set the party up so that Ash doesn't do anything except for High Potion herself. And our two, Balthier and Bosch, are also just using potions on her. So just with the ATB sped up, we're able to do potions fast enough to keep her alive. And then once we reach the low enough HP threshold, we can just hit him with Traveler and beat him. So that's so I should split.
Also, Desa was, I think, he was throwing Phoenix Downs, or having Ash throw Phoenix Downs at Belias. That's to draw aggro from Belias. Enemies really don't like when you try to use Phoenix Downs on them. They don't want to get revived. and they just really want to go after you if you try to revive them. The reason for that is because you can also do that on undead enemies, and then it's like an insta KO move, and well, you don't want characters who will try to insta kill you be there, but it also works on not undead enemies. So
the weird thing about that though is that if you use it and it works, you're KO'd. So why does that increase your aggro? If it doesn't work, then why would you get more aggro from it? It's a quirk of the programming that we take advantage of, and it's a relatively new development. We use it in a bunch of different categories, but just using those Phoenix Downs can manipulate the targeting of the enemies. And there's a few places we use that, but at this point we're going to be getting Lure shortly, or Decoy, and so that will allow us to manipulate their targeting more reliably, although we don't really need that for a little bit. That gives us a significant amount of LP, and we also have the LP from the previous bosses, Judge Geese, Garuda, Demon Wolf, Belias, and so we can just dump all of that now. We don't really need the LP for anything besides getting the golden amulet onto Penelo, who's sort of the most important character to be getting LP because she's going to be casting spells in the next segment. In the original version of the game, you could just buy golden amulets, which double your LP, and you could just put them on all your party members. In this version, there's only a few chests where you can get them, and so we only have access to one at the moment. It's not too far out of the way, so we definitely grab it, but that one will be shuffling between the characters to get everyone LP at the points they want to be.
Also, Madelon is taking now a detour to Westersand to kill a hunt called Textera. The reason for that is to gain a clan level or a new clan rank, which allows you to buy one of the spells, I forget which one, from the...
I think it's oil.
Yeah, I think it's oil as well. But you do that to be able to buy oil from the clan shop. Harvey's fighting Firemane, and desa's entering Vossler. Vossler is fun fight. We just summon Belias and have Belias kill.
Yeah, this fight could be a bit scary because Vossler can do quite a bit of damage. We still don't have any good armor, and so he can just basically kill our members very, very quickly. But Belias draws the aggro, and so the one thing that can actually be a problem here is if we use Bosch, because Vossler has a Gambit that basically says if Bosch is in the fight, attack him. It's basically because he's sort of like the antagonist to Bosch, and so there's a few bosses like that. Like Judge Geese will tend to favor attacking Ash because she's sort of the important story member right then. But in that fight, we can summon Belias, and then Bosch doesn't even exist because it's just Balthier, and Belias can take him down. And something else I'll mention about the way damage is calculated in this game, there's, your defense value, which is subtracted from their attack value before applying other multipliers. And so if your defense is higher than their attack, plus a few other little multipliers in there, then you actually will do 0 damage. And so that's why, even though Vossler was a boss, he was doing 0 damage to Belias. Belias just has enough defense at this point to tank him and take 0 damage. So bosses will quickly reach the point where they're too strong for that to be a possibility anymore. But if you're running this game casually and you get a really nice piece of armor and then you backtrack to an earlier part of the run, you'll notice that enemies are just doing 0 damage to you, and that's why. So now here on desa's stream, we're just going to be advancing the story more. There's quite a long trek between Rabanastre, where we've been doing most of the action so far, and now the next story point, which is Jahara Village, and so we use a Chocobo for this. It's 500 gil, but it saves a significant amount of time, and we'll just be doing some more plot stuff there before the next major story point, which is Airyu Village, where we're doing quite a bit of setup for the speedrun, so just plot stuff for now.
Yeah. So at this point, we have accumulated quite a bit of LP, especially like Vossler gives you 30 license points, and a lot of other bosses by this point have given you a lot of license points as well. And at this point, we are able to do some shopping to buy some gear like the Storm Staff and I think Tandara.
Yep.
And with those equipment, we are actually strong enough that we can go a little bit further into the trial mode and start accumulating a lot more money and license points.
Yep. Also get Mage's Hat, Mage's Armor, or Mage's Habit. And so the setup that we're going to have for the rest of the speedrun is essentially going to be 2 spellcasters that are set up for magic armor and staves, and they'll be able to cast Firaga, Thundara, and that's actually pretty much all we need for them. And then we'll have our 2 gunners, who are going to be for the late game damage, and we're going to have a tank. And so just to say who those are, the tank is going to be Balthier. This is actually something that's been shuffled around. It doesn't really matter in New Game Minus because everyone's more or less the same. The big concerns are essentially how much LP do you start with and how much, where are your LP thresholds. And actually a pretty funny concern for this is just certain characters have longer animations in certain fights. So if you, for example, use Bosch as a tank, then when you fight his brother in the late game, you'll get some significantly longer animations. And we actually have Bosch as a gunner in the current route. And so when we fight that boss, we actually take him out and do less damage because we don't want him to be the one to be in the party when that cutscene starts, just to save 20 seconds or something. But yeah, so the Balthier Bear tank, the gunners are going to be Bosch and Fran. Something I'm using is, Zero mentioned earlier that guns have a pretty slow animation. On top of that, one of the slowest animations for a gun user is Balthier, even though he's the one who's introduced as a gun wielder. So we originally had him as one of our gunners, but having a slower animation means that we want to have a faster animation from our gunners. It also turns out that with the way the route is currently set up, the gunners are not wanting for LP. They either reach their LP thresholds easily. So even though Balthier doesn't have that much LP compared to the others, we use him as a gunner. And then Ash and Pinello are the ones that come to the party with the most LP, and the spellcasters are the ones we need to use first because we're going to be using them to farm in the trials. And so they have the most LP, we make them spellcasters. And so that's our setup. It's 2 gunners, 2 spellcasters, and a tank. And we're essentially using this part of the run where it does that to set up those 2 spellcasters. Like Zero said, we can now buy Stormstaff, Thundara to do a lot of lightning damage to all the trials enemies, and then Mage's Hat and Habit will give us the survivability to make it quite deep. I think 8 or 9 trials, and I think each round of those trials will give us something like 100 and something LP, and so we can farm LP really quickly. And the gil is essentially coming from the Diamond Armlet at the start of stage 1, so it's basically farming for gil and some LP.
Harvey's fighting Mimic Queen. Forgot to turn battle speed to fastest at the start of the fight. That's very easy to do in Zodiac Age because the game is going so fast that you don't necessarily notice the difference between slow and fast battle speeds. Whereas in the PS2 version, it's really obvious if you are on slow battle speed compared to the fastest. But here it can be a little bit.
Yeah, I've done that a few times, and actually, in terms of the amount of time it takes for the fights, it's actually not that big. You can easily, get a gold split or something without realizing that your battle speed's slowest because the time you save not changing it to fastest is more than the time that you save from the fight. But in terms of what actually happens in the fight, you'll have different things happening. Like maybe your setup for skipping Shockstorm or Ground Shaker won't be successful, and so it is important to make sure you have the right battle speed.
Yeah, and enemies have a lot of instant moves which don't take the battle speed into account.
Exactly.
So if you are playing, if you know what you're doing, being on slow battle speed is actually bad for you in most cases because the enemies are getting more moves off compared to you than on the fastest battle speed.
Yeah, it's sort of a counterintuitive thing where it's like I need to go faster or slower battle speed because this is too difficult for me, and then you end up taking more damage from some bosses. Like some bosses will have a charge that makes all of their attacks instant, and then suddenly they're just hitting you much faster. It's just can be a real headache. But now Madelon is casting Traveler, and yeah, this is a very trivial Traveler setup because you have about 150 step window, more or less, to hit the damage that you need. So that fight can be a bit of a headache in the original version because we don't have Traveler, and we don't have enough LP to. Or we're casting Fire and then using Balance. So Balance is bit of an RNG spell that lets you do big damage based on the difference between your current and max HP. But here we have Traveler, so that's not a concern, and that's a sure hit kill. So here on Desa's screen, we see him going into the Black Mage and Bushi boards. So the original International Zodiac Job System version of this gave each character access to one license board, so you have to pick a job. Black Mage, Bushi, Shikari, Red Mage, etc. But in this version of the game, they found that people were finding it too restrictive, and so what they did is they basically said, okay, you can get 2 jobs. But a weird quirk of this is that once you get a license on one board, it automatically gives you the license on the other board. And so the licenses are very differently shuffled between all of the boards. And so you can actually do some crazy jumping around between the boards by just picking up a license that's just totally normal on either one, and it gives you a license way deep in the other grid. And so that's actually a huge part of the routing for this, is trying to figure out how to acquire all the licenses you need with which jobs and with the least LP and the least licensing. And so it just so happens that the Bushi happens to have the Bushi, who's basically the samurai or the katana wielder. Katanas scale based off of your magic stat, and so there's actually some nice overlap between the licenses for them and Black Mage. And so Bushi Black Mage is a great combination for our magic wielders to jump around and get strong spells with also magic lores, mystic armor, swiftness to speed up, and some things like Serenity that give you extra damage at full HP. And so that will allow us to set up both Ash and Penelo with Mage Hat, Mage Habit, Storm Staff, and then Thundara, which will be doing significant damage throughout these trials. And then on Harvey's screen, we also see him fighting Dexterra here. This is a sort of the first hunt, and so it's supposed to come sort of after Rogue Tomato, and so it's actually just dies essentially to a little bit more than a single Dark from our characters, because even from this point of the game, Dark is a very strong spell, even if you're level 1.
Yeah, in Zodiac Age and ICJS, you get access to Dark a lot earlier than in the original version. I guess the downside is that you have to use Red Mage to be able to use it, but we don't really care because Red Mage is a decent secondary job anyway.
Yep.
And even in Gasol, if you wanted to do it, you can change your license boards now by going to talk to Mont Blanc in the clan hall.
So right now, Madelon is about to fight Geese, so we can pay attention to that in the top left. Something else we have is a few of the when people join the party, they give us items, and so we actually got on the Rogue emote automatically. So we use that to take care of these guards, and now we're going to be trying to kill Geese, and that's it. Just a few reflected spells. We basically set up a Gambit for Balthier and Vaughn to say, cast Dark on yourself. And so this Gambit's actually very bad if you're not reflected, and we have no way of checking to make sure that they're reflected because we don't have Reflect ourselves, but that Reflect emote lets us set that up. And yeah, take care of that boss very quickly. Something else I'll mention, since I didn't actually specifically call it out, is this game has autosaves, and the autosaves work both when you zone, so every time you zone, but they also work between stages of the trials. So every time you beat a stage of the trials, you get an autosave. And that autosave, if you load it normally, you get it puts you back into the game where you last were from your previous autosave or save in the game. And if you load in the trials, it'll always start where you last were in the trials, or if you weren't in the trials previously at the start of the trials. So basically what that means is that we can go at any point in the game, close the game, load our previous autosave in the trials, and then farm as much as we want in the trials, and then take that autosave and go back to the story wherever we were. So, we're just in the middle of a dungeon, we're in the middle of a boss fight, whatever, you can just go into the trials, farm whatever LP you need, and then go back into the game just instantly. And so that is basically, if you see the runners leave and go to the main menu, that's basically what they're doing. Like we see Desa just left, and now he's going back into the trials, loading his autosave.
And in the trial, in most cases, now when we go to the trial mode, we go to until we beat the first 7 stages. After until that, the enemies are really easy to kill and give a lot of LP. But then stage 8 is the enemies are still pretty easy, but they don't give that much LP. Same for stage 9, and then stage 10 is a boss fight. so we don't want to do that either. So we just stop after stage 7 because it's not worth it after that thing.
Beyond just what Zero mentioned, there's a few things that we're looking out for. Those little Mandragora enemies drop bubble motes and reverse motes, which are quite useful in this run. Bubble motes allow us to survive really strong bosses, and so we actually are looking out for some bubble motes. And a reverse mote specifically can be used in a number of different fights, but specifically Tyrant, who I'll shout out when we get there. If you have a reverse mode, it's very nice to just put that on and not have to worry about him killing you very quickly. And one other thing that we're looking out for is one of the enemies in that flowering cactoid can drop a Carcata, or not drop, but you can steal a Carcata from him, which is a weapon that's worth like 10,000 gil. In the any percent no Seingrat version of this, or any percent on PC or no Seingrat in other categories, that's actually pretty much the best weapon that you can get. And so if you do get it, you can save like multiple minutes from the route. And so it's really nice bit of RNG luck that can go your way. And this is just Gil. And so Gil is an important concern, and we do save time if we do get it, but I think I've only seen longswords so far.
Yeah, I have not seen Carcata yet either. But I believe this is the last time this is going to trail mode.
Yeah. I think it's only 3 times after you've gotten to Uri Village at this point.
Madelon is setting up Traveler for Garuda, and Harvey just did the shouting minigame, right? Yeah. And he's on his way to Leviathan.
Yeah, it's actually interesting. Penelo only has 96 HP. We've managed to get some HP lures on Balthier and Ashe. And Ashe's armor is actually good enough that she won't even be taking damage, but Penelo now has the same armor, so even though she's, at 96 max HP, she's going to be okay. We're actually getting Serenity on both the mages right now, so we actually set up some gambits that say, if you're not at max HP, use a potion, and that's just to get them that extra 20% damage from Serenity.
Yeah. Serenity allows you to deal more magic damage, or 20% more magic damage when you're at full HP. Yeah.
It's a little bit silly. Adrenaline is below 20%, whereas Serenity requires exactly max. I wish it was above 20%, or above 80% or something would be a little bit easier, but don't blink or you miss it. Madelon's about to fight Garuda. There's a whole side quest here where you can get some extra berries, which are an item that lets you cast dark damage, but Traveler is also something they gave us, so let's see. Oh, that's all there is to it.
And Harvey's running in circles for his Traveler for the judges fight.
We can see a lot of Traveler action happening simultaneously. One of the really important things that we see Desa doing here is he's touching this teleport crystal. You only get access to teleport crystals once you touch them for the first time, and this teleport crystal in particular is not one that you necessarily have to touch for its own merits, and so it's really easy to forget this one. It's happened in multiple categories, and even in relay runs, I believe, where if you just forget to touch this, it's like, oh no, now I have to run. I have to run this whole way without teleporting. And then now Madelon is doing that Traveler setup I mentioned before, just 3 laps around this square. Gives you about 900 steps, or rather it'll set you up at about 900 steps relative to where your Garuda endpoint was. And then here on the lower left, Desa, after all of his trial farming, is able to pick up some important licenses for Balthier, who's going to be the tank. He's getting light armor. He's also getting daggers. There's this dagger, the main gauche. For some reason, this specific dagger has a really high block value, and so it's like a cheap, easy-to-equip item, and it just gives us a lot of ability to block enemy attacks. We're going to be still at relatively low HP to where you want to be, so having the ability to parry a significant amount will be really nice. We'll also be getting some shields. I think we're going to end it on the Ice Shield, which is sort of a mid-game shield. There's better options, and I think even the... I actually forget the name of the big shield that gives you poison.
Sanguine Shield?
Sanguine Shield, yes, that's it. I think you actually could get in this category, but we can just use X potions and make it through. Some of the licenses we're going to be getting here is Spellbound. We got to get this on pretty much all of our party members. What it does is it makes it so that positive status buffs last for 50% longer, and so specifically Reflect, and what does the Spirit of Lowtown give you? I forget the name.
Bravery.
Bravery. Yeah, Bravery is going to be something that the Gunners are going to have that will be giving us a lot more damage in several fights. So having Spellbound will allow those positive Saddle Summons to last a lot longer. So that's the licensing we're working on right now. We also need just magic lures and some channeling. Green magic is really important because we'll be casting Decoy. Decoy, just to shout it out, is not something that's present in all of the Final Fantasies, but in FF12, the fights, as you obviously see, is basically like an overworld type fight where you're able to move the characters around. And so Decoys basically says if the boss can see a character with Decoy, they will be guaranteed to target that character. And so we use that to manipulate the boss AI. In this run, we're going to be using Gunners that are at critical HP, which puts them around 10, 20 HP, and so there's basically no enemy in the game that won't just kill them from a single attack, and so we have to have ways of stopping the bosses from targeting them. And a few places we'll just use positioning or Phoenix Downs to draw aggro, but generally we're going to be using Decoy to accomplish that. Another thing I'll mention is, so Vaughn was set up as a red mage. That was because we wanted him to be casting Dark, but red mages also have access to Reflect, and so we don't actually want to have anyone but Vaughn be casting, or we don't have to bother setting up any other jobs for this, and so Vaughn will be the character that can give our characters Reflect for places where they're needed, which is going to be basically the next set of bosses that are going to be weak to, they're not weak to, but we'll take more damage from the spells that we now have our spellcaster set up for. We really don't have access to the better guns until after a few bosses, and so these spellcasters will be very useful for us now. Now the spellcasters are also going to be strong enough to kill jellies, which sort of in the next dungeon there's a room where you can press a button repeatedly and spawn jellies multiple times. Jellies are really important to the Final Fantasy XII speedrunning just because they drop a significant amount of LP experience and gil, and so jelly farming is featured in many runs in different ways. But here it's mostly for gil. The LP is not really a big concern, and a lot of the time you can just get by without licenses, but the gil is really important for buying the guns, for buying really good armor, for buying Firaga, etc. And so now we're set up to do that. The spellcasters cast spells on themselves for bosses, but for the jelly farm coming up, they're going to be casting Thundara on the jellies. Yeah, Judge Geese now done for Harvey on Team Choco.
Did Harvey attack Geese?
I was wondering that. Yeah, I think so. Maybe Ren of MP, I'm not sure.
Did they used to have like 2 characters casting Dark there? I feel like Harvey had only 1, and maybe that's what happened.
I'm not sure.
It's sometimes hard to see, like, if something's going wrong, this is going so fast, it's hard to tell, even for us, that what's actually going.
4 times is very fast.
Yeah.
Now we also see Belias now on Madelon screen. This chest has a guaranteed elixir, so that's just like a nice thing you can get here. And now we basically wait until we're set up for Traveler and wait for the level of HP, which is not quite there, and then we'll move to cast that and finish this fight. There you go. Belias down for Team Mog. Okay, split.
So Belias, you want to cast Traveler to kill with Traveler rather than use it immediately for a couple of reasons. One reason is that at below 50%, Belias will use a move called Firaga, which takes a lot of time and deals a lot of damage. Also, and hits all your party members. Also, Belias uses Crater Barrier, which gives him, or makes him take less damage from attacks. So it's also like just faster to deal the damage first and then kill it with single hit, whereas to use the single hit and then deal less damage than you would deal before.
Yeah, it's a visual cue to watch that, watch where his HP is, so that you can kill him with a single Traveler. It's a whole headache in vanilla of trying to make sure that his HP stays above 50%, and then you clear that last gap from 50%, which triggers Firaga, down to 0, but in this version, Traveler can get like 60 or so percent of his HP. So as long as you're below 60% when you Traveler him, it's an easy kill. Now here, Harvey, he just picked up Reflect. This is actually quite a large detour through the Western Sand, but it's worth it because Reflect is amazing. And we also got to see the Entite. Now on the lower left, we see Desa is doing jelly farming. So these jellies are a great source of gil if you can get to the highest chain level, which now, okay, he's at. These also give you, once you're at the highest chain level, you'll be getting a significant amount of MP and HP from these drops. And so now we're essentially going to be doing cycles of this farming. The jellies only respawn once you move 2 zones away, and so he moves over to this zone line that he just made to, and now he can backtrack to the jellies. And yeah, we're going to be doing probably about, I'm guessing, 5 or 6 rounds of this, and just basically keeping track of yellow liquids more than anything else. There's a few other things you can get. Actually, really importantly, we're going to be getting some teleport stones here, and also if you can get a float moat, that's quite nice for 2 parts of the run later on. There's one room that has a lot of traps that you can just walk over with float, and there's also an earth boss that you can avoid all damage from if you can just use a float mode.
There were at least a couple of float modes and teleport stones in that screen, so at least this has those.
Yeah.
But yeah, the yellow liquids are what we are mainly there for. They are, and license points, I guess. But the yellow liquids are like 531 gil each, and you get about 15 of them per room. So that's like 7,000 to 8,000 gil every time you go there.
Yes. If only you got 15 every time. If only luck were so kind.
Yeah. And then sometimes you can get 30 from a single room.
And sometimes you can get a lot less.
Yeah.
As you're acutely aware. But yeah, on Madelon screen we can see the Vossler fight going on, and one thing that's really funny about this game is you're actually able to make the Esper your party leader, so you can actually see that she's controlling Goliath right now, and you can run around with them. Also spamming Fyra, it's just his strongest move. He wants to use Pain Flare, but Fyra's a lot more damage. And there, Vossler's down. And Garuda's down for Harvey. So now coming up on Desa's screen, we're going to have the Tiamat fight. This fight is interesting. Tiamat has significantly more HP than any boss we've seen, and actually more HP than the next few bosses. And so how to clear this massive amount of HP is a pretty serious concern. But here we're able to actually reflect Thundaras, and it'll be doing significant damage. And the other thing we have to be worried about is he's got some attacks. Generally, if he's attacking us, that's the best case. He can also, he has some HP triggers for casting Arrow, which is not a problem because our party's going to be reflected, and also Breath, which we can position ourselves to avoid. But the big worry for this fight is Disablega. So we can cast this, Disablega, and that has a random chance to inflict a disable on everyone that is in range. And looks like we avoided that, so we're in a pretty good spot right now. So we basically just stand still, let our spellcasters cast Thundara on the party, and get 4 copies of Thundara each, boosted by, not Spellbound, but yeah, there we go. And Tiamat's down, so let me split. But yeah, that fight's always a problem in different categories. He's also not weak to anything that he's weak to Earth, and there isn't even an Earth spell in this game, and so any magic route you have to figure out something else to do against him. Historically, I think Dark has been used, but it takes a lot of MP and LP to do that. Here we have Thundara. In the original version of the game, I think Arrow is actually the strongest spell we have access to at that point, and he absorbs Arrow, so that's not a good option. But here they let us get Thundara and Fyra earlier, and with our Storm Staffs, we're able to do significantly more damage to him. So yeah, that's Tiamat.
And Harvey's fighting Demon Wall. Just a couple of attacks, and then Traveler, if he's at the 10-step window, which he is, then he can kill it with that. Now, Desa is going in the wrong direction. What's up with that?
Oh yeah, so at this point there's a sort of boss that most people think is mandatory called the Elder Worm, and this boss is a huge headache. He has a lot of HP, he casts a lot of status ailment moves, and it's just like a huge headache. But as it turns out, you can just take a different route through an area that you shouldn't be going into at this point. just the Feywood back there. And people who enter the Feywood are usually immediately shocked by the amount of damage those enemies do and just backtrack. But if you just push through and know where you're going, you can get to the Firemane Rift, the next area, easily, and just advance the plot without any headaches. That's the quite nice thing that you learn when you're speedrunning this game. Alright, so on the screen, we're just advancing the plot further here. We've had Larsa in our party, which is actually quite nice. He can help us by casting spells, and we can set up his AI to help us maintain ourselves for jellies and extra damage on Tiamat. He also has access to Bubble, which is quite unusual for FF12 speedrunning. Bubble you don't really have access to until later in the game. Bubble, if you're not aware, basically gives you doubles your max HP, and so it actually lets us set up our tank to be quite a bit more tanky while he's in the party. But he leaves the party now, and we won't have any other party members for quite a while. But we're more or less set up for this next dungeon. The next dungeon has 2 bosses in it. Both of them are, have less HP than Tiamat, and so we can just use the same strategy on him that we used on Tiamat, and basically just reflect Thundaras. It also happens that the second one, Mateus, is weak to lightning, so we're doing quite a bit of damage to them. So one other thing that's really nice is with a 4x speed up, it sort of changes how fast enemy actions go through the queue. And so for this next boss, there's a concern about an animation that we have to avoid, but just hitting him that 4x speed will be too fast for him to use that animation, and so it'll be quite a quick fight.
Right, now Belias for Harvey. Again, throwing aggro with Ash by throwing the Phoenix Downs. And I think he had Ash use a shock mode, I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of extra damage.
It's not yet, but there you go. Right, there we go. And that also draws a little bit of aggro.
One question I have is, do you have to use the Phoenix Down on Belias? I thought just using the Phoenix Down on yourself would give you enough aggro.
No, you need to use the Phoenix Down. Well, I don't know. Like, I'm not sure if using Phoenix Down on yourself would be enough, but I know that using Phoenix Down on Belias is more aggro than using it on yourself.
That would explain, because when I was doing practice runs, I was just using it on myself, and he was losing the aggro faster, so that's good to know.
Yeah.
That actual specific aggro mechanic is something that we can take advantage of in a few places. There's a weird AI quirk built into this game where enemies have set moves, and if you use Phoenix Downs on them, or if you use another really high aggro move like Arise, you can actually make them skip certain phases of their AI. Like specifically bosses that use perfect defense that stop them from taking any damage. If that happens, you can just start casting Arise on them and make it skip to the next phase. So that's one thing that we'll take advantage of later on. But yeah, that aggro building thing is really important with this run.
Yeah, desa is now in the Still Shrine of Miriam, and here you have to do a little bit of a puzzle, where there are these 3 stone statues that you need to make face the center of the dungeon. So basically, center of the dungeon is this sword that desa is about to, or is right now touching. And after you touch the sword, then you can go and turn the statues. And you need to turn them to face that one, to face the big statue that's holding the sword that desa just touched. And the statues have a chance of being turned or face any other direction except for the correct one. But you can only make 1 rotation at a time. So you have 2 in 3 chance to need to rotate it once. but there's that one in 3 chance that you might need to rotate it 2 times, and we don't want that because especially in Zodiac Age, turning the statue is a little bit weird. That when you rotate it once, then you have to wait until you can rotate it again, or you can like move out of the way. But also on 4 times speed, it's sometimes painful to try to interact with objects because your character is like constantly blocking or throwing high potions or whatever.
Yeah,
so,
when you're using items, you can't interact with things. And so like just there we saw that Balthier was using a high potion, and while that's in the queue, you can't touch the button. So you see Desa's changing the armor. And so when you change armor, it automatically clears the queue. It's called an ATB reset for us. This is something that is used a lot more, especially in the vanilla version, because those items stay in the queue for a long time, and it can actually make the difference for boss fights in various places. But yeah, here we see that the statue is rotated in the wrong direction, so we got the bad RNG. We're gonna have to just wait for it to rotate. So we just run away to take less damage, and then reset the little internal mechanism, and then get to push the button twice, and now proceed to the next boss.
And for some reason, if you move away from the statue, then you can press it faster than if you just waited right next to the statue. So that's another reason why to go away.
This is a very weird thing that we just noticed after, you run away because it's like, oh, maybe I'll take less damage from these bombs, but it's like, wait a second, this actually was faster. It's just very weird. So now we see Desa brought Vaughn into the party, and one of the spellcasters to cast Reflect on Vaughn himself, because that's what his AI will do, and then on Balthier, and then the 2 spellcasters, which now gives us Reflect on everyone, and we now have Decoy on Balthier, so we'll see this next boss go quite quickly. Just more reflected spells. 1 round, 2 rounds, and yeah, that's it. So even though our characters are very low level, we have really quite nice Mystic armor on them, and all of the licensing we did gave us better stats, more damage, and that's good enough for this point in the game. It very quickly will not be enough with the spells, but that's why we're going to switch to guns once we've reached that point where it becomes the better gun becomes available to us.
Yeah, and Desa picked up a ring called Sage's Ring, which it sells for a lot of money, but it also allows you to. It halves your MP cost when you have it equipped. So that's a very nice ring to have for the mages. I'm actually not sure if it's used in this version or in this category or not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's actually used for both purposes. Once we get to the Mandragoras, we're going to be using Fire for them and for Harvey, and that'll be, that'll give one of the spellcasters enough MP, and we'll have to use an elixir on the other one. And then we can just sell it, and then we'll be good for. It'll give us quite a bit of deal for the later guns. Yeah, something that Madelon just did, which is sort of really important throughout this run, is just making sure your golden amulet's on the right character. It's very easy to forget as you farm things, but you really want to distribute your LP between the spellcasters and the tank, and later on it'll be just the tank. One really expensive item that we're gonna have to get later on, which we're trying to route out, but it's really just on the cutting edge right now, is the bubble belt. It takes a lot of LP to get it, but it gives the tank bubble permanently. The other way you can do it is just farm enough bubble motes in the trials right now where Madelon is, and that'll give you enough to survive, but then that's a whole headache of farming the bubble motes, knowing where to use them, and then making sure you don't die when you don't have bubble on, which is definitely something that can happen.
Now, on Mateus, on Team Tonberry, it goes really fast, but the trick is, because Mateus is weak to Tandara, and, well, that's what we have set up for, but the trick is to lure Mateus to come forward a little bit, and so that the other enemies stay behind, and that way, all the reflect, when it reflects, or when a spell reflects, it hits the closest enemy to the target it would have hit without the reflect. So, you want to lure the Mateus out so that all spells are hitting Mateus rather than the other enemies.
Yeah, there's a few interesting quirks of that fight, like those enemies that spawn next to Mateus, the Ice Azers. They have piercing magic, which not many enemies in this game have piercing magic, but your party is set up with Reflect, but if they'll still hit you with their blizzards. They also have return damage, which is another thing not many enemies have. Return damage makes it so that when they take damage, you take damage also. So you don't want to hit them, but they're also immune to thunder, which is weird because, you know, ice enemies in this game are to thunder, but the Azers specifically are immune to it. So it's just, you have no position so you're not hitting them, and you don't want to hit them with anything at all because they would absorb damage and make you take damage. I guess in this category it's not really a concern because they're immune, but if your spellcasters get hit, they'll die really quickly in other categories. So a lot of things you gotta be aware of. So that reflect that Vaughn casted on the spellcasters, that is something that whose duration is set when you cast it, and the spellcasters also have spell bounce that gives them the 50% extra longer, and that duration does not tick when they're not in the party. So actually the same reflect that we cast 2 bosses ago for Venuscar is actually going to stay on the spellcasters for Mateus, and now we take them out of the party again, and they're still set up for Judge Bergen, who we're about to fight.
So Bergen can block magics, but I don't think that's too big of an issue in this category. We shall see what happens. Madelon is still farming the trail mode, grabbing the chest for a bubble mode, and finishing off those enemies. And then the next group of enemies. Now, Bergen, bring out the casters and turn on Gambits. Balthier will dispel mode to get rid of Bergen's shell, I think. And a clean fight. There are these judges that show up, and if they can reach you, then the fight gets a little bit problematic. But they did not get to join the fight in time.
Yeah, this is a fight that happens very quickly, and things can go wrong very quickly. And in other versions of the game, especially in the PS2 versions, the ATB can only have so many spells in the queue at the same time, and I forget the name in English of the attack those guards use.
Water spout?
Yeah, water spout. Aqua Hurricane in Japanese, and that's the one I remember for some reason. That just one of those, I think, or maybe it's 2 of them, is enough to completely clog the queue, so they can completely shut down the fight if they get there in time. But here in this version, we just want to avoid them hitting them. The spellcasters, as we want to have the spellcasters at full HP for extra damage.
Yep.
Here on Madelon's screen, we're looking for the Carcata, although unfortunately we got the longsword. It's like the Carcata, I think, is a 3% steal.
Yeah.
So it's very, very unlikely. But when you do get it, it's really a very nice thing.
And as I was taking a detour to Estersand to grab the chest for Berserker Braces. That's an accessory which, when equipped, it gives you permanent Berserk status. And Berserk makes you deal 50% more physical damage, as well as make your ATB go faster. But the downside is that you can't control what you're doing. You're always attacking, but you're attacking random targets.
Yeah, I think when you calculate the DPS, it's something like twice as fast. You know, between the 50% from damage plus the faster charging, so it's very significant increase to the rate at which we do damage.
Madelon is now done with the grinding, or the trails grinding, and Harvey has also reached the grind. But it is a long grind, so...
Yeah, now that Madelon's done, we're just doing some shopping. Some light armor for the tank. In previous iterations of this route, one of the concerns was how do you make the gunners have critical HP? When I started routing it, actually, Tachibana's route did not use adrenaline, so that was what I was working on, was how do you incorporate the double damage from adrenaline. double damage, but it requires some setup and a different license board to actually get to Adrenaline quickly enough. And one of the things that I was really concerned with is how do you set the characters into critical HP consistently. And a trick that we used in 1-2-2-3-3-3 is to get good enough armor for the gunners that when you had the armor on them, they would have more than 5 times their minimum HP. And so when you take the armor off, it sets them to their minimum HP. When you put it back on, it sets them to more than 5 times that. And so that would mean that they are then below 20% HP, which is the critical threshold. And so you could just remove the armor and put it back on, and it would instantly be set up into crit. And so that was a big concern, is how do you get that light armor? And we would actually be buying some of that light armor right now, where Madelon and Harvey are. But one of the things Tachibana did for my route, which I feel like such a fool for not thinking of, is he just did not bother with any of that light armor at all. And what he does in this, and then what we do in our current route, is we just let the gunners die. And when they die, you can Phoenix down them, and when you Phoenix down them, they return at 20% of their HP. And the reason why I didn't consider this is that they actually come back at 20% HP exactly, which is 1 HP too high to be critical. So you get the Adrenaline at minus 1 HP from that, and so I was concerned with how do you then set them up to be in critical HP from that point. But the trick that we use now is you can manipulate their max HP, and thus the HP that they return with from a Phoenix down by taking armor off. And so, when these characters enter the party, they come with just some really basic light armor that gives you like 10 extra HP. So you take that armor off, Phoenix down them, they come back with, the HP that they should be at +1, and then you give them that 10 extra HP, and that moves that threshold just a little bit higher and puts them right at the critical HP. So you'll see, anytime you want to set up the gunners, what's going to happen is we take off their armor, Phoenix down them, put the armor back on, and that'll put them where we want them to be.
Yep.
That version of setting up the gunners looks very much like what we did in the original version of this game, which is have critical spellcasters, and they were using Spellbreaker, which doubles your spell damage when you're at critical HP, and that was a whole setup for us in that version of the run. But now we're doing guns instead of spells. Now on Desa's stream, we're just advancing the plot further. We've got some this little side quest with these Mughals where, we meet the boss and he tells us he's got to find all of his workers before he can fix the gate. Then we go around and pick up all the workers, and now the gate's fixed and we can proceed on to the Fawn Coast. For this part of the run, we're pretty much just... Actually, for the rest of the run, we're skipping all non-mandatory enemies. There was a time when we actually did some grinding here. Just while running along, you can just take care of some enemies. But with the trials available to us and not gaining experience, one of the concerns in any percent would be experience, and we could actually get some more here because these enemies now give more. But we're not concerned about that. We're going to just run straight through. We can also see on Balthier's left arm, he's got the ice shield, and so this is now, we're set up against the ice shield and the main gauche, so we'll be doing quite a bit of blocking because of those. And then he's also got 1,000 HP, which is about where he's going to be for a while. Eventually we'll get some more HP licenses and the bubble belt, which will double that and give us all we need to go through the rest of the run. On Madelon's screen, we can actually see we have a faux highest level Thundara Gambit, and then we're also setting up an ally Ash Thundara. The faux any Thundara is specifically for jelly farming, and then the other Gambit will be for the self-reflect that we'll be using against a few bosses. And then on Desa's screen, we're at the shop in the Fawn Coast. We got an Adamant Vest, which is a much nicer light armor for our main tank, and we're going to be licensing that and equipping it. One other thing you can actually steal in the trials, I forget which stage actually you can steal it from, but the Berserk accessory.
I think it's this stage that Harvey is on right now.
Yeah.
I think you can steal it from the werewolf.
Yeah. It's also a very small chance drop, and that's a very nice thing to get. We get the one guaranteed brace. What's it called? I remember these Japanese names. It's the arm guard in Japanese, but I can't remember the name in English. There's a chest later on that in the just before the final dungeon that has a 25% chance to spawn, we can just basically zone in and zone out until that spawns, and will give us our second one. But if we get one here, it's quite nice.
Yeah, the Berserker braces.
That's it. Yeah. I originally played this as the International Zodiac Job System, which, as its name implies, it's international and only in Japanese. So. Now we can see Madelon is going to be moving into the jelly farming shortly. Now, there's quite a large license menu that desa is doing. It's a one-time license menu for both gunners. With this version of the route, we actually have reached enough LP at this point that the gunners will have all of their licenses they need here. Specifically, we just need the 2 gun licenses that give us access to all the guns that we're going to need throughout the run, and then some light armor, which is along the way, but that unlocks licenses in the other grid, which allows us to get all 3 swiftnesses. Swiftness is a license that makes your ATB charge faster, so it just makes everything go faster. And we're also going to be getting Spellbound. I think those are pretty much Adrenaline, Spellbound, and the gun licenses are the big concerns. As it happens, the Machinist is the job that has the gun licenses, so that's Machinist, and the other job we get is Shikari. Shikari just happens to have licenses at good points for us to get the things we need. Adrenaline, specifically, is really out of the way for a lot of them. Yeah, and we also see right now, Madelon has got the headache of running through this dungeon, which is just... These enemies are still doing significant damage, so if your tank falls, this could be a real headache. Looks like Fran just got away.
That was close.
So a game over isn't a huge concern for this route because, pretty much anything in this category because you have autosaves. But for this specific part of the run, we want to maintain the chain of the jellies. And if you game over and have to load the autosave, you lose the chain. And so that's just like a real headache. So it's a good thing that we managed to survive here by one character. So that's a headache.
Do Van and Bosch need license points?
Not really, no.
Yeah.
I actually don't think there's any more licenses for either of them.
Yeah, then it's fine to not revive them. I was just...
Yeah.
It's always like a little bit of a... if someone's dead here, it's like...
You're losing a lot of LP, but yeah.
Yeah.
Vaughn is just there for his reflexing LP.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, Bosch is a gunner, no?
Yeah, he is. And so he actually needs to be alive here, but the LP is actually not that tight for the gunners. But yeah, you would want them alive for this, I think, actually.
Oh, hold on. Never mind. I don't know.
Right. So
It's like everyone, like people are using slightly different routes, and I'm not sure. I now forget what Madelon is doing.
I think for that though, just like the real concern here is Gil. Like I think we overfarm LP in general, just because the Gil is the main constraining factor here. In some of my test runs, I had to go for like 9 or 10 rounds just to get to the 80 liquids. But in that Fawn Coast shop, something else that I didn't shout out is Firaga. Firaga is one of the strongest spells we'll have access to at this point in the run, and we got Flame Staves also, and that's pretty much just for these next 2 bosses, the Mandragoras and Ahriman. These bosses are normally a lot harder when you don't have access to Firaga, but in the International Zodiac Job version, they actually gave us access to this now, and so we can do a lot more damage, which is really nice. So for the Mandragoras, we're going to be watching out for desa is trying to cast Firaga on as many of them as possible, but they like to split up and run around, and they also like to cast status ailments on us. And so it's going to be very, very quick, and a lot of stuff going on very quickly. But hopefully we can hit them all with as many spells as possible. See how it goes. Also, we're here changing the armor just because we want to get through this door using the potion, like we said before. We'll stop that door from opening, or stop us from being able to interact with the door. I mean. So let's watch how this fight goes. Yeah, they all split up to all 4 corners. we already got 2 of them taken down, 3 of them all together. Very good fight. There you go. Their AI is extremely random. Mandragoras is one of the big RNG points of the run. Of pretty much any run of this category, except for maybe the Sight and Grad versions, but that was very nice.
Yep.
There's also a few chests here. There's a 4,000 plus gil chest that we just picked up, some traps that restore stats, and a haste to Gamot chest, which is quite useful picking up here. But otherwise, we're going to be just proceeding through the dungeon. Harvey, we can see, is now setting up for the Jellies grind. And Madelon is doing the Jellies grind. The Jellies hit very hard, but we can also kill them very quickly. They also have a attack that gives anyone within their field of view confused. So we have it set up so that they will cast Smelling Salts or Nukai Sand, which will take care of that. And like usually the Gambits should be good enough at taking care of it. We also put Decoy on the tank. So usually it's okay, but things can get out of hand very quickly. So that's sort of what we're looking out for there.
Desa setting up for Firemane before running past all the enemies.
Yeah, so for this fight, we want to be set up with Decoy on the tank and reflect on all of the spellcasters. And so that setup is now done, and we're actually letting Fran and Bosch die here. That's actually intentional, because we want them to be in the next dungeon. We actually don't even want to touch the save crystal before the next boss, and that'll have them set up at critical HP because they will be gunning for us in the next part of the run. So Vaughn is the last one alive. He'll get us into the fight. We took the tank out of the party with Decoy. Decoy has a very short duration, and so we actually want Vaughn to die right at the start of the fight here, and that'll set us up with the rest of our party members having the setup they need, and hopefully this should go pretty quickly. Here for this fight, we're going to be pretty much just casting Reflecting Fire Rag on ourselves to hit the boss and do rapid damage. Now, this boss has a really interesting mechanic where he splits up once he reaches certain HP thresholds. So split into 2, 4, and eventually 8 copies, and it's going to be a real headache to deal with them because they can all hit us very quickly and, you know, tank a lot of these Fire Ragas. But at this 4 times speed, we should be able to just reflect Fire Ragas and take care of them relatively quickly. You can also cast Confuse, which is very annoying, as we see. Now Ash is confused. This is something you have to take care of manually now. Now we're just waiting for the 8 copies to come back, and then hopefully we can just randomly hit the last one. Oh my goodness.
The Madelon's fighting Tiamat. It's a very clean Tiamat for Team Mog there.
Yeah, the Tachibana discovered a setup for...
And that's Firemane.
Ariman's down. Yeah, there was the positioning for Tiamat. You basically want to put the tank a little bit out of the way, close enough to the spellcasters that they'll be reflecting spells on the Tiamat, but far enough away that his breath will not hit anyone but the tank. And so that's a really nice setup that was discovered by Tachibana. Tiamat's also, thankfully, an enemy that will target the nearest party member for his attacks, and so you can easily manipulate that. The one exception to that is that his Disable Gun will not do that, but you just pray that you don't get Disable Gun, which none of our runners have so far, so that's quite lucky. So yeah, now Desa will be proceeding through Arcades. We've pretty much got the party where we want it to be, because we actually want to have the 2 gunners, Fran and Bosch, at low HP, and that'll be the setup for the next boss for them. And then Harvey's getting started on his jelly farming. So one of the eternal questions in FF12 grinding is, when do you pick up the drops? There's a chain mechanic where the higher your chain level, the better the drops you get, and you can get, so the higher your chain count and the higher your chain level, the more drops you get, or the better the drops you get. And so one issue with this is that when you pick up drops, it lowers the threshold for when you get your next chain level. And so you pick up the drops, you get the immediate return of those drops, but then you get the unknown random return of how long it takes for you to then get the higher chain level. So now we're just gonna be waiting for Harvey. He's already at the highest chain level now. Though,
Wow,
so
that was really lucky. He
very
picked up
lucky.
the drops at the blue chain level and got to the highest chain level still in the second room. That's really
lucky.
That's like a really risk that I wouldn't have taken, but
Worked out.
it paid out.
Get that last place luck. Gotta get that, make the comeback happen.
Yeah. Team
But,
Choco wins.
Team Choco wins.
I believe.
So in this next part of the run for Desa, we're going through Arcades, and we're going to be just advancing story triggers. There's a little mini game here called Chops, where you basically have to go around and talk to different NPCs in the area, and just make connections between them in order to reach a point where you can advance the plot even further. In the original version, I think it was 9 connections you had to make. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, 9. But then in the TZA specifically, not IZJS, they said, this is too much of a headache, and they cut it down to 3. And you can do 3 in the one area, so that'll go a lot quicker. One of the things we didn't mention before, but we can now see happening on Harvey's stream, Team Choco. Our spellcasters are actually set up so that they don't do a full jelly's worth of HP. I mean, we probably would if we could, but this is basically the highest we can get with our magic power right now. It actually works out quite nicely for us, though, because jellies, when they're below 50% HP, have a chance to split, and the split jellies give the same level of drops as the original ones. So you can actually get more drops by just letting them split. When they do split, it takes a little bit longer, but at 4 times speed, that difference is pretty minor. So we'll see. Anytime you see that green haze, that's the jelly splitting, and we're getting an extra kill from that and farming a little bit more efficiently. And now here on Desa's stream, we'll see the chops. The positioning of the NPCs is RNG, so it's basically a challenge of reaction time and decision making for how quickly you can go through and find the people you need. Looks like Harvey's satisfied with his jelly farming, and he'll be moving on to Tiamat himself next. Whereas Madelon is going into the next dungeon with the swords and statues. And Chops is already done with Desa. That part takes much longer in other versions. So now on Team Choco, we're going to see one more time this Tiamat setup. Again, we're looking to not see Disable God, which we've not seen so far. He's got Arrow, Breath, and Reflect in his automatic AI. So once we see his first attack, we're generally not going to be seeing Disable God much, hopefully. But yeah, so there's the Breath. We'll have one more Breath. Oh, looks like a Reflect we're off.
Nah, Penelo got hit by Breath.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this is just a retry. Nice thing about autosaves is you can just retry, and it's pretty quick. This is one thing with the 4 times speed, though, is fights go very fast, but they can also go out of hand very fast also.
Or was it reflected?
I'm not sure. I thought it was the Reflect, because I thought she was not the one that was closest to the Breath, but
yeah, I guess that's fair. Maybe she didn't have Spellbound? Was Spellbound what Harvey just licensed?
It might have been. Because, yeah, the duration shouldn't be a problem with the way the setup goes. We'll see if it goes better this time. So you want to stand closer to the other 3 party members when he's using Arrow, but when he's using Disable Gut or Breath, you want to stand far away from them. So that's why you see Harvey moving in and out. The HP threshold for breath is, I think, 40% and 20%, so he only uses it 2 times, and now he just moves back together, and there you go. Very clean. Try. Yeah, it's interesting. I think it's 80 and 60% he uses arrow, and then 40 and 20 he uses breath. Right. He also gains a physical damage resist below 20%, but casting spells, so that's not a concern for this category. One other thing I can mention, just since we're leaving Tiamat, is when you cast pretty much any spell, he just reflects himself. But we're reflecting onto him. Spells can't reflect 2 times, so not a problem for us. So here we can see Harvey is now proceeding through the area. This is, like we mentioned before, we're skipping Elderworm, but you're not really supposed to go this way. This area, the enemies get quite a bit stronger, and the next area, they're supposed to be way out of your league. But this zone that you're in the Feywood, it's actually the area you're supposed to go to, not even at where Desa is, but just this one little corner you have to take here, and you'll end up in the correct area, which is the way the world map is laid out. And here on Madelon's stream, we can see she's setting up for Venus Guard. Skin is just reflect plus decoy, and it should be pretty quick then. One thing that I can mention is actually a concern that she was dealing with, and it's just something you have to be aware of throughout your run. Anytime a character is in the overworld, but is targeted, you can't change them from the party. So if you want to take them out of the party, you have to wait until they're not targeted anymore. So if you cast and reflect, you have to wait for that action to finish before you can change them. And so that's always a concern. And that's one reason why we use ATB resets. But you can also ATB reset by taking someone out of the party. So if someone is using a spell on another party member, you can't take the second party member out, but you can take the first party member out. And doing that will instantly stop them from targeting the second one. So you might see them just like take them in and out instantly. That's an ATB reset, and then take the second party member out. That's just something that'll happen because it's faster to do it that way than it is to ATB reset or to just wait for the spell to finish in the overworld. Just a lot of little things that come out when you're trying to speedrun a game like this.
Madelon also needed to turn one of the statues twice, so...
That, we call it a statue troll. It takes about 10 seconds in the original version. A little bit faster here. But, yeah. You expect on average to do it 1 time, because, like Zero mentioned before, it's a 1 in 3, and there's 3 statues. So.
Yep. Let's see if Harvey can also get 1.
Let's get 0. Team Choco wins.
True.
So speaking of getting trolled, Desa is moving through Dracula Laboratory right now. The elevator in this dungeon, actually I think it's the previous elevator, has a chance, I think it's 50%, I don't know if we've ever had any official confirmation of that, to just have some guys spawn inside of it that can do a lot of damage and make you have to wait for the elevator to close before you can proceed forward. Just really annoying, but we're past that already. So now we can move on to the next boss, which is Dr. Sid. For this boss, we're now going to finally switch to the gunners. And there's 2 phases to this. He spawns with rooks. The rooks are basically just robots that buff him and then start attacking you. And we're going to be setting our gunners to be critical and berserked, and they will just be doing damage really rapidly until they kill one of the rooks. That triggers a cutscene, and then we'll move into the second phase where we just have to take care of the rooks, and then we'll take care of Sid. I think we have in the past used target lowest HP to force them to target the rooks, but we just really want to use Berserk as much as possible. So first phase is done. And you can see how much damage the gunners here are doing is quite significant. We use Box of Swine to give Berserk, and then Berserk Bracers on the other one. So we actually want to be targeting the rooks, but it turns out that it's faster to just randomly target things, and then eventually kill them all, and then Sid's down. There you go. So Berserk, yeah, very much so. There's some nice chests in the back. I think he got the hasting emote.
Yeah.
Is that what that was? Yeah. It's just a nice thing to give the whole party haste for a few fights where that will make the difference for not having to watch a cutscene or not have to heal. So that's quite nice. But yeah, gunners with Adrenaline, with Berserk, and eventually with Bravery will do significant damage. And yeah, that fight is significantly faster. The original version, that's one of the more scary fights in the run. There's a lot of things to be aware of, but the gunners can just shoot him down very quickly. One of the things I quite like about New Game Plus, though, is that despite going so fast, there's still some really unique and interesting setups, like having to maintain decoy, having to maintain the tank and your gunners at critical HP, and manage all of these things, just like the original, but now at 4 times speed. But luckily with the ability to load autosaves, so a little bit of a safety net there. Alright, so we're coming up on the statues for Harvey, so we'll soon see whether he gets trolled, and then we'll have Judge Bergen for Madelon coming up. We also have the sort of like the last haven, Balfenheim Coast. That's where Desa is, and this has a really nice weapon and armor shop here where we can buy 2 Spikas. As you can see, those were each 11,000 gil, and that's pretty much what we were doing jelly farming for. So we could buy those 2 guns. That's the nicest gun available to us. Pretty much through the rest of the run, there's a chest in the final dungeon that has a slightly better weapon for one of our gunners, but that's pretty much going to be our main source of damage going forward now.
The rest of the money gets dumped on healing items, so Phoenix Downs and X potions mainly.
Yep.
And there's another chest for about 5,000 gil, and then Desa is going to teleport back to Mount Bromises, because he can pick up a Chocobo from there to
to the next
get to the next area. Yeah.
Now is actually the time when you're supposed to be entering the Feywood. We just had the Mog and Choco go through there as a skip, but we're actually going through there properly now in Team Tonberry. Now we got up top left, we got Bergen. So trying to maintain the reflects on Bergen while staying away from the soldiers. Very clean fight. Well done.
Very nice.
Looks like we did not get trolled on the first statue for Team Choco. But we'll see. We got 2 more to go through. One nice thing about the way we have things set up, the tank, currently has poison and silence. But these things aren't really a problem. We are not casting spells with the tank, and poison just inflicts a few ticks of damage, and we just heal those with the potion. We don't have to bother about cleansing that. There are a few status ailments that can be a problem. Doom will kill the tank, and we'll more than likely see that at some point later on in the run. Also, sap can be a real issue, but I don't think there's any chances. Oh, here's a statue troll. However, the bombs are not nearby, so we're actually very quickly able to get through this. One annoying thing
block, though.
Yeah, one annoying thing about the main Gauche is it's so good at blocking, but when everything's attacking you, you can't touch the button while you're blocking, so it can be silly.
Desa's fighting Reflation.
Rafflesia has some very annoying attacks, but as long as we're able to just hit him down before he's able to use them, you can actually use, I think, a Phoenix down there to make it so that the Nectar Volley, which is the one big attack we see in this version, just hits the main tank, and then other than that, he won't be able to do anything significant. He can curse, but it's not very likely, so we got lucky there.
Yeah.
The Madelon is picking up her set of the Berserk Bracers. We see Harvey fighting
Finish card.
Sword Dance is the big animated attack that he's doing, but same thing as Firemane. As long as Thundara is in the queue, he cannot start that animation, and the Thundara, which, would have to clear the queue in order for him to be able to use it, is the one that kills him, so we're really in no danger of seeing Sword Dance there. Now we get to see a pretty interesting mechanic, pretty unique for FF12, which is, since we're basically running in the overworld with multiple party members, we can swap between those party members to actually move the position of the party. So if we want to be in one place or we need to backtrack, we can leave someone where we want to backtrack to and then teleport back to there. But that also allows us to take advantage of a really interesting, I'm going to say mechanic, although some people would call it a glitch, which is that the game only allows a certain number of enemies to be present at any given time in most zones. And so what the game does is when you swap party members, enemies that were by the party member where you were previously at will disappear, and then you can swap back to them and they'll be gone. So you can basically despawn the enemies. The reason why I say it's a feature, not a glitch, is that several times between the different versions of this game, they've taken out things that were more obviously glitches. Like, for example, the underflow glitch, which allows you to make it so that your chance of inflicting a status ailment is negative and then becomes 100%. That's a glitch, and that was removed between some of the versions, but the despawning was not removed. So we think it's something that's in the game for optimization so that the game doesn't lag too much, but we take advantage of it to avoid these really powerful enemies in this area. Now we have moved through there. We're fighting against Daedalus. Daedalus can be a bit of a headache in different versions, but in this one, the guns just take care of them with no issue. So Daedalus is down, and we can now proceed to the next dungeon. So in this area, like I wanted to call out the party swapping because we're going to be doing it quite a bit, and so you can see it happening in real time. So what we're going to do is we have Nello, who we're going to leave behind, and then Balthier, who's going to be running as the tank, and Mateus is down for Harvey. Or sorry, so we have Ash here now. So Ash is going to stay behind, and she's just going to be trying to cast something, but she can't. It's another interesting thing that they built in, which is when the party member is too far away, they can't move. And so Ash is just stuck at this starting area, and now we see enemies, and they're gone. Can't touch the button. And then we see more enemies, and now they're gone. So this is the despawn trick. These enemies would do quite a bit of damage very quickly, and so we can just do this to proceed to this dungeon very quickly. We can see time limit exceeded, cancel Phoenix down, but she's so far away, she's trying to catch up to us, but she can't do it because she's so far back, and so we can keep using this. We also have a Gambit on Ash, which says always try and cast Decoy on Balthier. That's basically used because it's used to set up Decoy for various bosses, but here we use it to make her stand still at the start of the zone, and then gives us a setup for this despawn trick here. So now there's actually a really cool setup that you actually don't really see being set up, but it's actually happening, which is that we took Ash's queued action out of the queue at a specific point so that she would then start running towards us, and then when we reached the button where we wanted to to continue the story, Ash would have run to the point where we wanted her to be to continue the story. So that allows us to warp back to where they're supposed to be. And so it's just like a nice little bit of movement that's saving quite a bit of time just by swapping party members around. Although I'll mention that it is very easy to mess that up and warp to the wrong place. I call it a Roosta warp because I've done it a good number of times. If you take the party leader out, you might force yourself back to a place you don't want to be at, like a forced backtrack. Something else that can happen is if you leave them by the zone line, and when you party swap to the person by the zone line, you can accidentally move into the zone line, and it's just a mess. But we've handled it here. And just now we picked up a chest. Desa picked up a chest for one of the bravery items. So now we'll have bravery on both of the gunners for this next fight, which is Tyrants. Let's see how this goes. We're taking off armor, setting up the Domain Calvados, which gives us the bravery, and then Box of Swine plus Berserk Bracers will give us Berserk, and so we should be able to gun him down very quickly. We've got Decoy, and we'll also be using Bubble here. If we got a reverse mote, we will be using it, but we're about to see. Yes, we did. So we got the reverse mote, Dispel, and proceed. Something else that's unique about this is that we do have access to Dispel, but we don't actually want to bother licensing on anyone, so we just have Dispel motes that we get in the course of the speedrun, and we just have those routed in for the bosses we want to use them on. Several bosses spawn with Protect or Shell, and we use Dispel motes on them to take care of that and do a lot more damage.
Harvey also had a clean Bergen fight.
That's nice, yeah. Bergen is one that can go wrong very quickly, but we've got some talented runners on our team, so they all went pretty well. Now, one amusing thing is that Belias here is immune to status ailments, at least ones that will stop them. In this area, these enemies can cast Mind Lash and I forget the other one, but it can inflict a bunch of different status ailments all at once, stopping us, killing them, and just wasting time in general. So you just summon Belias. Belias has got enough HP and enough defense to tank these attacks and won't take the status ailments, so we can just basically just run through the dungeon with him. And the condition for summoning Belias is having a certain amount of mist charged. and this is a high mist zone. So what actually happens is you'll actually recharge the ability to resummon Belias really while Belias is out. So if he goes down, we can just get him back out again. We might see that happen or no. He also cures himself, which is quite nice. Just used it to leave him at the zone line so that we could warp back to him once the cure is done. So it's just a lot of little movement tech that we're running into the run. Quite nice.
Yeah, I think Belias runs a little bit slower than your party members, though.
Yeah, but at 4 times speed, and it's definitely faster than getting the status elements from the Ozas, because you can go down really quickly. We also did a really quick backtrack. That's a unique thing to some of these categories. That set of ninja gear is just sort of the best set of light armor we have access to right now, so we actually got that, and we'll be using it on the tank for the rest of the run, actually. That's our last upgrade for Balthier. But we can see Belias is trying to use Pain Flare, and that's stopping him from pressing the button, and then Balthier wanted to use an item, which also stopped him, so we did an ATB reset. You can't ATB reset the Esper, so that's why we swapped to Balthier and then did the ATB reset. It's just anything to push the button and advance the story. Oh, and Balthier went down, so we just gotta get through this zone, and then we'll be ready for the next boss.
Yeah, and these are the last enemies that are remaining, so...
Yep. So the next boss, Shemzai, is just has a lot of HP, but she only does single target attacks, and so as long as we cast a decoy, we should be good. Actually, I think with the current route, her single target flare will actually just kill the tank, but after flare, she'll just start buffing herself, and we don't have to worry about tanking a second attack, so we can just let the tank die. Maybe they'll be able to survive with a good roll. But the bravery and berserk from Tyrant has been preserved by taking the gunners out of the party, so we're going to be able to just take them out, decoy the tank, and just head straight into the fight. And, hopefully it goes pretty straightforward. There's also a few chests in that fight that are quite nice. Reverse mode, which can also be used to survive at any boss that does massive damage, which I think will be the final boss in this route. And I think there's a hastic mode too.
Yeah, it's haste mode and reverse mode. I'm pretty sure.
So let's see Shemazai. I think his battle speed's still slowest. We'll see. But, Shemazai is another boss that has gone through different iterations of how to take care of them. They're weak to immobilize, so there's various strategies we've used to immobilize them and then keep the main tank away. But here, we can just take the shock. Okay, yeah, no worries about flare. There we go. Shemazai down. So now that we've taken down Shemazai, we can head back to the Valfenheim coast. We can pick up Redas, our last companion. He doesn't really do anything for us. He's got a few fights where he can be useful. He can reflect spells. He can cast a rise, but generally we're just going to be relying on our gunners for damage throughout the rest of the run. There's one more fight we'll be able to use the spellcasters. If there are more things weak to fire, actually, sorry, 2 more fights. And the 2 fights that we use them are the ones that are weak to fire. Elemental weakness gives you double damage, and so our Flame Staff, Serenity, Nice Armor spellcasters can actually do significant damage despite being level 1. But there's only two fights left that are weak to fire. For these coming fights, even the ones that aren't weak to fire are generally just immune to it, so it's not even an option. The guns are the way to go. And now on Madelon's screen, we'll be coming up to the Mandragoras. Again, we're just looking to hit as many of them as possible with Firaga and avoid taking status ailments. So we'll see how this goes. So the Mandragora Prince is the purple one. He's weak to Firaga, so we're able to kill him very quickly. 2 of them are down, and they like to just run around and be completely crazy and nonsensical. But 3 down, 4 down. All right, we're done. There you go. That was also a clean fight. Well done, Madelon.
Yep.
And then on Harvey's screen, we see he's got the Aldebarans. That's the gun that he'll be using against Sid in the next couple of fights. And Firaga, which is the big spell that we just saw Madelon using. Now there's quite a big license menu that we're going to be seeing Harvey doing. This is the gunner setup, or a little bit more licensing for the tank, and then the gunner setup. And we'll have Firemane coming up for Madelon. One thing that becomes an annoyance at this point is, like Zero was mentioning earlier, Optimize tends to not favor guns, and we just acquired some weapons that are free to be equipped on everyone. These are story weapons. The Treaty Blade for Desa and the Sword of Kings Madelon and Harvey just got. They are much stronger in this version, and so Optimize loves to put them on. So what we actually have to do is just put them on someone we don't use, which is the spellcasters now. We actually want the stable on them, but we put the Sword of Kings and the Treaty Blade on them just so they don't get put over the guns. So it's just like a little bit of a headache that we avoid by doing that. So now we see Madelon has actually done her own setup here. She actually despawned these enemies. So now she can do this setup for Ahriman with the party right at the door. And she also got Protect. That's just takes less damage. It takes a couple extra seconds to get, but can save you quite a few potions. That's a runner-specific choice there. And we're also using a bubble mode just to be super safe. With the Ally Ash and Ally Vanilla Firaga Gambits, those are the ones that allow us to reflect the Firagas. And we're ready to go. Once the bubble mode clears the queue. There you go. See, that's always the challenge, is do you wait for that, or do you go into the menu and need to be reset? Another concern in this fight is the amount of MP the girls have. You can see getting a little bit low, but they also have Headsman, which gives you extra MP when you kill the clones, and also you have War Mage, so you get damage back when you do damage. So we should have enough MP for it to be here. Phantasmal Gaze is annoying, yeah, but they clear their own and also have Gambits for this, so looks like we'll be okay. And then on Desa's stream, we're fighting, oh boy, we're fighting against Hydro, and Desa specifically mentioned Hydro in his discussion before the run. Hydro just likes to cast annoying status on him. So here was immobilized. The strategy you typically want to employ is to run away from him and have him chase you. So of course, when you do that, he mobilizes. Hopefully we can get to a point where we're decoyed, running away, and playing with guns. Oh, looks like we're good. Bring the gunners in, and we should be able to just run away and finish this fight relatively quickly now. And Team Ahriman's down for Team Mog, so that's a split. And there we go. Hydro down. Whew. That looked like it was going to be a headache, but he did well there.
Yeah. Nice recovery.
Yeah. The big thing to be worried about in that situation is that decoy really does not last long, and it lasts even less long when you have 4 times speed. So now here, unique to the version starting with IZJS is that you only have to move one zone away to respawn chests or to roll again for a chest whether it spawns or not. And so we see that he's just going in and out of the Pharaohs. This is the next dungeon, but we want to get this chest in the left far corner over here, which is the other Berserk Bracer. We're just literally going to be running in and out until we get it.
It's up by, I think, is it 25% chance?
Yes,
or
25%. And there it is. There we go. Berserk Bracers, and that's going to be on both the gunners for pretty much the rest of the run. We'll take it off if we want them to be casting Domain Calvados on themselves for...
Bravery?
Yeah, for Bravery. I always wondered about that localization of Domain Calvados, because it was Spirit of Lowtown in the original version. It's interesting. Here we are farming a few small enemies. They give these black orbs that we need to advance the plot. One other little change from the original to the Zodiac version is it was every third enemy dropped one of these, and so you'd have to... in the original speedrun, we would just kill one zone and then kill another one, and that would be our way of getting it. But here we can just kill 3, get 3, and those are the 3 orbs we need to continue. Now we're proceeding on Madelon's screen through Arcades. Zero mentioned a while back when Desa, I think it was Desa, made it, there was a chest that had 4,000 gil in it. That's quite a nice thing for us to get here because Jules, who is the man that we're talking to on Madelon's screen, requires us giving him gil in order to advance the Chops plot. He's a bit of a schemer. He's one of Balthier's friends from this area, and so he sends us on this sort of goose chase to get through Chops. Apparently Balthier gave him Chops to give to us, but then he is just scheming to get some gil out of us, and so luckily we get some gil from that chest, which makes up for that a little bit.
And I believe Harvey's starting Mandragoras.
Yep, so let's see how Mandragoras goes from Harvey. You can actually see some small distinctions between how the different runners approach the different fights. That's kind of cool. But looks like Harvey's doing a more vanilla type where he lets them all gather together and hopefully try and hit as many of them as possible. Hopefully that goes well. Oh, they're all doing crazy stuff. So yeah, this is Mandragoras. You just gotta try and stay alive. Yeah, it's very RNG. Here you can see Optimize gives Storm Staff instead of Flame Staff, Flame Staff being the one we want. So this is just like a little thing you have to be aware of and you have to manage as you do speedruns.
Yep. Especially when things go not according to plan.
As they are wont to do. Meanwhile, on Desa's stream, we see him fighting against Pandemonium. This fight is the one I mentioned earlier, where he uses perfect defense once he reaches 50% HP, but by having Redas cast Arise on him, it will make him lose that. But it's not 100% guaranteed, so it actually looks like we're just gonna have to wait it out. It's a 2-minute counter, but it's 2 minutes not sped up by 4 times, so it's actually not that long once you have 4 times speed, so we're just gonna have to wait it out. We're pretty much just standing around waiting for the screen to say, you know, he's no longer immune to physical or magic damage. He doesn't do that much damage, and luckily we can block his attacks. At this point, a lot of the enemies will start getting null EVA, which is the status that says you can't block their attacks. Yeah, Panda's doing panda things.
Yeah, Stone Gaze, Petrifying Ash.
Just a lot of headaches. Right, we're running back Mandragoras for
No, Balthier's Petrified. Balthier Petrified can actually be useful because that would have lowered the damage.
Yeah, there's an interesting mechanic in this game where the counter on Petrify, you take that and divide it by 10, and that's the multiple of physical damage you take. So if it's at 8, you take 80% damage, and so on. So. Alright, looks like Mandragora's going a little better for Harvey this time. Still getting annoying status ailments and still running around like crazy. But okay, I think we got it this time.
Yeah, one more remaining and it has low HP.
We've got low NP. Ugh. Okay, we're done. We got him. There's a mana font trap here that gives you some NP back, which is quite nice. And
only Ash got it. Only Ash got the MP from that though, so Penao's MP is still a little bit low.
We do have an elixir routed in here, so I think it should be okay.
Yeah. And I think there's another MP healing trap here. Yeah.
There we go.
Didn't heal him as much as I expected though, so. But we get an elixir. That's just fine.
We got it. some extra cushion of ethers and elixirs set up for this exact scenario. So
Now,
on. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. On Team Tonberry's side, we are having the Brain Pan section, which can be headache in multiple different categories for different reasons. Biggest reason being that they like to use AoE moves. So the reason why we need to kill these is that every time you kill these, one of the Brain Pans, which are the statues with the green flame, a bridge segment appears. And you need to unlock all the bridges to be able to cross to the other side. So, depending on area, there's a certain amount of Brain Pans you have to kill, and you kill them. But yeah, the problem, as I mentioned, is the AoE moves, and because the gunners are at low HP, they would die from any single attack that would. If you need to keep Balthier far enough away from the gunners so that the gunners don't get hit by the.
They also like to cost countdown, which, as we see, they just did. That is basically Doom in 10 counts. I think it's 10 seconds per tick, but then 4 times speed is faster, and we don't have the ability to cleanse it right now, so we just have to let it count down and then let them die. So it's just annoying.
Yeah, so Balthier will eventually die, probably after like one more Brain Pan. Maybe 2. And their Fran goes down, so Balthier or Desa now had to remove Fran's equipment before reviving, so that when the armor gets re-equipped, then Fran will be at, or Fran is now at critical HP.
Looks like Harvey's fighting Ahriman. He's got the elixir used, so Vanilla's MP is fine. We just have to pray for good bounce RNG and not too many phantasmal cases. Decoy does not last for this fight, so you have to recast it multiple times to make sure it remains. In the vanilla version of this fight, we can use Belias to actually freeze the queue and get a really delicate strategy to take care of Ahriman, but it's just too fast in this one. You just gotta hold on for dear life, and there we go. We got him.
Nice fight.
Yep, that was very well done. Now here's the zone I mentioned before where having a float mode is quite nice. There's just a bunch of traps. We actually start with Ash starts with a bangle, which allows you to see traps, and so it's actually not a problem to navigate it if you don't have float, but with float you can just go straight through faster.
Yeah, I guess one thing to mention about Ahriman is that the reason why we don't use gunners on that fight is because Ahriman resists guns, and so guns only deal like what is it, 10% of the damage they would do otherwise? Maybe even less. Yeah, this is a difficult part of the Brain Pans where you have to kill multiple Brain Pans like back to back. And it's very easy to get hit, and it was the start of the screen too, so Fran got killed there, and that was a little bit annoying, but
yeah, those are 2 of the last 3.
Yeah, so there's one more Brain Pan to kill, and then Desa is done. One is being very useful and healing or reviving Redas rather than.
This is why we buy so many Phoenix Downs, because you expect your gunners to die. I think we only go to like 30 or something, just because it can happen so fast and so often. But
yeah,
all you need to set it up is take the equipment off, Phoenix Down, and then bring it back. I believe the resist guns is 1/8 damage. I'm not 100% sure on that one.
It could very well be.
Yeah. It's important though, because in the 1-2-2-3-3 speed run, we actually do use guns in that fight. It is a whole headache.
It's a slow fight.
Yes, it is.
Alright, so Madelon is at Sid 1, opting to Berserk before the cutscene even.
Yeah.
But the problem with that is that now all the all the rooks get back to full HP. So if you want them kind of not split their moves.
Bosch was short for adrenaline, but she just got there, so
I see.
Clutch. Yeah, it's an RNG thing. Berserk characters do twice as much damage, but they don't necessarily hit the right target, and so it's just a matter of like runner preference for which way you do it. Now Brave Hands are done in Desa screen. We're about to fight against the Slit. Slit is one of the fire weak enemies that I mentioned, so he's actually weak enough. He's low enough HP, or we do enough damage with fire that we can actually just hit him with fire agas, even though we're spellcasters that are level 1 or level 3, I guess. But we also have oil, and this is one of the fights we bought oil for. Oil, to me, is one of the most ridiculous spells in the entire game because it costs 500 gil, but it triples your fire damage. It's just an absurd amount of damage boost for anything that's weak to it. And like, there's multiple late game bosses that are weak to oil when they're not weak to other, less impactful status hits. So it's just like a ridiculous spell that we can do to just boost our damage to a crazy level. However, Slit is a bit of an annoying boss because his targeting mechanics are very strange. He won't target you if you don't move, but sometimes he will, and he'll target the non-decoy character, which is why we have Desa reset. He just targeted the spellcaster, and he just said, you know what? I don't want to mess with it. I'm just going to restart the load and save, and that's what he did. And the second iteration was clean there. We also got to see the Entite. The Entites in the early game are not always aggressive, but the mechanic they set up is that if the Entite sees you casting a spell, it'll immediately become aggressive, but this Entite is always aggressive, and if you ever see him, he'll do pretty big damage to you, so we managed to get away here all right, luckily. On Madelon screen, we now see she's selling as much as she can in order to buy the next round of guns. For any astronomers out there, the guns in this game are named after stars. So we just sold the Aldebarans, and now we're going to buy the Capellas. Also, the Altair will come later. Sorry, the Spica.
Yeah.
Earlier.
Capella is the one we use in 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3 early game.
That's it, okay. The strongest gun is the Fomalhaut, and that is what we use in 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, but the guns here are strong enough with the 4x speed that we don't have to worry about that. And yeah, you have to go to the... Actually, I'm not sure where the Fomalhaut is in this version, but it's not worth going out of the way. We can just buy a good enough gun.
Yep.
The difference between the strongest guns is actually not that large either. Like, we get the upgrade in the Pharaohs that actually Desa will be coming up on shortly, but it's maybe like 1,000 damage per hit, so it's not like a total game changing, especially if you can make it through without having to do a big investment. So the next boss we're going to be fighting here is Fenrir. Fenrir is very strong, immune to pretty much every element except for... actually, I don't remember, is it Earth? I don't even know. We use
yeah,
Bio.
Earth.
Yeah, Bio, which again, we don't have any Earth spells, so we just use Bio normally. But here we have the guns. He's got a few things to be wary of. He hits very strong, but he has mostly single target attacks. However, when you enter the battle and when he's at 50% HP, he'll use Whale, which is a very powerful AoE attack. And so we actually just take the gunners out, let the tank the Whale, and then we bring them back in, and we'll move behind them so that we're not in danger of the second Whale hitting the gunners. So we can just hang out here, hopefully not die. Second Whale is blocked, and we're good. Gunner down. So you can see how crazy the amount of damage you can do at 4x speed with bravery plus haste plus adrenaline plus berserk. Multiplayers are adding up. Now, something we see Harvey doing here is actually running through this dungeon with Belias. Once again, Belias is just significantly more tanky than Balthier, and so we can use him to get through the dungeon a little faster. Meanwhile, Madelon is fighting against Rafflesia, so the whole big thing we got for here is not getting Curse and Nectar Volley hitting the tank, which it did, and blocked, so no sap, and easy fight. Each sort of segment between the main bosses in the Pharaohs, so the dungeon that Desa is currently in, has sort of like a little puzzle or gimmick associated with it. The Brain Pants was the one for the previous, or for the few segments ago. The one for the segment that Desa just passed through is that you have to lose access to some resource. So it's either an ability to use items, you can't use magics, you don't have access to the map, or I think technics are the other one. Those are the four.
Yeah, I think it's attack, command, magics,
map, right?
Items and map, yeah.
Yeah. So those are the four things. So we choose map not just because we don't need the map, but also because it's the fastest route through the dungeon. But somewhat amusing is that in this version of the game, you can press, I think it's L3 to open the map overlay, which you can actually see on Madelon's screen right now. So you lose access to the map, but you don't lose access to the map overlay. So even if you choose that direction, you can still use it. But we're speedrunners; we just memorize the way, and so that's what we did. But then for this next area that Desa is currently in, it's basically just like a color matching game where you want to press the correct colors in the right order. We just know which way gives us the best order to get there quickly. And also there was an Altair, I think, was the gun he picked up just now, and so we got that upgrade.
Aldebaran.
Aldebaran, there you go. I'm just out here lying.
You're just trying to remember which star it is, like a true astronomer.
Yeah, there you go.
Just
but
like
not a good astronomer though, because I'm just forgetting.
Yeah, but you're just like trying to implement. You're just trying to give all the star names.
There's a lot of them.
Yeah, Altair is the default weapon of both here.
Oh right, okay, yeah. You know, if they could just order them by brightness or something, I'd do better as an astronomer, but they don't, so it's just how it is.
Yeah.
But next fight is Hashmal. He is the earth enemy. He's weak to arrow, and you know, if we could get some wind shot, we would totally use it here, but it's way too far out of the way, so we just do it this way. He is one of the bosses I mentioned with null EVA, so he is not someone whose attacks we can block, but we can just kill him faster than he can kill us with all of our buffs and bubble and all that. So the one thing we're worried about here is he, like the other Aspers, has a large elemental attack that has a animation that we really don't want to see, but we can block that with an item. So we're basically just gonna shoot him down, you know, use the bubble belt to tank it, and we'll see. Hopefully we can use the Phoenix down to block that Quakesha.
Looks like Harvey is grinding for a reverse mode here.
Okay, yeah.
Got it finally.
This chest has a chance, so we just zone until we get it. So right here, we're using a Phoenix, or an X potion actually, just to block the Q, and there you go. He tried to use Quakesha, but he can't use it. I mean, this whole run, we've been trying to press buttons, and the items have been stopping us from pressing the buttons. Finally, it's benefiting us. We use an item, and it stopped Hashmal from pressing the Quakesha button, so now we've been saved by that. And now we see Madelon doing the same despawning trick we saw earlier, just proceeding to the dungeon, despawning the most dangerous enemies. Another little runner preference thing is how often do you do the despawning, because it's a little bit slow to actually do the despawning, but it's also slow to get hit or take your weapon out, and so it's just like a runner preference thing.
Always hiding behind your toys. Pity if anything were
Now
to
we have
happen to
a
them.
big sequence of bosses coming down for Desa. This is the Sid 2 boss Gambit, but it's like literally 5 different segments end to end. So first we have 2 Gabranth fights. So Gabranth is Bosch's brother, he's a judge, and there's 2 phases to this fight. For the second phase, he's immune to magic. That's not a problem because we're going to be using physical weapons to hit him. And we're also going to take Bosch out of the party, like I said, to avoid the longer cutscene here. So this is the shorter cutscene, put Bosch back in, finish him off. And then Actually, we're almost going to see Sid 1 and Sid 2 at the same time here. But once again, Gabrant has a cutscene animation. We just use the Phoenix down, stops him, and he's already done. So now Sid 2. First phase is pretty straightforward. We just want to stop him from using his cutscene. So once again, we use an item, and now he brings out Famfrit. So here's where things get really intense, and this is going to go very fast, but Famfrit is the last Esper we deal with in this run. He is weak to fire, so we're going to be using Firaga here. So all at once, we're going to be casting Oil on him, Reflect on the party with the Reflect emote. And this is actually the Reflect emote we got a long time ago back in the Leviathan. And we also want to dispel him because he starts with Shell. So we're going to get all these things going, and then very quickly just Reflect Firagas. Each one you can see doing 14,000 damage, despite being level 1. And that's it. Famfrit's done, and we can now finish Sid 2 off here. Sid 2 is another enemy that resists guns. So right at the start, he does a big cutscene animation. This one, we can't kill him before he gets it off because it's his first move. And so we just move the tank away to get the AoE range of this outside of the range of the spellcasters. And then we can move everyone back into range and just get him down with some Firagas.
Yeah, and the thing about Sid 2, the final phase, is that he has return damage. So every time you deal damage to him, you take some damage down, so you can see the casters getting lower and lower on HP, but fortunately they have enough HP to survive it.
Yeah, in every category we have it set up so that the casters will kill him before they die themselves from return damage, and obviously the decoy is preventing Sid from attacking the damage dealers themselves, because he would kill them in one shot. You know, the armor was nice for jellies, but it's not cutting it anymore, but we just don't want them to get hit. So on Madelon screen, we have the scariest boss in to earn coming up, Tyrant. This is actually one of the reasons why you'd farm a reverse mode. He just does so much damage so quickly. If you don't know, reverse is the status. It's a status ailment. I think it's considered a negative status in this game, but
yeah.
Actually, in the Zodiac Age, you don't take out your weapon anymore when you cast it, do you?
I'm actually not sure.
But it's considered a status ailment, but it just makes it that all your heals do damage, and all the damage heals you. So, it reverses damage, and so it doesn't matter how much damage he does, you reverse it, and so he can't kill you anymore. So that's the way we get through this. But the reverse is also a very short duration, and so even if you use a reverse mode, you still want to have bubbles so that you can tank his last few attacks. He just does pretty much more damage than anything until Undying, more or less. It's just crazy.
Yeah, they buffed this guy a lot from the original Japanese version, even to the original English version. Like, they just made him deal so much damage.
Yeah. One thing that you can take advantage of in some versions is that he's weak to Confuse, and so if you happen to get the Karkata, which we mentioned earlier, Karkata has a inflicting Confuse on each hit, and so you can actually basically stun lock him if you have the Karkata. But we do not set up the Karkata users in this run at all, so it's not an option for us. We would just sell the Karkata. Then once again, we see one other runner preference. Madelon, it seems, doesn't like to use Belias to run through this part. You just simply don't get hit by the status ailments. It's that easy. That's all you have to do. You save time.
Yep.
Skill
Harvey's fighting Reflecia. What's that?
Yeah, so Phoenix down to draw the aggro. There's this Domain Calvados chest. You can actually get that after the fight, but you can also get it during the fight and save a few seconds. That's what he did. And now we move on back to the party warping.
Yeah. And Desa is entering the final dungeon.
Quote unquote, yeah.
It's more like a final boss rush. So there's gonna be 4 bosses remaining back to back for Desa once he moves through a couple of screens.
Yeah, this is the dungeon, but it's only like 2 zones.
So there's like, what, 5 minutes remaining for
Roughly,
Team
I'd say, yeah.
Tonberry?
This gauntlet is very straightforward except for 1 or 2 parts, so you typically get through there very quickly. But those parts can require a few resets. I think even in the world record, Tachibana has like 4 resets on Undying to get him to target correctly with the Mega Flare and all that.
Yeah.
So for these first 2 parts, it's just Gabronth 2, the second iteration of him. He's going to have some cutscene attacks that we're going to block with potions once again. First one, we're already done in the cutscene. This cutscene is actually longer with Bosch than without Bosch, but it's not so much longer that it's worth taking him out. So we do this, and then he's got Innocence, or the first thing he actually does is he tries to renew himself. So we use our last Reflect emote, which we got in the Pharos, to reflect him. Oh, we missed it. Oops.
Yeah, that was opening the menu too late.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's gonna reset or just kill it again.
I think you probably should. Let's see.
It's fine.
No. Yeah. Okay, not bad. That was not nearly as bad as I thought. In other categories to you, that's a game over. But here it's okay.
Yeah, with guns and Berserk and Bravery, you deal so much damage that it's
it's kind of silly.
It's okay for that to happen.
So for the next boss, it's just Vane's base form. We're just going to be doing the same thing we've been doing for a while now, which is he'll have some cutscene attacks, but we can use a Phoenix Down to block it, and he only does single target stuff. The next phase is the one to watch out for, Vane Novus. He'll spawn with a bunch of swords, and we want the Berserk Gunners to randomly take on the swords to make it so that our Gunners will then only target the main body, and then once we've reached that point, then we'll be able to just take him down in time to stop him from getting his cutscene attacks, hopefully. So Madelon we see just before the end had the flare hit. It's just RNG, but it's fine. We don't need LP or anything for the main tank anymore. Oh, Shima's Ice Split 15 bomb. So Mach Wave is the cutscene attack, but the Phoenix Down. The Phoenix Down happens to be the item that we have regular access to that has the longest time in the queue, so that's why it's the one we typically use. So guns have been taken care of, and we've moved on to the second phase of Vane Novus. So we've got 1 or 2 minutes left for Team Tonberry, so get ready. So here we get a cutscene attack that we really have no way of reliably dodging, so we just use it to set up decoy, then we watch Inviolable Will. He's got 2 other attacks, Tree of Sephira and one other one that we really just want to avoid completely. And we do enough damage and we can use the item blocking to block it pretty regularly. The one thing I'm concerned about, I think he actually is okay, is the longer Gabronth will make the duration of Bravery not last as long, or Haste. So hopefully that's okay, but let's see. Okay. Oh, he's recasting Bravery. Now, he's going to try and do the attack immediately, but okay, we're okay. Oh, Fran fell, but looks like we're okay.
Well, just I can always go into the trail mode to reset up if needed.
Is that it? Yeah.
Because there is an autosave between the second to last and the final boss, but...
So this is the final boss. We have no Bravery or Berserk or Adrenaline. Hopefully it's okay. So the split is coming up, but it's going to happen very fast, but this is off the rails officially, so we're going to see how long it takes to happen. Yeah. It's just a matter of reaching the threshold where he'll start doing his self buffs, where you can just kill him easily. But we have to get to that point first, and he's just doing annoying things in the meantime. Okay, should be okay. Hopefully we can get the damage here. He's critical.
He will eventually use a physical immunity, which is not what we want. Time.
Whew, that was.
Time for Tonberry, yeah.
That was intense. He got there.
Yep, that was a good recovery. And yeah.
A 2:48, which is a great time.
It is, yeah. I wonder if that's a PB.
Yeah, I'm actually looking.
Like, he doesn't
no,
put
242.
time on the board. Okay.
Oh no, new game minus. Oh yeah, he doesn't. I know he's posted times close to that, but I'm not sure if that was a PB. We'll have to hear from him. But something else that's amusing about new game minus is that Tachibana's PB is the world record, and it's actually faster than the 80% world record. So currently, new game minus is faster. There's a few different reasons why. I mean, it's more optimized, and also it's just I think the RNG in new game minus is smaller because the Carcata you really need to get a ideal time. The Carcata does help, and it might become necessary, but it's just the way that guns execute the run are it's just much more consistent. You're always killing them in the same time, whereas with the equipment setup from 80%, it's very random. But you may wonder then why don't you just use the new game minus route in 80% if it could be faster and more consistent? And the answer to that is we don't know. We're gonna try it. This is cutting edge stuff right now, and nobody's tried 80% with new game minus strats. The one concern I have is that this trick to set up the gunners by letting them die and Phoenix down them is not so easy in 80% because they have more HP. But I expect that it probably will work the same. And you'll just have more
I don't
HP
see
on the
why.
tanks.
I don't see why. As long as they still die to like enemies on the way, they should still.
Exactly.
They should still like be able to do this.
So that's current events. Is try that. Try new game minus strats on 80% and see if it's actually better.
Yeah.
But for any of the commentators for the next one, when I get started, we're going to be just we've covered most of the things we want to, and we'll just be doing updates on how they go in the next segments.
All right, sounds good. Great job, guys. I'm Steamed Ham with Cheese. I'm doing commentary for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth with NanakiEmi. GG's to all the runners.
I mean, you picture a Tonberry as just like this slowly walking enemy, but man, they're really lighting up right now.
Hi, and I'm NanakiEmi. I'm also going to be commentating. Apologies, there was a small mute issue there, but yeah, I should be with you all now. And yeah, so we will be getting joined in a bit with Closetowar, who will also be joining us on this. But our first runner is off, and that is VISID. Keep note on the and bigs. This is going to get complicated as we go through this run.
Should be a fun time, so sit back and relax.
And I guess we'll just quickly cover off what the SID's done so far. There's been a bit of a alternate flashback segment, which is kind of the continuation from the end of part 1, which was Remake, where we played as Zack, but we'll cover that more when one of the other runners get to it. For now, we're doing what you remember from OG's, kind of the cam flashback section, and we're currently running through that. And already we've had our kind of first wee bit of tech, just to ignore the path that the game wanted us to take, because you slow walk when you're too close to Tifa here. So we jumped over to the left hand side and just ran ahead, and it kind of made Tifa run. And we do stuff like that a few times throughout this run just to make sure that we're not being slowed down by the game, when of course we don't want to be. And this is our kind of first fight. You're going to see similar strats throughout the run. One of the big differences that we now have on Cloud's basic attack is it's got kind of a whirlwind effect that we used to use with a materia called Deadly Dodge, and it kind of groups your enemies together, and it makes it much easier when fighting groups of them to kind of bring them down. So you'll see that a lot throughout the run, where we're grouping the enemies together. That allows us to take them out far quicker. And over the bridge here.
And you'll notice a lot of the old moves from Final Fantasy Remake as well, and made a return, like Triple Slash and Braver, all those classic Final Fantasy VII Cloud moves.
One thing I will say is they have massively improved aerial combat in this version compared to Remake. Anybody who ever ran Remake, you will know that Remake's aerial combat was frankly an afterthought and dreadful.
Yeah, even the original remake release, not even intergrade, that was torture.
Yeah, in Intergrade they at least made it so that when you used certain magics on flying materia, the magic stuck to them. In the original release, if you didn't get them, they just flew out your way and it missed completely.
There's also some new. There's also a new tech in this game, precision blocking. So this will basically make you immune when you time your block out. So you'll see that from time to time. So stop taking damage.
Just want to give a quick shout out. Desa did PB there, so that was a PB for him.
Outstanding, Desa.
Yeah.
Well played, good sir.
GG's.
So we're currently climbing up the mountain towards the reactor. Now, as this is the kind of flashback memory sequence, Cloud is a wee bit weaker than even our normal party we're used to, so I'm afraid we've not got really any fancy moves we can do right now. I've got no cool abilities that I can tell you about. We've basically got attacks. It's a bit boring to begin with, but that's kind of what you get. So yeah, the bridge is out, so Tifa's telling us we need to come back and follow her because she's our guide. And over on the right hand side there, you'll see occasionally that those kind of tool guides and wee helps pop up just as you get to things for the first time, and you just want to close those as fast as possible. There is a few that they try their best to avoid happening until later, just because it can interfere with the flow. Like the first time you get very low on health, it will tell you how you have to heal, and things like that. So you try and position where those appear to stop them coming up at inopportune times.
Yeah, Madelon was able to get the perfect defense to drop with arises, so...
Yeah, it took 2 arises. I think the Desa didn't want to use the elixir.
Yeah, that's...
But there, Madelon had the extra elixir, so she used it to get that and save the good amount of time there.
Yep.
Yeah, Arise costs so much MP that our level, 5 Red can only cast it one time, so you use an entire elixir just to cast Arise one more time, and it's not even for the intended purpose of Arise. So it's very amusing.
I think Arise costs like 47 MP or something.
So this section we're in right now on Rebirth, this is where it kind of deviates slightly from OG during the cam flashback, so we couldn't get directly to the reactor, so instead we're going through a Shinra facility to find another path to get there. And of course, being a Shinra facility, yep, there's got to be monsters, because that's what they do. Right now... Oh, sorry,
I was gonna say here comes classic minigame. Always minigames in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. We'll discuss more minigames later when we come to them. This one we're sucking up the Mako gas in order to open up the elevator.
Yeah, I think we only do that twice in the run. One more later. It's not the most annoying minigame in the world, certainly. Square have given us some far crueler ones, but yeah, it's quick enough to get through. And nobody talks about pump minigame, okay?
Thank goodness. For those who don't know, pump minigame was a horrific minigame in the speedrun of Remake that would never save you time. It would always cost you time. Let's just put it that way.
One little thing to mention about what Madelon is doing right now is she's trying to move closer to the brain pans. They tend, or if you move close to the brain pans, the gunners will stop far away, and they'll guarantee the AoEs won't hit the gunners. But also their close range attacks generally do less damage, so you just stand next to them, you can try and block them, and it makes it pretty safe.
Yeah, Harvey just beat Hydro. Both Madelon and Harvey had really clean Hydro fights, which was really nice to see.
Nice way to make up some time.
So here in Rebirth, this is the first time that we get control of Sephiroth. And because again this is a flashback, back in this era, Sephiroth was like a hero to the people, rather than the enemy we all know and love. And so he's pretty strong compared to Cloud, so that's the first menu of the game where we set him up for a few quick shortcuts. Shortcuts during combat are something we'll be using quite common throughout the run. So what you do is, even though you're controlling one party member, you'll use a shortcut to issue a command to another party member by using shoulder buttons. And so you just use that to get basically Sephiroth to kill the trash mobs there. And while Sephiroth was doing that, Cloud was already running to the exit of the fight. And that's just small movement tech that gets repeated throughout the run, where you're always trying to finish with the character as close to the next destination as possible from the combat zone. There'll be a lot fancier ways that we do that later that are a lot faster looking, where you will see the characters kind of fly through the map a bit faster. And there's one of them with Sephiroth, and Cloud then just jumps straight up the hill. There's a wee fight skip up here, let's see if he gets it or if he's going to get one. Like most Final Fantasies, there is some optional combat, and you try not to get them all. Let's see if he gets it. No, okay.
Placement's gonna be rough. Yeah. And placement of the enemies kind of matter too, because if they're, like you saw, blocking up the entrance there, then there's no real way to run around them.
There is some trash mobs that you will skip. I think one or two of them pick one or two different fights in different places just for level and AP management. There is a couple of fights that I only learned over the last week you can actually skip that I didn't know, and you wouldn't think you could skip them because you play a Squaresoft game, you see a big boss between, well, a big monster between you and what you think is where you need to be, and you just assume you're going to have to fight it, but nope, not always. You can actually just walk past some of them, and it is actually quite funny once you learn that you can.
Yeah, I think it's the enemy is based on the enemy's sightline, I think. That's my best guess on how enemies detect you.
The way you can tell is that kind of red bar that pops up around you, the kind of red circle, and that shows if you're getting ready to trigger the fight. While that red circle's up, you can use First Strike, and that gives you a wee boost and you get the first attack off. But commonly you'll see them use that to judge how close they are to an enemy, and it lets them try and skirt past the outside edge of where that enemy is going to trigger the fight. And again, you saw there, he was running away from the fight before Zoo was even defeated, again just to continue to move on to the next area. I suppose we should introduce, will we introduce our runners? Or we'll wait till we've got all three of them on, I think.
Yeah, right now we just have the Sid. One of the Sids.
We had the Lemar ourselves.
This isn't in the guide. What do you do when somebody's half an hour ahead? This is the second time we need to do this kind of sucking up the Mako. You quickly go and open the door because you actually need to put this through the door. The cable won't reach all the way around. So he's going to pause here, quickly open the door, and then go through. And again, it's just a silly minigame mechanic that you need to do before the game will let you continue.
Just Square's way of slowing us speedrunners down.
One thing I will say is Square found plenty of ways to slow us down. Despite the best efforts of the community and all our glitch hunters, we are yet to find a sequence break at all in Rebirth that actually works and is worth our time to call it like a major skip. Whereas with Remake, we had plenty in the original, and even eventually with some effort some in Integrate. We haven't yet found a way to do major sequence breaks in this version. Doesn't mean it won't happen, but it's not looking hopeful.
Yeah, this game is held together with much better duct tape than Remake was.
Okay, so this is our kind of first boss, and you will all remember this as Materia Keeper. This is not happening later on in the game when you go down the mines. It's happening now during the cam flashback. So this is Materia Guardian. Thought you wanted to say something. So, usual things with kind of bosses and Final Fantasies. It's all about, for Remake and Rebirth especially, it's about your pressure and stagger control. So you can see the small bar just underneath the Materia Guardian's health there is the pressure bar. Our objective here is to get that up and stagger as and when it suits us. Depending on when the fight's designed, sometimes we delay the staggers till different phases, and sometimes we want them to happen as soon as possible. Different moves provide you with different pressure or stagger gains, so you try and stop using them if you want to delay your stagger to the next phase. So the big ones you'll see is there's a few moves for gaining a lot of stagger. There's also some tricks to stop stagger, where depending on the move, you might see them use a move with one character, and to stop the stagger happening, they will switch to controlling the other character, because stagger is not gained by computer controlled characters, so even though you start the powerful attack first, if you then switch to the other character, the game will still count the damage, but it won't count the stagger increase. And that way we can manipulate, doing high damage while still avoiding stagger. And there we go, we got the stagger in phase 3, and that allows us to finish him off very quickly. So there we go, that's the first boss stagger.
Yeah. Sorry, I had a little bit of a space case. I didn't realize you guys unmuted me unwisely. Yeah, that first phase went a little bit weird. Sephiroth's kind of, every character has a triangle gimmick, and Sephiroth's is a charge mechanic. As long as you don't get hit, you get to keep the charge. And you basically can do a combo extender with it when it's fully charged called Telic Fury. And it hits like a truck. So getting hit by Materia Keeper early on kind of slowed the fight down just ever so much. Luckily, Firegut pretty much hard carries that fight and easy. It's more than enough damage.
You got through it fine.
Yeah.
The frustrated sigh was really helpful for the commentary.
I mean, Materia Keeper is like one of those fights where it's like you do it wrong and you're like, maybe I should just not be running today. This is not my day.
I think we've all felt that on whatever the first kind of real boss is on any run. That's the one you go, I've done this boss, 20, 30, 40 times more than every other fight in this game. Why is it this one that chooses to have a bad day with me?
How many times have we reset chapter 1, right?
Oh man, I love the Reiko reactor. It's my favorite ever. Out of like context, there's a skip in Remake that you have almost zero control over, where the flashback, where Cloud's like seeing Calm, which we're actually playing right now. For some reason, Sephiroth just doesn't spawn there properly, and that skips like a 20 to 30 second slow walk segment if it happens. So you go back to chapter 1 quite a bit if you want that time. And at a certain point, you kind of have to. It's pretty frustrating.
Yeah, that's the start of chapter 2 in the original Remake.
Yeah, pretty much.
You're about 15, 20 minutes into the run at that point. So yeah, if you want that 20 seconds, you're restarting if you don't get it.
Yeah, we're still a bit in the flashback. There's no real battles or anything for the next little while.
We actually do a little bit of movement optimization here to get ahead of this NPC. Normally the game wants you to be behind him, so you'd slow walk the whole way. But if we do that little bit of movement tech there, we can get out in front of him so we can jog all the way to the manor instead of slow walking. Saves quite a bit of time.
And this is the first time we will be here in the Shinra Mansion. Now we will come back here in present day. It's changed a wee bit from the original. Mostly now it's just an elevator down to the basement, which I think is a bit of a shame. I quite liked the multiple floors and the different rooms and OG.
I was looking forward to exploring it, but yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I was so sad when I didn't see the top floor open. I was like, no, this better be available when I come back here. Then I came back and I was like, no, I got scammed, dude. I hate this.
Maybe in part 3.
I hope so.
I think those of us who played this game enough are all saying to ourselves, hopefully in part 3 they fix things.
Yeah.
And I don't mean that there is things to fix as such, but once you've played through Rebirth casually yourselves, folks, you will realise that there is a lot they have still left to tie up. And unless Part 3 is twice the size of this game, I'm not sure how they're going to pull it off. Okay, this is probably the most annoying part of early game is this long slow walk. I don't think any of us like slow walk percents. They are infuriating when you are forced to go slow. But Square has a habit of using them in this trilogy in particularly.
It's like a cinematic thing.
Yeah, I was actually doing practice runs prior to the marathon, and Strife was in my chat, who's my cohort in crime when it comes to New Game Plus Hard for Remake. He's like, oh good, time for the 3-minute slow walk segment, and I was like, I believe you, and then actually timed it, and it's like 2 minutes of this, and a minute if you count the prior segment before it. So this is actually 3 minutes of stumbling forward.
Thank you, Square.
Luckily it's kind of a cooldown, but unfortunately Calm is a bit of a larger segment where we kind of have a lot of free time, so this ends up just kind of overstaying its welcome, unfortunately.
It is kind of funny to see the
Speed
slow
run.
walking with the 4 times speed next to it.
Yeah.
that juxtaposition is quite impressive. So, remember how we all complained that the speed in 12 was too slow, so they gave us that speed up? Do you think Square could do that when they eventually re-release the entire remake trilogy? Because you know they're going to. They are going to give us, like, a super ultimate collector's edition parts 1 through 3. That's just how they're going to make money.
Remake.
And I know I'm daft enough that I'm going to buy it because, frankly, they steal money off me almost every month. That's just what Square do. So we're almost finished with this slow walking bit, which finally means we get to Sephiroth. We're almost back at our house. Interestingly, the security officer at the bottom left there just shouted "Ma."
So
goodness
so if you're
knows
just
what that
watching
means.
like casually and don't actually have a PS5, this probably makes no sense at all. For some reason in the PS5, they decided to put like force feedback in the shoulder buttons in L2, R2. So that's why in 16 you had to like push triangle and hold R2 to open the door for like a show of strength, because you were pushing against that feedback, and the same thing here. Fortunately, however, you can turn it off via the menu, so it makes this a lot more bearable. Otherwise, it would just really hurt your wrists at the end of the run.
I have it disabled, but I also have a custom controller, so I've got hair triggers. So press and hold for me is literally the tiniest of movement. I can't be bothered with this long press and hold stuff that Square have added recently, but it's minor compared to the joy that is the rest of the games.
Someone did make a point in chat that the way that Square masks their loading screens is that with the slow walking and the hold the door to open sort of thing. So it is great to not to have a seamless gameplay experience, but again, from a speedrunner's perspective, it's quite annoying.
I've just seen in chat, Desa. Yes, Desa, we can turn off that force feedback on the triggers. How you planned on doing a plat run with that on, I have no idea.
Yeah, there's a couple of different places to do it. Also, earlier, I unplugged my headphone just slightly, so I was like, why is it so deafeningly quiet? So if I talked over somebody, sorry about that.
That's all good.
I was like, I saw you lighting up, Emmy, and I'm like, what is... Wait a minute. Did I unplug my... Yep, I did. Professional speedrunner.
Probably catch back up with where you are. So we're now back in current time again. The flashbacks are done. And so we're in Cam, and Cam is a wee bit bigger than it used to be. That's a common theme in all this game. And we've just picked up our Queen's Blood deck. We don't want to learn how to play that right now. In fact, we don't need to learn how to play it at all. We'll be skipping as much of that entire part of the game as possible, which is quite upsetting because I quite enjoy Queen's Blood as a minigame, but that's the nature of speedrunning. If we can skip it, we do. Okay, here's the moment, folks. You all wanted it in part 1. Red 13 has joined the party.
So exciting.
Finally.
So-
big
since,
update. Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
since Red is pretty fast, I was just gonna make the point that he's gonna be running away from battles a lot.
Yeah, we have some movement tech for that. But so we have an affection system that actually functions in this game. Let's get and there actually was somewhat important dialogue there. We only need to take a few specific dialogue options, mainly with Tifa. Because the way the story shakes out, Aerith's interactions are null and void for the most part. Like, it doesn't matter. But we need to organize our final party team and the rotation that they're in. So that's why we end up having to take specific dialogues. So we routed out very specifically to make sure that we have that party order that we want, so that we don't have to guess. Otherwise, if we didn't do that, we'd have to guess at the final fight and just kind of YOLO whatever we get.
Yeah, Madelon is now about to start the final fights. She had a really good end of Ferris, really clean fights, and even had a extra reverse mode for a Hashmal. So now he's fighting Gabranth, or she's fighting Gabranth. Getting the cutscene in between, then after the cutscene use the Reflector mode to not let Gabranth get the renew off. And then the renew gets reflected to Balthier, who gets to full HP, and then Balthier can just Phoenix down to skip the Innocence.
Yeah, there was a really nice tech we actually just saw her do, which is that you want to open the menu as fast as possible, so you want to just mash the button. The problem is if you just mash the button when your cursor's on like attack or item, you might accidentally do something you don't want to do. And so if you put your cursor over Gambit specifically, the mashing will open the menu and then start just repeatedly toggling the Gambit so it won't exit the menu automatically. So you can just mash the button when you're on Gambit, and then it'll safely open the menu as fast as possible.
Yeah. Now Vayne. Vayne walks really slowly, so you can just keep your distance to him and he won't get a move off. First phase goes really fast, then second phase he will try to use Mockwave, but you can just use an item to delay that enough that the gunners will take care of the second phase before the Mockwave happens. And I like how the fight, the fight takes, the speech in between takes longer than the rest of the fight.
Yep. He doesn't get a single attack off either.
Yeah. Then Start Way Nose goes by pretty quickly as well. Kind of depends on how many of the swords they shoot at, but if the swords are alive, then they start shooting them in the second phase, so it doesn't really matter if you get them before or not.
Looks like one would miss, but they got it. So.
Yeah. Harvey's fighting Hashmal as well. Using Phoenix down to get the kill before Quakecha, and that's a clean fight for Team Choco as well.
One thing that you might have noticed is that in this version of the game there's no damage limit at 9,999. It's at 99,000, so you can actually go over. And so we've had a few crits from the guns that do more than the 10,000, and then we'll also see the Fire Agas coming up for Harvey.
There's actually no damage limit in this version. Yeah, okay. I think the Harvey has like some kind of a VOD where he deals like 1.5 million damage to an enemy.
Wow. Okay, well this is final boss now for Madelon, so we'll see. Oh, that was great. That was so easy. Okay, time coming up very shortly. Time
for Team Mog.
That was way faster than I was ready for. I thought it was going to take it like...
Yeah, that was really fast Undying.
Sorry to not
That
give you more
final-
warning there.
That final phase feels like it lasts, anything from 1 to 5 seconds.
Yeah, no, it was normally he does that mega flare can hit the gunners, and so you can do a setup, but the gunners were far enough away that it was just done.
Yeah, and Harvey's fighting Sid 2 or Gabrand first. Getting the cutscene, using an item to block guild, and then the gunners will take care of Gabrand really quickly. Then immediately Sid 2 phase 1, where you throw another item to just... oh, Harvey's using a reverse mode there apparently. But yeah, to block Gatling gun and kill before that, then come Fabfrit, and Fabfrit again weak to fire and can be oiled, so oil triples the fire damage, and being weak to it doubles. So dispelling first, which makes sure that oil lands, and using a reflector mode so we can reflect spells from our party, re-equip the flame staff, and then start Ash is out of MP. Once you get the first MP, enough MP for one cast, then you can do the full fight, because you regenerate so much HP or MP from War Mage that you actually got after one cast. Ash was at like 150 MP.
Yeah, it's balanced for normal magic usage, but here we got so many boosts from oil, from flame staff, weakness, that we just get a full charge of MP, no problem.
Yeah. Rest died, but that doesn't really matter probably. Oh, Ash died as well, but alright, Ash died to the return damage, but
yeah, he backed up out of range, but we're okay now. So
yeah, got through. And then there's a forced save point here that the runners opted to use for safety savings, just in case something weird happens. Like we have autosaves, but sometimes if the game can crash during an autosave, and then the save file can get corrupted, and that's something we don't want to happen.
Definitely not.
But it's really rare. But it has happened a couple of times.
Actually, I did not know that. It does not happen to me.
It's happened to me on like PS4. I don't know if it can happen on PC as well. Yeah, Harvey's then running to the aerodrome and to reach the final area. He's checking his inventory to see how many items he has, and seems like he's fine with having 26 X potions, so
yeah,
should be more than enough.
Like less than 10 actually for this one. It's
yeah, I'm pretty sure less than 10 is enough.
Yeah.
So 26 is a little bit overkill, but
when
better safe than sorry.
Was doing a run, he actually ended with 0 X potions after Pharos, and I think he had like 6 and finished from there. So yeah, you can get by with 26.
Yeah.
But it's a relay. You don't want to.
Yeah, especially
without any potions.
Especially in the relay, like there are autosaves on Bahamut, and then if you reload, you don't have access to the shop. Like this is now past the point of no return, so you can't just go back and buy more healing items.
That kind of thing is also why we do some mixed saves, even though there's auto saves, because you can reach a point of no return with auto saves. So
yeah. So there's like 2 screens of enemies that you have to run past, and then Gabrand is waiting at the elevator.
That'll be the final boss rush.
Yep. So Harvey's slowing down intentionally a little bit so that the gunners get killed. So Harvey can now Phoenix down them, and so they respawn at low HP, then re-equip the light armor on them, so to increase their max HP. So now they are critical, using Domain Galvadoses to get bravery on them and haste Gamot for haste, and then equip the Berserker Braces for Berserk, and bring out Ash to cast Decoy on Balthier, then bring out the gunners back to the party, now with all fresh buffs and ready to go at Gabranth. So, first phase goes very fast.
So what you're saying is he's slowed down to speed up.
Yes. Then open the menu really quickly here after the cutscene, so you can get the Reflect Gamot off before Renew. And there we go. And then using a Phoenix down to delay Innocence enough that he dies before that happens. Then bringing out Vaughn and Ash to cast Reflect and Decoy on Balthier. Then bring out the gunners, and we are ready for Vayne. So again, Vayne moves really slowly, so you just let him target Bosch and run away. And then the gunners, should like trigger the cutscene really fast. And then after the cutscene, you just use an item, and then to delay the Mach Wave enough that the gunners kill.
I shall bring your futile attempts at rebellion to an end.
On Rebirth, Sid just got the Chocobo. It's a new mechanic in the game. To ride around faster.
Yep.
Yeah, it's really useful for new game movement. Unfortunately, getting the Chocobos take in Eon, that first game was fairly simple. You may have noticed that I went to the side of that left Chocobo. Sometimes it can keep facing forward or turn around like that, so if you do it that way, you'll make sure you never get caught. You can YOLO it and most often get to the checkpoint, but it's just better to do it that way. The Chocobos, however, need to be caught, so you need them for some map traversal or world exploration. This first one is more so just like, hey, by the way, you can catch Chocobos, dude.
So Vayne starts with Protect, or has Protect on, so Harvey used to Dispel mode to get rid of that. Now Vayne is using his big move that we can't delay for long enough to kill before it, so we just use the time to buff Balthier and then bring out the gunners again, and now the rest of the fight should go relatively fast, using Phoenix down to make sure that 3 of Sephira does not happen. And now
it is possible to skip that, but it's just such a finishing setup, and it's even worse at 4 times speed. We don't bother. It takes too long to kill.
Now, final boss, and as we saw with Madelon, this can go by really fast, so Team Choco, get ready.
Yeah, get ready. And dead. GG, let's go.
Time for Team Choco.
GG.
Oh!
Well
I
done,
did not
Team
like
12.
this run.
So we're allowed to give closing thoughts. One question: did you guys notice that I started selling teleport stones on accident?
No, I was wondering. Like, was that in desa?
Yeah.
yeah, Roosta, it's a new strat. Did you know?
I was like, why did you restart? All you do is sell the equipment.
No, I saw teleport stones. I was like,
I did not see that.
Good.
But now I'll definitely go back and watch it.
Okay,
it was a thing that happened.
Quick question: was I above or below 3 hours? That's all I want to know. Hello? Oh, hell yeah. Let's go.
Yeah, from what I saw, it's still lower than me. But despite me being the slowest runner, even though it was quite close with Harvey, I do think I did well, because it was only 32 seconds of PB. during a relay marathon run where I make extra save. So I'm still quite proud of my run, but these other guys are just so good that they're difficult to beat.
All of us got runs that were better than our submitted runs, though. So it wasn't like just me with the PB who brought the schedule further, but like both Harvey and Madelon, you guys also were faster than your average submitted times.
So, is the run time already submitted? So I can look it up because I have no clue.
It is.
It'll show up in the spots, yeah.
They're writing it right now.
Ah, okay, good.
Your Madelon, your Undying was so fast I wasn't even ready to give the signal for the next game.
But you know this run, it can really go this fast.
Yeah.
It should. I just had trouble on France, so they weren't ready for a fast Undying, I guess.
Harvey, it was 2:57:48.
57:48. That's like 3 minutes above people. Sub 3, I'll take it. 2
PBs.
Wait, 2 PBs? Wait, who else?
Wait, who?
Wait, didn't you PB, Desa?
I did, but Madelon and Harvey didn't.
Oh, I thought you did. Oh, okay.
No, I didn't. I
No.
did 54.
Yeah.
I PB.
You PB.
That was beautiful. But yeah, good luck to all the Rebirth runners and commentators.
Good luck.
I think we missed an opportunity. We should have commentated on 4 times speed.
Good luck to Sid and the other Sid and City B.
Instead of 4 times commentary, they can have half speed commentary.
Alright. Well, thanks for having us. I'll be out now.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you very much, Team 12. That was amazing. Always good to see people get a PB, especially well done, Desa. Yeah, okay, so now that we have all three, do you think we should do the introductions of who we have here?
I think so.
Okay,
We got-
let's start at the bottom left. For Team Tonberry, we have the Sid, currently in the lead. At the top right, we have for Team Choco, we have BigSid. And at the top left, we have the artist formerly known as Woadyb, Siddy B.
Yeah. We had to keep it all. We had to keep it all in the Sid family here.
Oh yeah.
So Woadyb has a name change for today.
Okay, so where should we pick up? So we still have 2 running through the kind of opening segment. They're working through it as fast as they can. I saw it briefly mentioned in chat, so I'll just mention it again. There is a section of this game that was available in the demo, and if you completed the demo, it did allow you to skip part of the game. The community decided not to allow that because it would have caused issues, because as even already, the game is not available. The demo, so it wouldn't have been useful because it would have affected the run for different people. So we decided not to allow it, and then we just wanted it to keep going.
And you may have missed it as the 12 runners were finishing up their runs, but picked up some different materia from Chadley and use an enemy skill called Sonic Boom. It boosts your attack and your magic, I believe, and a new weapon for Cloud and Barret.
I'm here, by the way, now. Sorry, I'm late.
Hello.
Excellent. Okay.
Welcome.
Okay,
So,
I'm just gonna go right into it here. You get mine from Zalem here.
You're the one who knows these texts. We don't.
Yeah.
Here is the master, Closetowar, everyone.
So at the start here, we have a big wall here in the run. The runners will do this at level 16. You can do it at 15 as well. There's been other routes for 17, but we have Zalem. We don't have a skip in here like in, OG's FF7. But the goal here is he'll mainly keep attacking your leader, Cloud. Sometimes it gets a bit janky. In this case, you'll just counter here. You'll Sonic Boom. That, of course, was mentioned. That's a buff to your bravery and your faith for 30 seconds. It's a 1.2 times buff on your physical attack and your magic attack. Unless things get a bit janky. Once you do enough damage, he'll coil, or you can cause this to happen by doing enough ice damage. The boss is weak to ice. Unfortunately, this boss moves around a lot, and so therefore you can miss. So you try to time it right, and if you miss, it's not a big deal. You just need to make sure that you don't run out of time during when the boss is pressured, in which case we do a focus shot to build that up. Some runners might stagger in phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, it depends on them. In the start of phase 2, the boss is going to use this flame breath, and they're just going to tank it, and that's going to get a lot of damage to Cloud. On normal, it would kill, depending on how you do it, but here they don't have to worry about it because the damage cut, and they'll get limit, burst the boss right into phase 3. It's real quick. If you break the head, the damage carapace will cause the boss to take more damage than physical damage. It doesn't matter if it's phase 2, phase 3, or whatever. I think the defense multiplier goes down to 0.8. I'd have to check the book. Start of phase 3, the boss is going to try to dive, and we really don't want that. And that can happen if you have a bad phase 2 somehow, and it gets really elongated. But in phase 3, you just catch him with Synchro Cyclone, a synergy ability. I don't know if this was mentioned yet. I just got here. And then you just
we
Omni Strike
haven't gone over synchro abilities yet, no.
Okay. So the synergy abilities, if you look at the ATB when they're in battle, you'll see the little blue bars under their ATB, and that's the pips. And as you use an ATB ability with 1 ATB, you get 1 pip. If it's 2, then you get 2 pips. And then if you have enough points, you need 3 points for most abilities on normal. On easy, it's 2 points. Between 2 characters, you use a synergy ability like with Woady's stream right here. And for MK, it just knocks them down. But a lot of bosses, it'll catch them, and if you do enough damage, it pressures. We're gonna see that a few times, maybe, but depending on what they go for throughout the run. But yeah, really important. Synchro Cyclone scales off magic. There's some that scale off physical. Some are off only 1 character stat. Some are off 2. It's really weird, the power difference. The Ultimania lists this out, and it's not consistent between them, but it's typically a power level of 1100 in total. On Sid's stream, the Sid, I'm gonna have to do it every time.
Yep, we're all doing that, don't worry. It's gonna be
everyone,
of this entire run.
Everybody is named Sid,
Sids?
by the way. Woadyb is called City B today.
Okay. The Sid ended up doing some folio stuff. We might see that they try to keep it to a minimum because it is slow. Like, even if you want to get like 5 nodes on a character, it's like 20 seconds or something for some of them. So they really are only going to pick up what they need.
Even menuing in this game, I've noticed, is reduced considerably compared to Remake, because menuing is also slower.
Yeah, in Remake, you could like open it and you could start your menuing even before you could see what you're doing. Here, it's so slow, it's god awful. They're gonna try to keep the menus as bare bones as possible, but there are some points where they're gonna need it.
It's one of the big sad changes that they made. Hopefully they fix that in part 3.
And on this side screen there, you saw the classic Tifa parry punching that we used to use a lot in Remake. In Rebirth, there is multiple different characters that we use for fast fleeing. Primarily Red 13 now, actually, just because his mechanic's slightly easier to do. But yeah, getting out of battles as fast as possible for optional ones is always a good thing.
Thank you. Yeah.
I'm at 7. Busy, I suppose.
He's holed up inside the mansion. Something's been off ever since he came back from
Okay.
the reactor. Too much exposure.
Sorry, I'm also doing the splitting, and then I was reminded, oh, you need to split. Oh yeah, that's right.
On
Okay,
BigSid
okay,
screen right
okay.
now, you just saw the yellow paint when you climb up. This is something that was used in Remake and in Rebirth. For some reason, reviewers don't seem to like it. Personally, I'm not particularly fussed. Maybe it is a little bit too in your face, but it does help tell people where to go.
Yeah, I don't think it's that big a deal, honestly. It's not like it's all over the place. It's in like the few climbing sections. It's not much. People, they'll complain about whatever. It's not a big deal.
If it was consistent, it would be nice. So there is a few climbing sections, it would be nice to have it, and it's not there.
Yeah, I don't know any off the top of my head though.
I'm trying to think. I think it's mostly side quest stuff.
Oh wait, yeah, in Grasslands there's some. That's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just in case, there is a lot of side quests in this game that we are not doing. I don't think there's any side quest worth the time loss at all. The only bit
No,
we do, I believe, is a Chadley fight to get a weapon.
only
that's about it.
on only on the Sonic Boom, and then on normal we have ATB boost in the route, which you have to do a couple side things, a couple hunts, but they don't need that in easy, and we probably don't even need it in normal. It's just there still because there's no reason to get rid of it yet. Still being worked on. On the SID screen we have Turks. This is going to be a recurring thing. There's going to be a lot of duo groups here where there's 2 Turks together, and they all share a commonality in their ways of getting pressured. Now, when you use a 50 cut ability, which I don't know if that's gone over, I'll go over it after this real quick. On Elena, she gets pressured, and then that makes Rude mad, so he targets the person who pressured her. And then you hit him with someone who is not that character. So he pressured with Cloud, and so you can smack Rude with Tifa or Aerith if you want, and you can group them up. But they don't do that in easy. They just stagger Elena, and then they do as much damage as they can. Push. They're going to do a Synchro Cyclone to get through this big shield, and then it's going to pressure both of the Turks, and they're just going to keep grouped. And most of these fights, you want to keep them grouped, and then they're just going to finish them up. They have limit, and it's pretty simple, honestly. Usually it's like around a minute-ish, a little over a minute fight, regardless of category here. Another strat is like on normal, for example, you can like Sonic Boom Elena into Rude, and you catch with like Tifa, and you kind of body them both, but that can have problems for sure. This is way safer, honestly.
I believe BigSid at that point does a Tifa swap on the face change, which then allows the synergy attack to keep them grouped together, and then nukes down both at once, which so it's a wee bit different from what we just saw there from this end.
BigSid having a bit of trouble. You can hop up on the left side of the cliff to get around that if need be, but if you get it, you can just mow them down. There's going to be cases where they're trying to get around a lot of encounters. It's not like a very problematic thing throughout the run, but there could be cases where you get caught and you're like, oh, I'll just do a quick retry because it's a very quick load screen, or you might opt to just defeat the enemies depending on the grouping. In Remake, you were forced to fight so many battles. Like, it was very much a little bit different, whereas this one you can kind of just ignore most battles until like endgame. That's where you start to really have to fight.
City B currently doing the slow crawl, which we all know, love, and hate.
Yeah, having to do the intro on this makes it a little less. Like you really don't want to reset if you have to. You don't want to have to do this over and over. Like on Remake, back to the reactor. It wasn't a big deal if you had to reset, but.
I think
also the early game
had silly PBs on that first chapter on Remake just because of how many times we reset the run back to the train percent, as we said.
And then you're running in the red right from the get-go. Well, whatever. Also, like Remake was a little more reset heavy because there was like some weird little skips, fountain skip and like the bikes and stuff like this on that, but they don't have to worry about a lot of that early game here. So. Like the first real wall is Zalem, and then that could cause like a reset. Like Materia Keeper here isn't a big deal, Again, you just attack, you dodge the first attack, you blow them into the next phase. If you're not targeting, if you're not locked on, you'll automatically you'll automatically be targeting a leg. In normal, you would carry over ATB, but they do so much damage that they don't bother with that here in easy. They just blow it into there, knock them off the ceiling by doing enough damage to the enemy part. The body does take full damage when you hit a part, and some parts in the game have different defensive multipliers, usually weaker. Otherwise, why would you go for it? And then you just push them into the next phase, and again you get the little synergy tutorial on how to use your synergy abilities. Now there is an alternate strat where you can counterfire trying, but it's slower because you have to wait for the animation for trying. And even if you blow the boss up when he's on the wall, which can be done on easy and normal, but normal that requires a ridiculous setup, he HP gates at 1 health, so you have to knock the boss down no matter what.
Stagger bar perfectly for phase 3 there, ready to just knock him over the edge.
Yep. So the boss starts walking and trying to run into the wall. You cannot stagger, so it's very safe. You know you can just go and push and gate and whatever you want to do at that point. Get your ATB. It's very nice that like that. Whereas most fights, accidental stagger, that's not a good thing.
Yeah, the stagger management, especially with the for switching characters, I mentioned it earlier. To stop the stagger happening but allow the damage to hit.
BigSid tried to do the counter fire. I don't think he has it practiced, but I like that he tried to go for it. It's like you see the big animation and then you see like a tiny triangle come out and come towards you.
I believe VII was able to pull off counterfire in his MK fight.
Oh, did he do it? Nice.
Yeah.
That's pretty sick. Yeah, not the normal strat, but it's a swag strat.
Yeah, I was wondering what he was doing. I was like, why is he just waiting there? And I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a nice surprise. I hope they do a few other things later too.
We're on this SID right now. We're currently in the Coral Mines. Not we're in the Coral Mines. What are you talking about?
Mithril Mines.
Mithril Mines, yes.
Mithril Mines.
And so this is one of the kind of themes of the game again. As we've mentioned some of the themes earlier, the party is currently split up into groups. And it's just currently Red and Barrett right now, and we're trying to make our way back to the rest of the team. And moving this minecart around and just moving some junction boxes. We'll have more of that later, and it's a wee bit more fast-paced later on, shall I say? But we'll see that when it happens. For now, it's
I gotta say though, in the mines though, it's I always question, how does Barrett and Red climb the wall with no thumbs and one arm?
I think Midgar's this away.
Barrett, he just pulls himself up with one arm. That's crazy. His strength is insane. If you see him pulling the minecart, it doesn't even break a sweat.
Yeah.
Barrett on the ladders in Remake always made me laugh. Just the way they've got the animation made.
Yeah, he just straight lets go, and it's like, nope, I got it. We're good.
And Red's animation is pretty funny when he's climbing too. You can see him. It's ridiculous. I like it though.
Thankfully, none of Red's animations in Rebirth are anywhere near as terrible as him pulling the levers and the drum in Remake.
Oh,
and that was some of the worst animation I have ever seen in a game.
Okay, so Sid, he's setting up for a boss here. This is Mithril Golem. This boss, originally it was like, oh my god, this is gonna take so long, but it's really not that bad. You start with bonus round here. It gives you a little extra clip. You see the ammo next to the attack. That's on high caliber. And this is a magical attack, not with his physical. So you'll be doing physical damage and the little magical blips, but it does great stagger. It does 1.5 stagger per bullet. For overcharge, it'll do on every shot. That's 5 bullets. On your normal combo, it'll do it on bullet 5, 10, 15. Or 5, 10... 15, 17, it was 17 shots or something, but it does 4 shots, and there's like weird ways to get more out of it, but it's an absurd ability. It feels like haste, basically. It's a lot like that, but you just get your sonic boom, you get rid of the head so the boss is pressured, he's weak to thunder, and you just blow him into the second phase. You'll always do this magical mallet, and if you get rid of the 2 parts, the sword and the spine, I think it's only the spine you have to deal with actually. The sword can be annoying, but if you get rid of the spine, he'll be pressured instantly after getting up and reconstructing, which the boss will try to do, but he won't have the same physical resistance. Normally, this boss is resistant to direct physical damage, but if he's pressured or staggered, then this changes, and Red can tear him apart. On normal, focus on Red. On easy, they focus with Barrett. And you're just done. Like, it's way faster than you think it would be.
The end's not much further.
And
fight.
On your toes.
Yeah, really good from this side. Coming up here, we have a notorious load. This load is between 3.3 seconds to 11.5 seconds. It can be really bad. The loads are pretty inconsistent in the game, and he just got a terrible one.
This is shocking. Oh,
Oof.
okay, right, we're back.
Yeah, you don't notice this in a lot of them, but like this one is awful.
Variable load times from PS4 have made a comeback.
Yeah, and we're on PS5. You'd hope not. Well,
Here
there
we
are
go.
some weird things. I don't know. Go ahead.
I was just going to say red dashing away from combat, as we'll see
Where
that
to
used a lot
now?
more during the run.
Where there's a draft.
Yeah, red is usually the fastest. Tifa's really quick too. You can, with Cloud, is probably seen in the first chapter where you can mash Punisher and Circle, and you'll keep doing like this little twirl basically for Cloud. Or if there's one encounter there, you'll get a tutorial if you do this, but you can escape it by doing the square and dash. With red, you would like attack and do circle. I shift between mashing it or just, I don't know, like trying to time it, but it can be tough. Tifa, you can just mash triangle and circle, like stuff like this. You'll see like the quick animations. It's not as crazy as it was in like Remake with parry, but it's still nice.
One thing you will have just seen the Sid doing there is we've actually just switched technically chapters in the game between chapter 3 into chapter 4. But unlike in Remake, the game doesn't automatically fully heal your party or give you all your MP back between chapters. So they do have to keep an eye on that even over chapter switches. The game's a lot more seamless, shall we say. There's less obvious loading and jumping between zones than there was in Remake, which was all very much small areas. Rebirth's a much bigger open space, so they do have to keep an eye on their health. Obviously on normal, I'm pretty sure you have a lot more to worry about, but it's worth them keeping an eye on in easy.
Yeah, on normal, Cloud would be pretty heavily damaged, so you would use the Mega Potion drop-off Rude usually to heal him. Then you use an Ether, and Barret and Red need like a potion, but it's all routed out nicely. Like, I don't use the Cure Materia at all or anything. And here, and they're going to get a full heal in the inn later after the next boss. There's a couple of points where you do sleep and you do get the full heal, which is useful. It is nice to have. Because otherwise, you know, you're going to have to invest in like buying potions or something. And again, we want to try to keep the menuing down. It's not that bad on the vending machines, but, you know, everything that costs time, well, it does add up, of course. Something that we'll probably see on Woadyb's screen in a little bit. I like the way he does grasslands. He kind of takes the pathing that I take, which is jumping off the cliffs. But again, we need to learn some of our abilities. Focus shot. When you use it, you get 10%. When you get the proficiency bonus, whatever it is, it depends on what it is. For the focus abilities, you have to stagger an enemy. You get 30% extra, so you get 40% in total. So what you want is either 2 just normal uses and 2 full staggers, or you just go for 3 staggers or something. On normal, we get it on Cloud and Barret in Grasslands. Here, they're going to get some on Barret, and then they'll get the rest on like Zolom, because they're going to keep the Gatling gun equipped. And then focus thrust, if I recall, they will equip the Buster Sword back on and learn it later. But for now, we'll use the Sleek Saber, because when you pick up these weapons, you are kind of expected to be at certain weapon levels, which correlates with your own level and the SP that you get. If you get like get like books, they give you like 2 sets of SP, which are 5 each. So that's essentially like, 1 extra level, but the books give you 2 worth, so you save like 2 levels. Even like a crazy Mog route that was invented to try to like get through Zolom better and have other stuff where you would have the level 19 extra weapon core at level 17. On the SID screen, we have our next boss, which I won't forget to split. It's Zolom. This boss, a little trouble there, but he always
bottom swell.
Bottom swell
over on this side.
Yep, bottom swell. It is like, they named it Terror of the Deep for NA version, but it's still called bottom swell, even in Japanese, but whatever, you know. The boss always attacks twice at the start, and you can counter, and then you can mash R1 to get like another counter for some nice ATP. You thunder the boss, you can overcharge, you'll do enough damage to pressure, and then you just stagger him, because this boss has a heat gauge, a stagger gauge of 80 on normal, and then of course on easy, this is 60% of that, and then their health is 70%. And then the amount of damage you take is 40%. So there's a bit of different percentages here, but just easier to say, okay, they stagger and die faster. It's just like that. They're gonna take damage on this tornado on purpose. This damage is consistent. It's always the same. 365 here, it would be... I think it does change based on your magic defense. It would be 880 if I recall on normal. Gonna somersault the boss when the boss is here to knock it out, pressure it, because otherwise the boss will keep diving around in these holes and be really obnoxious. And, we don't want to deal with that, so you just knock him out, get him in the middle, stagger, and finish the boss. It's pretty simple. Even on normal, it's just that easy. There's like another strat you can do. I'm the only one who does it. It's a little bit slower, but you can use the ranged blade synergy ability where you get in the boss's face and then you do like R1 and square twice and then triangle twice and square twice. And this is with red and bear. And you're just like filling the stagger gauge so incredibly quickly. And then it just staggers. It's really not that. There was a weird thing in the demo where Ian, another runner, he had found a way where the scene transition did not happen. I don't know what happened. We've never replicated it, but it just didn't happen. And you could just go right into the second phase. Might have just been like a demo thing.
Just to catch up on some earlier story that we had. BigSid right now is being helped by Broden to run away from the Shinra soul troops who were looking for you when you first escaped from Midgar. So they worked out that you're on cam, they're still hunting for you, and he's just giving you a hand to dodge past them. You are going to end up on the rooftops, and that gets you to help hide. There's some silly voice lines where Broden distracts them. You find out that he's... I don't know if we're entirely sure he works with Avalanche, but more he's a friend of, I think is the best way to phrase it.
Yeah, he doesn't explicitly state it, just like... Maybe like a contact and information broker kind of guy, I'd think.
Yeah. But it also leads towards kind of a similar ending to this opening section where there's a kind of a corridor trip through a basement before you move into the next segment. And that's how Chapter 1 in Remake ended, so I'm curious to see if they do similar for Part 3, where there's the kind of the group of you walking down a corridor together to get to your next section.
Oh yeah, all they gotta do is... Well, no, I guess they can't do sewers. I was gonna say, do the RPG trope where you got the Lost Forest, you got like the sewers, that's in every RPG, they could do sewers, but they already did the sewers, so, I mean...
We had to do the sewers too many times in Part 1, let's not do it again.
Yeah, please, no, oh my god, especially, the shout.
Yeah.
Chasing after that little... let's not. So yeah, over on this side, everybody's favourite person, we saw Show back up there. We'll have more interactions with him later. But now we get a decent mini game here. We're about to go swimming with dolphins.
Hey, perfect timing.
A little different from the OG, where you don't just like try to jump up. These balls here, they do make you go faster. It's like if you don't get these, it's like 7 seconds slower or something, if I recall. I mean, I was hoping you wouldn't have to actually do the minigame, but you have to actually do it. If you miss...
It's very much Wave Race 64, for anybody who remembers that game. It's basically the similar design. It's actually a fun little game. They took out the CPR minigame from this area, which I'm not particularly upset about, but yeah, this is a fun kind of minigame to replace it instead.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's easy to control as well, as long as you don't use like the motion control, which you could have on if you want, which is fun, but like we don't want that in a speedrun.
And Woady's finished his one VR mission, as we said, to get that unlock that we needed for that extra damage boost that we get throughout the rest of the run.
Yeah, and that's the only enemy skill we pick up. I mean, it takes like about 54 seconds, I think, to get to. It takes longer than you think, but it really does save a lot of time. It's quick animation, wind damage, it's ranged. It can miss, but the buff will not miss. Unless you get like a weird thing where you use it during a transition, you can get the bravery buff, but not the faith, because they do come in order, so you can actually miss it. Unlike when you cast with like an empower materia, you will never miss it. It cannot fail to apply. And on VII, we have 2 QTE prompts to do. You can get like a good rating where it's like almost in and tiny bit quicker, but yeah, I wouldn't risk it. If you fail one of these 2 QTE inputs, you have to do the whole game over. You have to do all of it. I know, I failed it casually.
Nobody wants to do that. Oh yeah, I failed it casually the first time round as well.
Yep. We have on Woadyb, he's coming up to his Zalem. And BigSid is doing his grasslands, just getting through it as quickly as we can. You do see Red kind of move forward. That's a teleport ability. It's called Summon, and that's the actual name of the ability, which is, of course, not what we want to call it here, because then you'd think, oh, well, we actually have summons. It's kind of confusing. They also have, synergy ability, and, well, we also have synergy ability, which are not the same thing. The small abilities and the big abilities. Kind of wish there was a better way to name them, but
I think I tend to call the small ones synergy skills, and the big ones synergy abilities.
Yeah, that's a good way to do it. But if you are one swap, the character will go into the air next to the enemy, unless they're a character that cannot go aerial, such as Red. But so we make use of that by teleporting Red and just, fleeing. Okay, looks like everybody pretty much does about the same thing. They get the one proficiency here, and then they just ignore grasslands. I don't know if they go for level 16. You can do it at 15, you can do it at 16. Even on normal, although it's a lot riskier at 15 for normal. It's pretty dangerous. The Sid, we get to see the High Wind. A nice little... I don't remember if you see this in the original, right? When you're here in Junon? I don't remember the original.
Yeah, you climb up. Yeah, you climb up the tower, and it's an FMV where you see the Highland.
Yeah, I haven't played it in a long time. I do not remember the OG.
Woadyb to Midgard right now? Yep.
Yep, he gets his Blizzard. He did not miss. That's all you really care about, and then getting the focus shot off. Really important not to miss that, and then push. If you get that, if you get a nice clean phase 1, it's not bad at all.
I was watching him do a run a few days ago, and he had to delay pulling off the Blizzard to make sure that it hits the head. Blizzard is a infuriating magic in this game. Despite the size of that snake, you'd think you could hit all of it. No, it's got to hit the head, and Blizzard has a delayed proc, so to speak. And so if it moves its head out the way, it can actually miss, so it's really infuriating if that happens to you.
On normal, we have to throw one at the body as well. I've had it miss. I've had the boss kind of just wiggle out of the way, and I could not believe it. It's only happened to me once, but it was crazy.
Look at the size of it. How did it move out the way?
I know. I know. I couldn't believe it.
Thankfully, the range of the ice explosion seems to be a little bit wider this time around compared to Remake, but that just might be me and my wishful thinking.
See, in Integrate, they added in that Blizzard, when you used it, followed around the flying enemy when the enemy moved. I'm wondering if they never did it for body parts for individual bosses.
Yeah, probably not.
Because, for Integrate, that was such a huge quality of life improvement, because otherwise, again, every flying enemy just moved out the way. It was the same with Wind. You used Wind and they just flew out the way. So I wonder if we'll eventually get, a version of this one where they fix stuff like that as well. Okay, so over on this side, we're coming up to, well, this is kind of our first. This is his first real break in the run. He's just had actually coming down this elevator here, with genuinely no inputs required, nothing. So small rest of the hands. Take a quick break. Hydrate, folks, if you need to.
Yeah, this is like a minute.
Because of the sheer amount of talking we're about to do.
It's like a minute and a half. Sorry, I was checking the AOE. It is. So it was 1.6 AOE meters on Remake, and now it's I think it's 2.8 or 2.4, something like that. So it did get buffed.
Yeah.
For iced.
It seems we've caught up. Come on.
And that, folks, is Closetowar, our walking Ultimania.
Yeah. You don't want to see my spreadsheet. I've got like 40 tabs in it or something.
Actually, you'd have no idea how interested I would be in that spreadsheet, because I love that type of thing, but I am that sad.
Same.
I love a good spreadsheet, and don't tell me otherwise.
Underestimate how much me and Emmy are data nerds.
It is useful, especially, if you need to do some damage calculations and whatnot, which they don't come up often, but sometimes, if there's a chance for something to go wrong, then you would maybe want to do some use a calculator. Like I had to do that for a mid-game boss in this game, you know, or there's a few bosses in like Remake where that had to happen. But yeah, the numbers are very useful. I mean, a lot of it I pulled from the Ultimania. The Ultimania in this game is unfortunately not as useful as it was in Remake. The Remake was a lot more in-depth. In this one, it's even got things like, oh, you know, your EXP from the boss is going to be between 50 and like 3,500 or something. And it's like, well, I just got 4,400 experience. But it lists this for like everything. So there's a few weird things that aren't right, but for the most part, it's okay. It tells you like how things are pressured. It tells you the numbers of like defensive multipliers and the correction and stuff like this on the bosses. And it tells you some enemy health pools, stuff like this. Only some of them, and some of their levels, and others. It's a weird, inconsistent thing. I think they focus more on like the lore in it in this time around.
So
Whereas,
on,
of course, yeah.
Sorry, I was going to say on
Go ahead,
BigSid
go
right
ahead.
now, you've just seen that he's unlocked one of the towers. Something Chad introduces you to when you're playing casually. That kind of shows you the kind of side quest content in the game that you can go and do. The game really does try and push a lot of the side content at you, and Chadley does get quite forceful at times if you don't do it. He's not the politest to you at some points. But yeah, it's the best I can just try and describe it as. It's almost like an Ubisoft tower, just to show you the whole area and what you can do. Thankfully, it doesn't uncover the map. It still makes you go there, so you still have to explore. But yeah, it does give you a bit more of a hand to make sure where you can go to do more side quests in the game.
Yeah,
And
Chadley's
there's a
really
lot.
passive aggressive.
He gets snippy. He later in the game, he's like, "Hey, you gonna go search for the stuff I asked you to, or?"
Still waiting on the information cloud. You know, basically, yeah, he gets like that.
What can we say?
On
Chadley grew up a lot between part 1 and 2.
The Sid screen, we are in the Junon section. We do have to do the parade. It's a little bit different. You don't have to do it like in OG, but he's going around and recruiting some soldiers. You just got to remember that there's 4 different formations that they can do in the parade, and one of them is slower, and we're just doing the fastest groups that we can get without getting the Bahamut formation. You want Ifrit, Shiva, and Ramu, and that's it. That's all. So there's only one quick way to do that, and so they do it. Well, there's technically another one, but we don't need that here. We don't need Solaris. And then Woadyb.
There's 10 groups you can get. We choose the fastest 5 for the quickest route, as you say.
Yep. Woadyb is doing Turks. You know, clean phase 1. Again, he's gonna Synchro Cyclone to get rid of this big shield, and then stagger and just finish him up. Like again, this fight is like sometimes you can mess it up, but like at a certain point you just don't mess it up anymore. Because you can stagger in phase 1, phase 2, it's not a big deal. Just remember to stagger and then get your damage out and use Omni Strike. Omni Strike gives back 70% of an ATB. It hits hard, it builds the stagger by 30%. It's way better than it was in Remake. Remake, we didn't really use it. We would use like Rise and Fall and stuff like that. And even then, a lot of times it was like, you know, you did like the 300% stagger or 200, whatever it was to get the, I don't remember what materia that was. Was that Perry? I think it was. But here, yeah, in Remake, you had to like build the stagger a ton to get one of the materials. I don't remember. I think it was for Perry.
Yeah, Perry, you had to get over
was that
200, I think.
200?
No, 300. Yeah, I think it was over 200.
Something like that, yeah.
The 300% was an achievement, I believe.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. Yeah. But here they just use Omni Strike. It's insane. It's insane. Like Tifa will not be using Star Shower like she did in Remake. She is just there for basically Omni Strike and to feed a special ability, which we'll go into later, a Synchro skill that we're going to see a lot. Well, sometimes she'll do her royal dive kicks. But mainly they will be focusing on Cloud as their damage dealer. Cloud is the only one who has Berserk. We don't have the Fury Ring like we did in Remake, where you would get that before Abstron. So you can't just be like, oh, we got Star Shower that gives 70%, and then we've got the Berserk that gives 30% multiplier on top of that. So we need other ways for damage, which is going to be Cloud's Berserk. And of course, Sonic Boom is mainly going to be on Cloud. Sometimes they move it, you know, to Barret and other characters, but Cloud is the main damage dealer.
That is a thing they've added a lot more, or it's rooted a lot more in this part. We are using a lot more self buffs during combat in particular. Whereas previously we had one, now there's several we can ultimately stack.
Yeah, there was so many. There's like a lot more, and when I saw it, it's like, oh god, there's so many things that are out now. You know, there's different debuffs as well. There's D-Protect, D-Show, which will come up. Not D-Show, but D-Protect, we'll see. You know, you've got Poison. Poison does... I think it's... let me pull up my spreadsheet here.
While you're checking that out, let's see if we get BigSid to pull off his Blizzard.
Yeah, BigSid got through that. He's just gonna build the stagger. He's gonna get hit by the fire.
And yeah, look at Sid's limit, and now look at his limit. There you go. That's how you stack up limit Grage.
Yeah. If I recall, the numbers were actually lowered for getting limit in Rebirth, so it's a little bit easier than it used to be.
Just absolutely nuking him down. That was beautiful there.
And notice a lot of common theme in the boss fight. They'll use Tifa to Omni Strike, which builds up the stagger gauge a lot.
Yeah, you could use like Rise and Fall in some things where that's more damage, that's more keep. But it's not. It's a slower animation, and it's not as much. Not as much gauge as like 25. Woadyb having some trouble with the snakes. You try to grab the lever to de-aggro them, because we do need to pull the lever anyways. And when you interact with something, the enemy's de-aggro. But the snake was stuck on the lever, and so he got the encounter. So he's just gonna clear him out. Whereas normally you'd clear him out when Aerith is pulling the lever. Or if you really wanted to be cheeky, you could wait and you could flee with red after the gate is open. You just don't defeat the enemies. And then you flee into the golem, which is something they would do on like New Game Plus, for example. But
Yeah, the
AP is important.
would have been to fight them later while Aerith is talking, because then you're kind of doing two things at once. Now you've lost time and you have to wait for the Aerith conversation anyway.
Yeah, unfortunately, Snake was right there. That is unlucky. That's very uncommon. That doesn't normally happen. Also,
if he gets his Liverpool right here, I saw him fluff this recently. So...
Did he? Yeah, if you put the cart on like the little straightaway segment.
He's played it really safe there. That's well past.
Yeah, you just got to put it on the little straightaway segment, and then it'll move on its own. The Sid, he's doing the chapter 4 segment here, which is the Junon. We got a bunch of guards. You just cleave them up. You can fire. You can triple O-ski. Boom. There's like so many ways to do these, and they all end up being like around the same amount of time. But he has a new weapon here, the Rune Blade. This is a common theme, of course. We're going to be using the weapons that we find. Whereas, again, they come at a stronger level because you're expected to be a higher level. And so they're more powerful than what you have usually. There's some exceptions. But the Rune Blade is very powerful. It does have an attack plus 20 little weapon ability that you can equip onto it. And it has a magic plus 20. And some runners do the attack, some do the magic. Woadyb, I know he does the magic now. BigSid, he does the attack. I think the Sid might do the attack. I've gone between magic and attack. It's hard to tell really what is the most optimal. So the idea here is... Go ahead.
I was just going to point out, at this section of the game, the Flame Troopers and the shields, they do really feel a lot stronger than the original. Perhaps you've got that in your notes, but they are just a lot more tanky feeling. For the Sid there, it takes a while to take them down. You've got to do your best.
I feel like the Flame Troopers. I feel like the Flame Troopers are a bit easier to deal with here. Maybe it's just because like the scenario where you actually have more magic attack, whereas in like the OG you get to the big turrets and the Flame Troopers, and it was kind of annoying. In the OG version. Here it's kind of whatever. You use the Riot Troopers to group, and then you fire the Troopers. Here we have two sweepers. We have two guys up top. Hopefully they jump down, did not jump down.
They should jump
That can
down.
happen. Yep, should. Sometimes doesn't. Get up there and
It's
chop
just-
them. That's what I do. You can go into the air and chop them. It's okay.
I don't know. Okay, yeah, but you
I
can't
think Sid is
jump
just
up to
yeah,
them.
he's just gonna reset
He's
the
just like,
fight.
yeah. Sometimes they get, I don't know, it's like they get hit or something and they just don't jump down. This game works as intended. Sometimes.
Like we mentioned earlier, it's held better. It's held together with better duct tape this time around, but still duct tape.
Yeah, we can mention some bugs later. There's definitely some bugs in the game.
Do you want a soft lock for skipping a cutscene too quick? We've got that covered.
Yep. Okay, he's got one sweeper. Once you take down the first one and the 2 guards, the next one comes out, and 2 more guards. You just get rid of the sweeper, and they're weak to thunder. They pressure after you use enough damage, and they can pressure on their own as well. Take them out, the 2 dudes will jump down. These ones do not mess up. They will jump down. You group them up, you sonic boom to take out the group, and you continue on. Woadyb finished up Mithril Golem. Pretty simple. He does Firemane as well. Same strat as, I think these runners all do the same strat for Mithril Golem, where they focus on Barret. And then BigSid is cleaning up the Turks, keeping them together with the thrust. I guess they all do the same thing here. No reason to do anything different if it's all the fastest possible. And he's done. Good. No problems. There can be problems at the start where if Rude decides to go into his shield right away or do his shockwave, and that can be frustrating. Because then you're kind of just, okay, well, I'll just go attack Elena for a bit or something. The Sid is done with his little segment here. There's an enemy there. It's not an issue on easy, but on normal it is a bit more frustrating. Either way, you have to get 1 ATB, use like fire on it. You can't use thunder. It's immune to thunder, if I recall. And then it knocks it down, and you pressure it and stagger it and kill it. It's not too bad.
For those
Roche.
of you who didn't think we had enough Roche, he's back.
Roche. I like Roche. I'm glad he's back.
I like Roche this time around. He had a, not to get into the story thing, but it's a very nice theme of what happens and everything. So
Yeah. He's on his bike though, which can be annoying to chase. So you just start the fight by getting ATB, and then you punish or counter, and you can move to the bottom left or choose to do initial position depending on your setup, and counter him again, and then you get 2 ATB and you just use fires because he's weak to fire. Depending on how your ATB roll was, you might stagger him in phase 1, you might stagger him in phase 2, depending on what happens. Either way, it's like a 5-second variance in the fight regardless. It's a simple fight, and here they're just gonna fire him. It might damage roll to kill him, and it might not, but it definitely kills with the sonic boom there. That was nice. Clean Roche, no issues. Sometimes he can get away from you and do his ranged attack and kind of waste time, and you're just waiting.
So now we're making our way out of what you would call the little segment there in Junon. We used to kind of call those gauntlets in the first part, when it was just fight after fight after fight after fight through an area. And that's that done. So over on the right there, we've got our travel for getting over to Costa del Sol, over to the other side. In this game, they have decided to turn it into a cruise liner. It is not a military transport anymore that we're sneaking onto. It is a cruise ship. So there's a wee bit more to do on it than previously, but we'll see that when we get there.
Yeah, something I didn't get around to mentioning, but in Calm, I was trying to find ways to actually skip it, and you can almost skip. There's like a way you can jump in the river when you're following Broden, like jump on a boat and jump in the river, but unfortunately the warning does catch you and it makes you go back automatically. I was so close to being able to actually skip Calm.
Oh, that's
frustrating.
It would have been so nice to have, the cam skip continuity, considering that's a huge skip in OG.
Yeah, and it wouldn't skip like any of these story triggers because it would skip like the big crawling segment. So you wouldn't hit like a hard story trigger, where this game does have issues where you have to hit the hard story triggers, which we can explain when we get to chapter 9. There would be a potential skip there, but we don't have it. Now, the Sid is on the ship. We have a important ability here. Quite important. We're gonna go on the right side here, pick up some stuff, and we're gonna get Melee Blade. Melee Blade is absurd. It's ridiculous. It's way too strong. It shouldn't be in the game. That's it. It gives you Power Cleave and it gives you Spell Blade. This ability, well, you're gonna see just how strong it is. But first we have to do the little story stuff where you got like a little card tournament here. You will see cards in this run. We will see it. But only because we have to. But they're just gonna quit out. There's like a card game against Red. He's in his security officer outfit. But we don't bother playing. We just forfeit.
He's Barrett in the classic Barrett in his classic sailor uniform, the marshmallow.
Yep, Woadyb is doing bottom saw. He got the stagger, no issues. Sometimes the boss can do like 2 hits, and then they don't have to worry about it easy. But sometimes he might do like water stream and try to get you with water cell. Things go terrible. Like you can give like there's this chance for this one really terrible pattern, but I don't think they have to worry about it on easy. So it's not a big deal. You don't have to worry about as many variations. Just stagger them, get them down to phase 2, take your damage on the twister. When it comes up, somersault to pressure, stagger, take him down. Pretty simple fight.
It's just funny watching runners run Tifa directly into damage and she just flies up into the air.
Pretty tired.
Yep, Barrett with his focus shot. Focus shot, I mean, Barrett, he used it in, of course, Remake, but sometimes it would whiff, so we are careful in how we use it. There's not as many issues with it whiffing as there used to be. Like Queen Grass Strike in Remake, it would whiff all the time. It can miss on Zalem. There is a chance that Zalem attacks mid-animation and it whiffs.
Okay, so we've got past the pre-flood section on this side of the screen here, and something has happened on the ship. So we're now going to do our investigations. And if any of you have played OG 7, you'll know exactly what's coming up shortly, but we'll get there shortly. Now it's just some trash. Usual, we're going to pick them up. And taking it down as fast as possible, basically. It's wonderful use of Spell Blade here. Spell Blade's got quite a nice range on it, which is good for hitting characters. What's the other one? The Spell Blade and... what's the other spell? Sonic Gun, I think it was. I'm trying to remember what the other move is, the one that's short range.
Power Cleave, sorry. My finger's lagging a little bit.
It's all good. It's in context for those of you unfortunately listening to me join you on commentary here. I got asked 5 days ago to commentate on this one, so I'm relying a lot on Closetowar here doing the heavy lifting on the mechanics here. I haven't actually ran Rebirth yet. I've played it, but I ran Remake a lot when it came out.
Yep. Okay. Boat. Chapter 5. Chapter 5 is a thing. It goes well or it goes bad. It's not going to be in between. You have the little mono drive type enemies. They have a lot of very high evasion. We just use hits that try to hit a lot, like a cleave or like Red's spin, something. Just something to catch them. And you can always hit them with thunder. But on the first battle, some enemies pop out and we just Spell Blade, which is a linear attack and hits through every enemy. Power Cleave is a short range physical attack. Spell Blade is magical. And the Power Cleave does have like a tiny AoE and is stronger power-wise. But Spell Blade, again, has the range, so it is kind of balanced that way, outside of like the stats itself. You have these little twin brain enemies. They can kind of jump away from you, so sometimes we might see the runners hold their Power Cleave to get the enemy to come forward. You just have to hold it for a second, which is you hold guard and then you press like square or triangle depending on who you want to use. So your first character would be square, your second character would be triangle. The little demon entity behind them can do Howl, which he did. The Sid did not get hit by. That's good. That'll stun you. On easy, it only lasts like a second, but on normal and above, it's like 5 seconds or something. So it's really bad to get hit by the paralyze. You can block it. You can block most. There's like some moves later you can't have it. But like that one, for example, can be blocked. But you wouldn't need to do that because you really just go for the big dude, and typically the small guy dies to collateral, or you can Sonic Boom to clean up. Pretty simple. The big necrotic entities here, they're just like these robe dudes, you know, the clones or whatever, and they merge with the Vargid Pole, so Twin Brain, whatever they call it. I think they're Vargids here. And then they become these big dudes, and they can do Fyra, which if you interrupt them with an ability, it won't actually interrupt, it'll pressure them, but you need to have a second ability to then interrupt the Fyra. In normal, this is the worst move to see, because we interrupt them and then we just get hit. They can also do Sub-Astral Fury, where they attack a bunch of times. You can counter it to pressure them, or you can just say whatever and power cleave through it. Onslaught hits once, and then it has an unblockable second hit, which it'll jump up, and if you see this jump, you need to hold power cleave. Even on normal, though, you can just power cleave through them. And thus Sid was able to clean up really nicely for most of this chapter, outside of like the Twin Brains jumping away. The demonic entities, you can cause hit stun if you get behind them and like cleave them and stuff, but if you hit them from the front, they kind of block it, and you won't cause hit stun, and they can continue to do their moves. Here we are at Genova, the first one, Genova Merchant. I don't remember what it's called in first game. Is that Birth? It might be.
Yeah, Genova Birth in the original.
She's back,
Yep.
she's bigger, and she's uglier.
Yep, she's going to be... I have to remember to say the name so I don't forget to split. But Phase 1, Dusted is going to build up Stagger, and he does a technique here where you queue up a power cleave, and then you switch off, and you cannot stagger. If it lands, the AI cannot stagger with this. This is a nice tech that is extremely useful throughout the run, otherwise they might stagger here. On normal, we do stagger. I stagger on Phase 1 because if you don't gate, then it's not a big deal to stagger extra times. If you were to gate and you're sitting there and stagger, then you are losing time. Phase 2, they'll just stagger, and again, we're just going to Omni Strike to buff up the gauge and push. When it gets to the O, the boss is going to push into Phase 3. Phase 2, she has a bunch of moves. Phase 3, she's going to have some tentacles and stuff, and she has her head. She's automatically pressured. Her head is weak to physical. The shoulder piece, her left shoulder, is weak to magic. And if you break either one of them, as long as it doesn't push the boss with that move, you will build a lot of stagger gauge. Are we going to see that, or is he going to do the 2 ATB focus shot? Probably just the focus shot. Yep. And it did break the head as the target automatically swapped to the tentacle. Stagger and clean up. It can be a rough fight, depending on what happens. And now we have Big Sid coming up to bottom as well. But that's chapter 5 out of the way for the Sid. Thankfully, not too bad. That's just a chapter where it'll go great or it'll go horribly. Big Sid is having some issues. Boston pressure. Might not have enough ATB. Sometimes if your counter is perfect, you won't get as much ATB.
Woady's currently at his rest, so he'll be chilling out, no doubt hydrating right about now.
Enough damage push. Okay, just a bit of a scary bottom as well there. It's not too bad. He should be able to clean up the rest of the fight just fine.
Make sure you stick close. Can't have my guest.
I was gonna joke about like, oh, if I see the runners make a mistake, I'll point it out, but it's too much to focus on to point out their mistakes.
Pretty sweet. How I got my hands on it though. Now that's a
And
story.
I'm not that
I was
mean.
cursed with the unholy trinity. No job,
His
no
limit.
money,
Okay,
and
he's
worst
fine.
of all, no
Again,
girl.
Phase 1 can get wonky depending on what happens. And if you do manage to get a perfect guard, you're not going to get much ATB, as Cloud will get hit a tiny bit, but then,
How cheap, you ask?
okay, I don't know what happened there. And then, he's just going to do the fight over. What'll happen is Cloud tries to, he like moves back and then he tries to do all these slashes, like a bunch of them, and it's a long animation. We don't want to see it anyways, and sometimes perfect guards are just frustrating to get. Whereas if you were to do like a normal counter, you will get like one hit and it's a lot of damage. So the counter was buffed in this game. A lot of Cloud's kind of Punisher attacks and stuff were buffed, and it's nice. It's a nice change because again, we're using Cloud for damage. Thus it is.
For the new mechanics, when you talk about how there was the two different tiers of synergy ability. The Yuffie DLC for Intergrade, which was Intermission, kind of introduced synergy attacks, and it was all based on what you would kind of see the pips. If you look at just under Tifa there, she's got 5 pips because she's used 5 ATB, and you've got different attacks you can do depending on what you've learned. But there is some basic synergy skills that you can use with one another, and we use them a lot during the run, and they're kind of shortcut activated, so you don't really see the inputs of the player doing them. The moves just appear, but that is planned. There's so much in this run that you do via shortcuts, it's really difficult to explain what they're doing and when.
Yeah, it's really quick, and you can, if it's slow enough, you can see the shortcuts come out. Shortcuts in this game can be frustrating. I know I only ran the OG remake, but I know like Integrate, they made it so that the characters always rolled when you do it. Yeah, and so you'd have to adjust things. And then in this version, Aerith is the most egregious culprit for this, where she will finish her entire combo chain and she won't listen. But you can guarantee the shortcut, like it will gray out, but you can guarantee it after like a spellblade. If you pull a character in for a synergy ability, they will use it if you tell them to do so after a synergy skill. I'll say skill so we don't get it confused.
Okay, so
but shortcuts for other characters,
yeah, sorry.
Come on, hit him
I was just gonna say, shortcuts for other characters are frustrating. That's it. It's way easier for our player character to use them.
That's for sure.
So over on continue some storyline. Front left, we're over in Costa del Sol now. If you were watching the SID screen a few minutes ago, you saw we met back up with Johnny. Johnny's been conned into buying a dilapidated hotel, so we're staying there because apparently everywhere's full. There's a couple of mini games we need to do here. We also picked the quickest ones. Amazingly, being one of the card games here is actually amongst the quickest ones. So we choose to do it. And the objective here is we all want to get onto the beach, but we need beachwear. And to get the beachwear, we've got to get some vouchers. To get some vouchers, we've got to do the minigames. Square logic, just go with it. It's part of the story.
New Game Plus, they have their outfits right away. They don't have to do this either, which is nice.
Yeah, New Game Plus does quite a few things. We get to skip all the Zac sections, and we get to skip having to do these mini games because again we've already got some of the items that we require.
Yeah, these scooters are difficult to learn how to use. You essentially hold. If you're holding up, you can like take corners quicker, but it'll kind of wiggle a little bit, and it's a lot more difficult to use it than you would think. The segues. So really, when you're using it, you are just holding up the whole time as you turn and stuff. It's just better, more consistent instead of just holding R2, and you'll save time that way. Choosing the outfit. So the outfits. I guess this is as good a time as any to get into it. This game has something in the final fights. It is like Remake, where your party is determined by a relationship system. Except in Remake, it was determined by the Whispers fights only. The order that you get here, it is determined throughout the entirety of the game. So we do have to keep track and pay attention to what we are doing when it comes to this. Conversations that you have, whether they are optional or just story forced, you have 3 options. One gives 4, one gives 5 points, and one gives 6. In, of course, the order of, what the character wants to hear the most, right? certain things that you do. The big synergy abilities, they give you 2 points, and this is only once. If we use the ability multiple times, it will only give us the ability once. If you use the smaller synergy skills, it gives you 1 point. Certain minigames, they will give you 3 points, 4 points, 6 points, etc. Basically, most of the minigames throughout this game are going to give you relationship points. Now, this does determine the date in chapter whatever it is with Gold Saucer. 8, 7, 8, something. I don't know off the top of my head. 8, I think.
8 and 12.
Yep, and then in 12. 8, we are probably going to see... Actually, we might see Aerith or Tifa. Who knows?
I believe for most of the guys rooting, they make sure that they talk twice correctly to Tifa. To make sure that they boost her to the top, so we're expecting Tifa for all three
okay.
in part 8.
Yep, for me, I don't care what I say to Tifa, so I always get Aerith. And then in chapter 12, we'll always have the same party, which we'll get into when we get there, or the same date person. But the main thing is the end game party. And this is so important, because otherwise you're going in with a party you were not expecting, and now you're going to have to improvise.
Is this what they call love at first sight?
So the actual marching minigame that's going on right now on Woadyb's screen, you don't have to do it. It's completely scripted. You can fail it as much as you want. You don't have to press anything. Annoyingly, you do have to do an input between the 3 different marches. So you can't just walk away for a good 3-minute break in the middle of your run, because it would be pretty nice to do that about now, but I'm afraid you don't get to. So, but you can get like 30 seconds between each one if you want to quickly just go grab a drink.
Yeah, you gotta skip the cutscene, otherwise it's like 10 seconds in between each one. You could take the time loss, but like you don't want to do that. There's better breaks, especially because you had that big elevator here at the start of the chapter, and that's usually, where people take the break to go to the bathroom. Here is where I usually get a snack to eat. I have like a snack and I'm just eating between these. Like, there are enough breaks in this run. There are some 1-minute breaks later on, 2-minute breaks. It's not as bad as it was in Remake, where Remake, I think it was only in the dance, and then like in Shinra Tower, there was like 3 breaks in total, I think.
Yeah, you had the break at the the TV scene, which only lasted about, I think it was 58 seconds. I know it was just
that one,
a
yeah.
minute. And then you had the dance sequence. Then you had the 2 breaks in Shinra Tower just before the end.
Yeah, and that was it. And if you ran the OG version of Remake, you had before the final chapter with the motorbike, there was like a 50-second load. On integrated,
that load, yeah, when the load screen was long enough that you could consider it a break, it was insane. So what we've been doing here over with Aerith right now is we're actually been doing 2 of the kind of mini games at once because it's quicker to do it that way. So we've been taking pictures of cactuars around the place. That's one of them that we need to do, and the other one is to return these what are they called again? Scooters.
Yeah, the segways.
Segways, yeah. To return them back to the correct color locations, and that then finishes it off, and you get your vouchers for your outfits.
Yep, we buy a very.
I was going to say that I know some of you prefer to do Run Wild, which it appears, I don't know if any of our runners are going to do that today.
I'll talk about that in a second.
I'll let you go over what Run Wild is exactly, because
first there was something really...
It's Square stealing another game as always.
There was something really important there, by the way. Shoutouts to A&B for not realizing this as he was routing with regular earrings, but you can buy platinum earrings at this NPC, which are 1600 gil, and they are twice as good as the regular earrings. They give you the 10% magic bonus as opposed to 5%. Really, really important. It's because otherwise you can't get them until chapter 10, and we're in chapter 6. I'll just screen what he bought. He's not doing Run Wild, but if we see the other 2 runners do it, which they better, I kind of try to get them to do a gentleman's agreement to all do it. It's I really hope one of them does it. I do it, it's part of my route. If you can manage to achieve a time remaining on the clock of 1:30ish remaining when you finish it, you do not lose any time compared to pictures. But my average is like a 120 to 127. So I do, on average, lose about 10 seconds. But I don't care because it's fun. And that's it. And you get 2 ethers. But it's not worth the... I'd say like an ether is just like a couple seconds, the value. Woadyb is going through his Chapter 4. Chapter 4 can have issues. You can get nice time saves if like the Flame Trooper comes forward onto the riots. But again,
Those
he's going
riot
to...
beautifully.
Yeah. How's he... Oh. That was really good, yeah. You get your ATB off them because there's 3 of them, so you just cleave them all, and then you have your ATB for fire against the Flame Troopers. It's really nice.
Johnny?
And also the setup is complete. It never fails, right? You just walk behind them, cleave. It works every time. Thus said, we get to see Johnny a bit more there. Johnny, a nice character. Goofy. Essentially, say the least, and he's doing his work for Shinra. Which we're gonna... there is a cutscene you have to see with him. Whether you go to the helipad or you wait, you have to get the cutscene with him. Because he'll be here at the beach. But they're gonna change your outfits first. And on the relationship thing, your outfits, you get 2 points, if I recall, for Aerith and Tifa if Cloud's outfit matches them. Which is the first one matches their first ones, or the second one matches their second ones. No, it's second and first, right? Because I take the second outfit for Cloud, and then I take the first for Tifa and Aerith in the menus there. Aerith, we don't care about the relationship. There's reasons for that, but we do care about Tifa. And I believe everybody wants to have Tifa as their number 1 for the relationship stuff. And Barrett is number 2.
Yep, that's my understanding as well. But
Yep,
we'll cover
yep,
that
okay.
a lot more when we get to the
Yep.
that end of the game.
Yep. Death Wheel. Very fun if you get a low ATB roll. You have to keep attacking it in the air. It's the only way to consistently get the ATB. Unless it gets stuck on the wall and then you can cleave. But otherwise you can just sit here and, you know, you get it down, you pressure it. If it gets up, it puts up a shield. It'll try to attack you if you hit the shield, which you can counter, and then you can get behind it and like focus thrust or whatever, but you don't have to worry about that on easy because the stagger bar is lower. It's a lot easier to stagger them. Beach, Busted. He's going to look. There's this movement I invented where you look towards a certain part in the beach and Cloud can get his full movement back for about 3 to 4 runs. And if you keep doing it, he'll go a little bit quicker than just walking. Overall, it saves about 8 seconds. Someone was wondering about it, and I re-looked at it, and it does save about 8 seconds, and you don't have to wait till like the 2-ish seconds at the end. But it is risky. It's something where if you do it, you have to do it correctly. I think he is going to wait here for Hojo to fully sit down, though. There is a soft lock during this transition where he's sitting down. If you skip the cutscene too early, this will be an infinite load. But you can press start and go to title screen and load up the checkpoint. Luckily, no soft lock.
It's one of those.
And then
one of those things where Square it just punishes you for going fast.
I have no idea how they did not know about it. It's so easy to get. Even if you walk behind Hojo normally and follow him, and you skip the cutscene right away, you'll get it. The beach here, you get to choose a party. You do get more relationship points for the people, depending on which party you get. You get 2 for the respective characters. Here it'll be Aerith and Barrett. They go with the magic route of Aerith. I'm the only one who goes with Tifa for physical. As I do a different relationship party than anyone else. And I mean, I don't run easy, but anyone else in the game completely. I want Red to overcome Yuffie.
This fight,
So
I
they
think, has
just
one of the longest HP gates in the game. It takes forever to move between phases.
Yeah. Spellblade is nice because you have a linear attack and it cleans up the mobs a bit better, depending on how the fights go. This is a gimmick fight. You can do a certain amount of damage, then it will retrieve one of your 2 party members and take them away, and there's dialogue. One of the downsides to using Aerith is there's 5 extra seconds of dialogue here. But, and you just say, okay, well, you know, if I care about the 5 seconds on the enemies, you know, then it's worth it. So it's really pick your poison kind of deal for the party. And then you have to hit another trigger, which will get rid of the last party member, and then you just have to wait. And after all the dialogue is finished, we'll get captured. Now, if you are using the Punisher attacks, you can actually accidentally evade this capture device because it will miss. So you have to be careful with this. I saw that happen to Crystal before, and it'll have to do the animation again. So don't do that.
Spoil your comeback?
And it's at this point in the story, Yuffie shows up and finally assists.
Nothing's not gonna go down easy.
So unlike an OG, Yuffie is brought in as a character. They're not optional. They will be joining your party. You don't have to do any making sure you pick the right commands, or they'll run away. They are just part of the game now.
Hey you!
Johnny's decided that he wants to be a hero.
Over here.
Yeah, and phase 2 is easy enough. You just blast it with like Thundara or Thunder or whatever they use here. You can do it on normal. I actually get Thundaga just because this is where I have Thundaga. I just blast it early on and blast it. Stagger it. I stagger it in phase 2 and blast it away in phase 3. But you can do either or. For easy, you would just push it and then you will fill the stagger gauge and then defeat boss here, as you can actually push to end the battle. Going to get use of Arcane Ward, which will repeat your spell. The MP cost is 25% or 30%, I forget. For Aga, it would be 18 and then 5, so whatever that is. And the damage would be half. There is not the bug that was in Remake. Remake had a bug where if the warded spell would put you at 0 MP, you do not get the warded spell. That is not here. That this is fixed. It was probably fixed in the Integrate as well, I would hope. That gimmicky snail.
Should probably cover what BigSid's doing right now. We didn't really catch it when the last two went past it. There's a small section here where you're taking control of Yuffie. And basically, Yuffie is about to, frankly, try and assassinate the President Shinra.
Yeah, just outright do
Rufus. You know, no ifs, no buts. She's just going to go for the headshot. So we saw her briefly in a cutscene earlier when we were on the beach. That's when we learned that she is in the area, and here we learned what she's up to. And the story at this point in time, you are actually trying to kind of almost make a deal with President Rufus, and well, this is about to turn that entire deal sideways.
Yeah,
so that's how kind of Yuffie shows up into the game.
This is important to also mention. This is something that people won't realize. This is when Yuffie actually joins your party. Now, what do I mean? Well, this is where it starts to count her experience. This is where she actually starts to get EXP, when you first control her. And she will come in your party depending on how much she has gotten. If she's not in the party, which she's not in the party, of course, she'll get 80%. Now, experience is a problem. In some cases, it won't be uneasy, but routing it is a little obnoxious in some parts. Considering there can be a rounding issue, where this game has the same problem that Remake had, where if you defeat a group of enemies, or enemies close together, it groups them together. What do I mean? So this means when you have, for example, an odd... Oops, hold on. If you have like an odd amount of EXP, like let's say 49, right? 49 times 0.8 is 39.2. Well, it's going to round up to 40. So if you get two groups of these enemies together, that's 80 experience, right? But let's just say, you had, instead you defeated the two enemies. Well, you get 98 experience times 0.8, that's 78.4, and that rounds up to 79. So this can cause a discrepancy with your experience points. And it shouldn't be a big deal, but you will get somewhere between like a difference of like 5 throughout the route. So if like your experience and you needed certain levels was within 5 points, then you might want to consider taking like an extra enemy to deal with this.
My legs are killing me.
Just the nerding out a bit there, don't mind me.
No, it's all good. On the SID, we have just headed towards Corel Mountain. You do actually buy a Chocobo there to rent, and there's a whole area of the game that you can go and explore. A bit like all of the regions, there's almost like a small bit to start you off, and then there's a huge area you can go and explore all the side quests in. We don't have any time for that. We didn't even have any time to climb the mountain the game wants us to. So we always run away from the slow walking party member because frankly they're slow. and we try and kind of go alternate routes. You'll see us climbing rocks and jumping over things, and I believe at that point there's even a save load to try and force Tifa slightly further up the mountain quicker, just to avoid slowdown as well.
So what you do is you go into the map and you choose to come back to Mount Corral, and this will force you probably halfway up the mountain, so you don't have to. It is definitely faster. If I recall, it's like 10 seconds faster or something. It's a good amount. Even though you're coming back and then you have to walk forward and sit through a tiny little load, they are up there, and you can hear them going through their dialogue during the little load as well. A little time save there. But when you get up to the top of it, you do have to wait a little bit for them to finish dialogue because you hit a warning screen. And then you can just hop on the rocks to hit the trigger there.
Woady's just picked up Kaiser Knuckles, really handy, and it's also like right there in front of us on the route, which is also useful. We don't have to go out of our way to get that, so immediately put that onto Tifa.
That's basically the metal Knuckles of this game, where it's your physical weapon and it gets hardly any magic. It can get like magic nodes to put onto it, but it's really strong. You want to make sure you have dive kick mastered before you equip them. I've even had a run where I didn't have dive kick before Genova, so I had to do it with leather gloves. It's not that bad, honestly, to have to do that. I mean, that was my gold split for this chapter. But they will be switching to it. And some of them might put on the auto attack, which will get the attack nodes automatically, which might it'll get the concentration node, which has a 50% chance to proc concentration, which means you could have Omni Strike at the start of a fight, and that can save a little bit of time. But a lot of runners opt to not get that because they don't want the variance, where, okay, 50% of the time I have to do this strat, the other time I have to do this strat. And also, if you ever have to flee with Tifa, that can get in the way. Which there are some segments where we do flee with her.
Here we go, Woadyb and Genova time.
Woadyb and Genova, and BigSid is actually coming up to Valkyrie, so we're gonna have a couple and we have Roche on BigSid's screen. Again, Roche, very simple. You get your ATB and you fire in phase 2 as well. Phase 1, again, they're switching off. Oh, okay. Woadyb is going to do the stagger in phase 1. That's right. Woadyb does this differently than the other two. He's going to stagger phase 1.
I was going to say, was that a mistake or was that intentional?
No, that's intentional. I'll talk about Valkyrie down here. Valkyrie starts the battle by shooting you. You can block it, get 2 ATB easily. You do Sonic Boom to get your Faith, and the boss is weak to wind. And then he comes down and you just keep spell blading here. On normal, we do a thing where we do Berserk with a specific timing and Thundaga. And you can use Thunder here too, so the boss is weak to wind and thunder. Same as in Remake. Still, he's going to shoot you with a cannon. We can't do this on normal, but you can absolutely just tank this. As on normal, you would get blasted away. You're going to pressure it, stagger, and then finish the boss off. Pretty quick fight. Usually, like this is a sub 1 minute fight for easy, usually around a minute for normal. Woadyb is, he does kind of what I do, where you stagger and, well, not quite. Phase 1 stagger, and then I would push in phase 2, but here he's just gonna push after a stagger and then blow up the boss in phase 3, I assume. I don't know if he changed his strat yet or not. Okay, he's just gonna blow it up. Somersault and
limit break finish. Always a nice way
and
to do it.
That's done for Woadyb.
Do you want to go over how the difference between like easy and normal over, you know, like your attacks can be interrupted? Because I know that's something you struggle a lot more in your routing. You don't just get to face tank stuff.
Yep.
Quite
Okay.
so much.
Yeah. We have just some dungeon movement here, so it's fine. We can go into it now. So normal versus easy, and I'll talk about dynamic in a second as well. Normal, you have, you know, everything is normal. And easy, the enemies have 70% health, 60% stagger gauge. You take 40% damage. So if you want to reverse this, on normal you would take 2.5 times damage, right? And anything that is 40 keep, which is the ability to not get knocked out of something, is pushed up to 60. So like any ATB ability, any synergy skill, etc. This gives you 60 keep. So you can sit there and just tank abilities. If you try to do this on normal, everything would knock you out of it. You just get tapped for a lot of things. There are other things that they can do that we can also tank as well with 40 keep. But 60 keep, you can tank everything that is not a cutscene move or like a couple special things here and there. The cut is the same. The cut is the ability to knock something out of their move. So like bosses, the cut is odd. It'll be like 30 cut, 50 cut, 70 cut, etc. Like for example, Braver is 50 cut, 40 keep. And the boss's moves are typically 50 cut, except for a few other ones. So this enables them to make use of Power Cleave and Spell Blade. This melee blade is absurd on easy, so sometimes people say, it's a melee blade spam, and it's boring, but it's really not as simple as that, as you can definitely get punished by sitting here and spamming it, because enemies do move, of course. So sometimes you have to decide, okay, I'm going to hold it, or I'm going to shift into spells and stuff. Of course, it doesn't cost any ATB, and it gives you ATB, so these skills are absurd, and they should definitely abuse it if it's there. For Dynamic, compared to normal, Dynamic, the enemies would overlevel. They would level up with you, like the bosses and stuff, but I believe you have to be 5 levels over. In terms of a speedrun, a normal and a dynamic would not be any different because we're underleveled for the whole run. I tried to figure out the exact level it was by leveling off Turks, but the EXP cut from as you level up was just too great. And if you're a lower level, you do get more EXP up to a point. Like Midgard, like Zalem gives the same amount of EXP at 15 and 16, and then at 17 it starts you get cut. And like Turks, for example, you get more EXP at 17 compared to 18. In Chapter 3 Turks. So easy is easier, but they can still die at points. And they can still lose time, definitely, of course.
We'll see short play if Woady's doing your mini game for you. Over on this Sid, we're continuing on. So we're through some sections in the Krill Mountains. There's more of a kind of a mini section here where we're getting to the rail tracks. But Cloud's currently having a bit of a migraine and the road's blocked ahead, so we've got a section here where we're going to be controlling Yuffie. And this movement and kind of minigame is similar to stuff we already did in Intermission DLC, if you have played that. And there's some stuff we can do where we're just going to be using grappling hooks to move around, we're going to be throwing, to knock boxes off. And we get to climb up these conveyor belts again, and it's always really cool just to see her jump on and jump off. I'm pretty convinced Yuffie would be good at parkour. And Tifa's just doing what Tifa does. The speed. I will never not laugh at that.
Oh, you mean running away like usual. You're right.
Yep. Let's see, if we get this here, if we get this right, we can actually skip a movement. Oh, no, we had to do an extra one. You can actually swing straight up and grab onto those kind of grips to
yep,
climb up this ladder here.
I don't move my camera in as it makes it easier. So you use triangle to hit the purple thing, then you grab it, and then you hold forward, press R2, and then you press circle. Like I usually try to use initial position wherever I can for everything. We have this bird. This bird can get stuck on the left, and you can't hit it with these aerial attacks, so you have to kind of just use range to get your ATB and then take it down. You can get trolled with this bird. It's happened to like everyone. Party is going to be coming back. Like we're going to be splitting up, coming back, but it's mainly just a Yuffie thing over and over. Taking this encounter just to flee a bit quicker. Combat movement is faster than outside of it. Not much to say there. Coming up, we have the cockatrice. Hopefully they're nice and not bad. They can give trouble when you're trying to dodge. If you get them, you just try to go to the end, but there's an issue in the game, and it can happen in Chapter 1 as well, with the bats, and Chapter 11 as well, where you're trying to flee, you're in the area, like you're out of the battle zone, you can flee, but it doesn't trigger. And so you have to retry the fight, essentially, or just destroy the enemy, right? And Okay, so he should go to the right here and de-aggro by staying over there for like a few seconds.
Oh, wow.
Because this will happen. No,
Yeah.
that'll happen every time. It does happen every time if it goes like that. You should stay over there for about 3 seconds and de-aggro the fight. That's the way to handle that. But it's a guaranteed setup if you do retry as well. So it's not a big deal. He didn't want to risk going to the end and getting that issue with the flee, like I said, where you can't flee. So sometimes, you want to choose to be more consistent over that. Some swinging. You do have to learn how to do this. You can get some quicker swings or slower. Here, for the Sid, you want to do... Oh, it moved back a bit. He's going to have to do 5 then. You can just kind of hold forward and you'll get it in 4. Kind of like rotating the stick.
Yeah, the game
swinging
doesn't
does take some
actually-
use too.
It doesn't actually have momentum in its mechanics. The physics is just completely shot there. You just don't want to go back far and just go forwards. It's really not intuitive.
Yeah. See if we get the second. No, we got Continent Counter. It came over. Those are extremely fast. If you look at them, it's scary how quick they are. They're so fast. Look at you. Woadyb is not doing run wild.
Can you imagine an
I'm
8-foot turkey chasing us in real life? I mean, I would run as well.
Yeah. And they can petrify you? Yeah.
Unfortunately, them two doing one wild, but maybe BigSid that.
BigSid is on his Genova Birth. He opts to not stagger in phase 1. He's going to fill up the gauge and then stagger it in phase 2. And I think they also will, yeah, probably just stagger in phase 3 as well. We'll see. I went through all 3 runners' runs. I've completely forget which runner does which strat already. They do different things.
Over the last week, I've watched all 3 of them do a run each. I've got like several pages worth of notes. I can't keep up.
I know. Okay, stagger in phase 3 and just push. So this will be Nova done for Choco. I'm on it with the splits now. I'm ready now. I swear to God, if BigSid does not do Run Wild, I'll be so disappointed.
I was going to say, you've only got 1 chance left.
I'll be so disappointed in these runners for choosing to do this. I do it in my runs. Come on, guys.
So,
Oh, he chooses Woady's running around. I'm not sure if that's faster than just jumping down. I jump down and just go. I'll have to look at it.
Not really a lot
BigSid.
going on right now on any run.
BigSid is also in Costa. You'll notice he parked the red scooter there because during here you have a slow lock when following Johnny. You have to follow him, and like if you didn't have the scooter, you would just buy the platinum earrings here. But you can just zoom all the way here to the point where it gives you a warning. However, it's not enough to trigger the okay, you need to go back and take your hands off the controller and forces you back. That's so obnoxious.
I will say the sideways sliding through spaces, I understood the reason for it in Remake, because it was to help hide loads on the PS4. There's absolutely no need for that in the PS5 at all for Rebirth, but I think they just left it in so that it didn't feel like, they were removing it entirely. There's absolutely no need for them there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. That's it. He's fighting the bomb. He did not get trolled. This bomb can troll. It has one of 2 different kinds of openings, usually, where it'll do a fire breath, which is great because then you can pressure it early by doing enough damage, or it'll do a tackle and then it'll kind of back up and do a fireball. And if you use the Art of War during that, you can catch it. And on normal, it requires a specific setup. Otherwise, you get hit by the fireball. Where, for me, I do the ranged set of attacks, and then I I shift into the aerial, and it's one set if it's going to do the flame breath. If it does attack right now, it's doing the second set, or fireball, and I do a second set, and then you can go into Art of War, and then it's free. But it can do a thing where it swells and it blocks all your hits, and it takes forever. It's very bad if it gets to that point. We have Gigatriss for the Sid. This is a big bird. This bird is immune to wind, weak to fire. You can just kind of get in the air and hit it with Art of War with Yuffie, or you can opt to shoot it down with Barret. The idea is to stagger it in phase 1 and then chunk through its HP to get it down to about half. In phase 2, it's going to shoot out tornadoes, which it can infuse with arrow to damage you, and with its petrify stuff, which will cause the tornado to turn into a red swirling petrifying mess, and it can do a big dust devil attack where it does a huge tornado in the middle. Petrify is an ability that we're not going to have to worry about, hopefully. It is a thing where if you get hit for a certain amount of your health, you turn to stone.
Got fire
here,
timed perfectly there.
Yep, here we opt to use the tornadoes by shooting a fire or blizzard through it, because it'll hit the tornado and then hit the boss. You wouldn't use thunder because it's not a projectile, and in that case it would just hit the boss outright, and that's Gigatriss done for Team Tonberry. Nicely done, very clean.
Has
Pretty much.
Woadyb just found a new soft lock?
What happened? I didn't even see that.
The game's just not got the graphic. Okay, I think it's letting him continue anyway, but the
Oh no!
graphics
The
were completely
pool.
shot there.
No.
The pool. Yeah, the pool got stuck in the
Oh,
change.
is that what it did?
Yeah, the pool got knocked into there, and that was it. It was just blocking it.
I've never seen that one. Okay.
I have neither.
Oh no, that term bird. That's not.
Steamed, your voice quality is coming over sounding like a robot from the 60s. At this point, I'm thinking some early sci-fi is going to call you and ask you to do the voiceovers.
So, Woadyb, he is not going to do them. None of these people are going to risk doing the quick movement, like I said earlier, where you could save time, but if you don't, if you go for it, you have to do it correctly every single time. You should not ever do it. So it's like practice, and you don't want to risk the soft lock. Otherwise, you'd have to load this checkpoint and do this walk again. So, just be aware of that.
Things our feet could never pick up on. Yeah, they're super sensitive. You're pets, right?
And that's it. We're finishing up this corral segment. He's just dashing away. Coming up, you're going to have a little minecart segment, which we actually can't take a break at. And that's because there are boxes, and there are Yuffie boxes. Yuffie boxes you can hit. You do have to time it. There's a little circular reticle that gets smaller and gets on it. And once it's on the triangle prompt, then you can hit it. If you don't and do it too early, you do actually miss. And that's bad. As we want the items to see how many X potions and or elixirs we get. X pots are better, but if you get elixirs, you can attack menu them later for some, or you can set it to shortcut. But it's going to be useful in chapter 10. Turbo ethers are not useful.
Let's see how good his RNG is. He got 6 in his run that he did yesterday that I watched. So
That's insane.
Yeah, I was like,
My average
RNG
is
was shining on him.
Average is 1 X spot, 1 elixir, and then the rest are Turbo ethers. They sell for 3,000, but we don't need the money. Now, this is a thing with you can get more relationship points, which I'll explain in a second. You got 1 X spot there. Woadyb is doing the gimmick fight, where again you just have to wait. It's basically an auto scroller. You can speed it up by doing enough damage early on. Otherwise, you'd have to wait like 30 seconds every time. And then BigSid is coming to.
Sorry, I am back. I think I'm not a robot anymore.
You're not.
You're
Welcome
human.
Back.
I'm human again.
So how was your time casting on Buck Rogers?
It was interesting, and I didn't even know I was doing it.
I didn't see how many BigSid we got. I saw an elixir there though in the X spot.
I've seen 2 so far.
And okay, he's so good. He's definitely good. But here, you can influence your relationship points. You'll get 3 points, depending on the track we took earlier, the path, another X spot, nice. You can move the track to be more in favor for the left side, which is coming up, for Barrett, or the right side for Yuffie, which is the safer path. You get 1 more Yuffie box on the right side for a total of 9, but we don't care about that as it takes time to move the track, and it's slower, regardless, on the path, as the left side is faster here. You will get 3 relationship points for Yuffie in this case, and you'll get 4 points for Barrett unless you shoot 5 boxes and get all 8 Yuffie boxes. Each Yuffie box is 5 points. You need a total of 45 points to get the Great rating, which would then get you 6 relationship points for Barrett. For me, in my route, I have to do it. I just have to shoot 5 boxes at the start, and that's it. Make sure I get the Yuffie ones. For them, they don't need to do it because they took Barrett on the beach, so they get the extra 2 points there.
I love the default route anyway. It's far more Donkey Kong Country.
Yeah, it's great.
Jumping the main parts around. Because that's how physics works, you. Yeah.
Yeah, and Yuffie gets angry here at Cloud.
Definitely worth taking the. Definitely worth taking.
We'll go more into why we need those X potions later, but trust me, they will come in very handy for an upcoming section.
Yeah. The gastropod, which of course is, a play on
Your homecoming?
gastropod, is that what it's called for snails? I think that's what it is. Woody's done with that. BigSid opted to do pictures as well. I'm so disappointed in all the runners. I'm not talking to them today. Well, that's it.
You're going to have to explain what that minigame is now, though.
Yeah, so if you know Rocket League, that's what it is. That's it. You have 3 opponents, you try to score on them. The black one has 2 more aggressive doggos, the blue one has 4 puppers, I think it is 4 or 5. They all are stronger than Cloud. The yellow one has a chocobo that tanks, just sits down camps. Originally, I thought you had to win the game and I would always go for first, but it turns out you only need second place because I don't know how to read. And so then it became much easier because you leave yellow alone and you take out black and blue and then you score on yourself, purposely taking the L to get second place. And the average is around like a 127 remaining on the clock for me, so it doesn't really lose much time compared to pictures. But yeah, it's basically Rocket League.
I was actually joking with Steam before this run, like how many different games have Square taken influence from for many games in this one. We've got Rocket League, we've got Wave Race, there's quite a few that they're borrowing influence.
Later, we're gonna have some Mario Kart or Chocobo Kart GP.
Yeah. This game has a good amount of mini games. We can quit out of some, as we did quit out of the Choco Hustle early on. But part of me wishes they were all required, that you had to do them.
Yeah, as always, being annoying speedrunners that we are, if we can skip a minigame literally by just, quitting it and saying, no, I'm not doing it, after it's loaded, we do it and it lets us go faster. Sometimes the game doesn't let you do that. For example, coming up, there will be the initial Chocobo riding training for the racing, and you must complete that trial. You can't just exit that one, or you just have to go and do it again.
Wait, you talking about the practice? No, you can exit the practice. You have to do the actual race though.
Oh yeah, sorry, I confused.
Yeah.
What I tried to do is I tried to not to do the practice at all, but it makes you. That's what it was.
Yeah, and New Game Plus actually can quit out of the Choco race itself, so that's a different thing. We have to do the Choco race here though, on New Game.
Okay, so the Sid is now at the Gold Saucer, and very early on we get, if you remember the fighting minigame, well, we're doing a kind of warm-up version of it with Dio here. You have to do that as soon as you arrive.
Yep. If you're on New Game Plus, you don't have to do this.
Basically,
but here we have
all
to do
I'm
the
hearing
tutorial.
from you is good reasons to run hard.
I know, right? New Game Plus is, and also, in like Grasslands as well, how you have to go through a bunch of stuff and do the chocolate. You can actually teleport around in Grasslands early on, like before teleport is normally unlocked, and there's a lot of segments where there's slowdown here on New Game, but you don't get the slowdown, like the slow walking and stuff, like the Bronco stuff later, that segment in chapter 12.
You get to turn off all the Zack story, I mean...
I know, there is a lot of reasons to run New Game Plus.
See if you have what it takes, young man.
So this brawling mini game, if you do win, you get 2 extra points and relationship points for red. If you lose, well, you don't get as much, but it's not a big deal. No one, even I, don't care about the outcome here. But basically, we don't want to sit here and dodge. That is a little bit slower, so we just take what we get. Either he's going to win or we're going to win, and we don't care. I believe if you lose the... I can't remember. I don't remember if the win or lose. I think losing the load on the next cutscene is faster by like 2 seconds. I can't remember. BigSid would know. I don't remember.
The section where Aerith is losing her mind from altitude sickness.
You should have seen him at the Honeybee Inn.
Aerith. She's trying to talk to the mountain, folks. She's finally flipped.
That's okay, because a lot of people go crazy in this game.
Let's have some fun. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Sure. Sounds like a plan to me.
Not spoiling or anything.
Yeah. I go crazy running it too. Gold Saucer on New Game Plus. Another New Game Plus thing is I think you can just basically go to the Skywheel. You go to like the Ghost Hotel, then the Skywheel, I think. But here, a New Game, you have to visit every square. So there is different ways to route this.
I believe the route
basically
they intentionally leave the longest run back to a Moogle to last because of a 4th voice line.
Not sure what to do. For me, I do Event Square last because I think you're talking about like where you're locked out of the teleport on the Chocobo.
Yeah.
Yes, that like attention everybody or whatever. The Event Square, you're forced to do like a slow jog on the carpet anyways, so it's best to have that one last because you don't get locked out of the Moogle at all. I think what they do is they do the run back through Wonderment Square, which is actually 3 seconds slower. Yeah, a good lesson for these runners.
If we'd actually played that cutscene there, the guy does fall down from the roof again, just like he did in the original, but we're not going to stop to wait and see it.
We will see it later though, because it won't be in a cutscene, which is nice. In this cutscene right here, I do enjoy a lot, where Palmer and the Turks come up and whatever, you know, it's a good cutscene. Woadyb, he's doing Valkyrie, no issues here. There is like a weird thing I saw with one of BigSid's run where the boss kind of just waited in the air, and oh my god, it was a nice time loss. The boss did not want to cooperate. He can do Firewheel early, and if the boss goes up and does Firewheel, then Spellblade is going to miss. And so you're kind of
hi to his teammate there.
He went up to Tonberry.
He went over to
he went up to talk to the Tonberry.
The creepy little mechanical Tonberry in that room. It just freaks you out when you walk in there.
Purifying air levels.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. I think it does it quite good justice here. Valk is done, cleaned up nicely. BigSid is on the snail.
Zach walking section.
The Sid is on another Jack segment. We're gonna have that every chapter until like 12. We don't get them anymore then. Here, you can't just progress. You have to interact with Aerith, and then either the Holy Element or the Book. The Book is faster than the Holy Element. And then the camera will turn. And Zach opens the door with his left hand, so you kind of want to be lined up properly there.
On my first casual playthrough, I thought I soft locked the game because I couldn't find the trigger to open the door.
You can find the door, yeah.
I love that we're all so jaded by Square Enix games that we just assume we've soft locked it.
Yeah, it can't be me.
There isn't a solution to this puzzle. The game's broken. That's the more obvious solution.
BigSid is done with his Closetowar, so nobody got the soft lock. That's nice.
Going down to the lobby, sir?
We have Gungaga reactor, quite big. Don't really remember what you did here on OG. I think like the Turks were here or something.
In OG, the Turks were there. You saw them. You went up to the reactors. Scarlet appears, looking for huge materia or big materia, and then disappears. And then...
Where you can find Titan, I think. The Titan materia.
That's Gungaga. But that's not the.
Oh, that's Gungaga. Yeah.
Oh wait, this is yeah. This is Corel. Alright,
Corel,
whatever.
Still, you're
It's
jumping
another
ahead of things a
reactor.
wee bit.
Getting ahead
They're
of
all the
ourselves.
same.
Getting ahead of ourselves.
They all get blown up. It's the same.
Yeah.
And here we are.
Shinra is not big on safety standards. Let's put it that way.
Welcome to the Gold Saucer.
What is it? Is it HOSA? You guys call it in the US? I can't remember what it's. The health and safety board over there that I keep seeing the memes of. on
OSHA,
YouTube.
I think.
OSHA.
Yeah.
OSHA.
Yeah. We have a chocobo here. So the chocobos, I don't think we went over it, but in the first game you can kind of just ignore the mini game. You can kind of go through and you'll go right side of the first chocobo and grasslands, or the left side depending if it turns, and then you throw the rock. And there's like a weird thing where you can't throw the rock for a few seconds. It just gives you like a and you can't throw it. And I don't think anyone knows why that happens for a few seconds. But here we have another chocobo, which is the tropical one. Comes with a nice tropical outfit, and on normal you would actually go do 2 hunts here, so we could get ATB boost later in Corral. But here they just go to the end with this chocobo, and
Yeah, it's amazing how much of the map they are actually completely ignoring there. And they were doing, we're quickly fast traveling back to where we actually are, just because it skips some conversation and lets us go faster.
yep. And the choco does have a fancy slide, which is useful in the swamp when you're going from land into the swamp. Outside of that, it won't be used much besides the race drifting stuff, which we'll see. Yuffie segment for Woadyb. They do grab the Twin Viper Shuriken, which he's going to grab in a second. That has Windstorm. That is an AoE wind attack that scales off magic. This is a physical weapon, but we don't care. We want the ability. And it'll be an AoE, a big AoE around her. And then she'll throw her Shuriken, and her Shuriken it'll do the Windstorm around the Shuriken if it's thrown at something, but the AoE is smaller, and the attack is also a bit weaker. This ability is amazing, quite frankly. Casually, it didn't feel as great, but for like a run, it's superb. We will see that in Chapter 9, just how good it is at grouping enemies.
Yeah, grouping enemies together. This game has quite a lot of splash damage mechanics on the magic, so even though we're not using any, well, what's called all material magnify in the remakes, and we're not using that at all. So if you hit fire against one enemy but they're close enough together, you will catch the ones around you, so grouping them up is always so useful in this game.
Yep, the AoE was increased on like everything. Damage, the power value for each thing was kind of kept the same outside of the Agas. The Agas, we will see that later, I guess, and I can go
Let's see
over it
if
later,
Woadyb
but
gets it
they were
quickly.
buffed. Oh,
No, he's...
and
It's your first time.
no,
Don't
missed
beat
it.
yourself up.
You could see the circle prompt. It showed up there for like a second. BigSid, I think he'll get it. Thus, it's still going through each zone, and it takes a lot longer to navigate Gold Saucer compared to OG. OG, it was like, you know, you had the lobby and you just go over and over and you hop in the holes and whatnot. Here, it's actually way larger.
The lobby was made
stars.
bigger than the rest of the Gold Saucer combined.
They did do the battle one as well. The battle, you can just quit out. Thankfully, because oh my god, those fights, the first one is really horrible on normal. It would be awful to have to route that. You get like experience in AP, but we can just quit out. The Wonderment one with the bike, you can quit out. I kind of wish that was forced because first place is a Whistlewind Scarf, which gives you 500 ATB, which is a third of a bar. 1 bar of ATB cost is 1500 points. You don't see this, it's hidden behind the scenes. And this was a nerf from Remake. Remake, it was 1000 points, so 2 ATB was 2000 points. Here it's 3000 points. but there are more ways to refund ATBs. Like on the Folio and stuff, you can get like 5% of your ATB back. Omni Strike is 70%. The keychain from Roche, which they don't use, the Speed Demon keychain, it is amazing. It does give you 10% back. So an Omni Strike could give you 85% of your ATB back. Woadyb unlucky with the cockatrices there. He got the flea glitch thing where you get targeted and then you can't get the flea.
They really just had it in for him there. I think
Yeah.
you can also skip the space shooting minigame? You can just exit that one once you start it as
Yep, you can exit that as well. We can exit all of these. You just have to go in though. I wish you could just go to like the teleport, but like it does make you do the minigame, or start it rather. Valkyrie for BigSid for Team Choco. Again, blocking at the start. Sonic Boom to get that buff. And the wind damage, doing Spellblade. And during the animation, BigSid is switching to Aerith to get some ATB because her ATB roll was too low. So that's a variation that you can do. And then the ward, and you could do like Thunder to push. Ward, I don't think they need to learn it. A normal, we do have to actually learn it. Whereas you'd have to get the proficiency bonuses. That way you can switch weapons. They will be switching weapon later.
Again, BigSid just tanking that straight in the face.
The laser. I had an old strat on normal where the laser, there's a box that gives an MP shard, and I would have it shoot the box. It was so precise that I just decided I couldn't do that in a run. No way. Because I needed the MP at the time, but now the strats are way better and I made something better. Valkyrie done. Pretty clean. Woadyb having to wait. You have to wait for these. This segment, it takes time. It doesn't feel too bad to like do it. It seems a lot longer when you're watching. The rewards in these boxes are set per box. Like there will be an ether in this first set of boxes, for example. I think they do have to use some ethers in the run. I'm not sure. A normal we chug ethers in a lot of places. And then there's another ether in the second set on the left here. And you can kind of mess around when swinging if you want. It doesn't affect it until the end. I do this backwards, or I swing in a circle, stuff like that, you know, just wasting time. The switch, you can get it in like 4 kicks, and then you can do like a weird slowed down kick if you want, and that'll enable you to get on the next grapple point a little bit quicker in one less swing. Rarely ever works out, honestly, but just a slight time save.
We're over on this side. We've just got back to Battle Square. We've learned that there was, unfortunately, some murders, and it was committed by a gentleman with a gun for an arm. Obviously, we all know somebody who matches that description.
Woody's getting fireball.
He's not with us right now, so they're away having to chase after this and see if they can prove our innocence.
Okay, not too bad of a bomb. I knew Woadyb was getting the fireball because the bomb retreated. Slightly mistimed the Art of War, otherwise he could have got it. The fireball is a bit too early. But no issues, no swell. We don't want to see swell. We don't want to get knocked away and the horribleness that can ensue, but Gigatris coming out for him. The Sid is coming up to Dust Bowl. We'll go over that after the Gigatris again. Gigatris, again, it'll open in like one of 3 ways. It'll do like a drop attack, attack where it kind of tries to claw you, or an arrow, and you just get some damaging. Switch over to Barret. The fire, interesting. Is he gonna do a bonus round? He might not be going for that. Okay, he's opting to completely stagger with Tifa. And you can see again. Yeah, the Omni spam. And sometimes you don't get enough ATB, of course, because it's only 70%. But you can do like a rolling uppercut to supplement that and get the rest of it. And then phase 2, again, I'm gonna throw a fire or a blizzard, depending on the runner, through this tornado. It'll hit the boss, knock it down and pressure it, and then you can just stagger it as you please. You got the fire, good. if you mistime it, there is like a second set that it'll put up and you can get it. But if you fail that one, then you're in for a world of pain, pretty much. And that's Gigatrice down.
Yep.
The SID screen, the way that you handle this is we need to get 3 Soka screens to progress, and there's many things you can do here. I've timed all of them, I even timed the cards. That one's horrible, don't ever think about it, because the third guy, the punk guy, is extremely hard to beat. His deck is absurd for the starter deck that you have. But the thugs that I just defeated is one of the fastest. There's like a liar. Yeah, the liar guys. It'll be one of the 5 people, which he's gonna do now. Okay, he does this in like a anti-clockwise way. He's gonna read the text. The text does change. There's like a few, like 2 different lines per one. I think one of them might even have 3. For this middle guy, you want to see Gus, not North, and then we typically write. No, Stamp right there, Squinty Rachel. If you see Stamp, it's correct. The right guy, you need to see Test 0. The middle, the girl on the left from the middle, I forget her name, in the jeans, she talks about the weapon shop, and if she mentions an elixir or that it's quiet and she gassed and got knocked out, whatever, that's correct. And if it's not any of them, it's the last guy on the left. And that's how I handle it, because the guy has 2 voice lines like for everything, and they're long. So if it's not the other 4, it's the left guy.
The far left guy, reading the notes here, it's the bill jumper serves sunshine, or the bill jumper waters down its drink, are the 2 you're looking for on that one.
Yeah, the problem is it's like 3 lines of dialogue on the screen, and he has like, you have to go through 2 lines sometimes, because there's like he has 2 sets of things he says like that. So typically most runners look middle, right, far right, left girl, and then left, and I think everyone kind of handles it the same. That said, we see a minigame, Desert Rush. This is not part of normal. It is on one of the normal routes, one of the 3 routes that I've done, made. But we have a minigame. We don't care about winning. We just want to get the target score, 15,000 for the greens, knocking the time boxes away on purpose without hitting them, so that you can break these boxes and get points. You get the big boxes.
Time boxes you hit, it gives you plus 5 seconds to your time, and we don't want extra time.
Yep. You can just use an ATB ability. These are not any weaker on easy. This is the same on normal as it is on easy. There's no changes. And once you get enough of these like electric boxes, you can go on to the next segment. They have these 200-point boxes that get knocked all over the place. You can get the top reward, which is Dragon Claws for no time loss. You can do this fast enough. I've honed it to that point. I would knock that the other way, but I guess he doesn't need that many points here. You can do it fast enough and get the Dragon Claws, but Star Shower is not in the route, and those have Star Shower. Technically, it's better than Kaiser Knuckles up until a point, where Kaiser Knuckles does overcome in the endgame its attack, but there is an ability which gives 15% increased damage on unique abilities, such as Omni Strike. And so with that, if you're Omni spamming, Dragon Claws actually out DPS's Kaiser Knuckles even in endgame. But if you were to use like Dive Kicks or Limit or something, then Kaiser is better. He's got the requisite points, so now he can just do whatever. If you do this quickly, you do get a nice break. The problem with actually going for the Dragon Claws is the first set of boxes is, if anyone's done the advanced segment, there's like an area in the upper right where one of these 200 boxes out of the first electric box can get knocked there. You cannot get to it, because that's the advanced segment. You cannot get to there, but the knocked box can get stuck, and therefore you're screwed. If you're trying to go for that route, that's why it's really risky. On normal, we don't do this. We do what's known as the Cactuar route, where you chase the Cactuar, and it's about the same speed, although we do pick up the Gil Chest there, the 4K. Just because we need the experience in AP for the 28 Palmer route.
I missed how many explosions Woadyb got there. I saw one at the very end, but I don't know.
I saw one at the start too, so he's got at least
okay,
2.
So he's got at least 2.
A couple. Yeah, so basically, essentially, to go over this again, you do Thugs, Liars, and then you do Desert Rush, you do Cactuar. And that's it. When you ignore everything else is too slow. I have timed like doing the battleground thing against like the test 0 and stuff, and like if you fully gear up, it's not that bad. But they're not like you want to go in there and do a menu just for like this segment. We don't want to do that.
It is actually some really nice Easter eggs in that battle, in the down in that fight. So if you are playing casually, I highly recommend you go down and do that. Some quite comical voice lines that they have given those tests.
Yeah, in the test 0, a lot of people might notice that's in like the OG JP game. That's like a thing in there, and that's what that's from. I don't know the exact specifics on it, but it's not in the localized version.
I believe it's when you climb down into the kind of barrel, you know, the kind of deep well, and it was an enemy that's
it's like a
bottom of it. It's the same map screen that's got that kind of hidden red character that's just hidden there on the screen, even though you can't see it, but it has been found by people digging into the game code.
BigSid just had a really clean bomb. So
I saw that. Yeah, that was nice. You got the flame breath and textbook bomb. Perfect.
Gigatris again.
Yep, he's gonna get bonus round. We do want to. I guess you don't have to learn it because you're gonna keep high cal on the whole run. And normals had some things where like you get Calamitous Bazooka, and I swear I have better runs when I have that, but eventually we kind of just phased it out. I phased it out. Good phase 1. Hopefully no issues in phase 2. The Sid is coming up to the Choco racing segment. Again, where you do practice. And then after the practice, you could get like the 50 GP here if you wanted, but unfortunately you can't get anything with it. There are like books you could buy, but you just can't get any quick enough, which again, the books would save you about 2 levels at certain specific levels, like 28. You could have the next weapon core. That's where you get it, but you could have it at like 26 or something. And when weapons level up, they get big bonuses to like their attack and magic attack, assuming they're at least the requisite level of what you'd have. Like again, these weapons we get you're expected to be at a certain level before you get them. I hope that wasn't too early on the Sid. There is a save load here, which saves a few seconds. As soon as you hear the intercom start, like the ding, you can save load. And the Sid was too early. He didn't wait for the ding. You have to wait for the intercom sound to start, and then you do the save load. It's only like 2 or 3 seconds. It's not a big deal. And then Esder would talk to you and be like, okay, you wanna oh, there's a split there. Esder wants to have you do the race, and we do equip the Chocobo for this. We'll see. I don't think I'm going to see any 219s here.
So for those of you who have played Mario Kart, you'll understand the concept of having to grab 10 coins to get your speed up all the way. Well, similar for us in this one. You have to grab 10 blue balloons, and that brings your speed up to the highest speed. You also gain dashes from yellows, and you gain speed bursts from red. So in the first lap, you kind of really want to focus on getting the speed up to 10.
Wait, I've read about this.
You can kind of power slide around corners. Again, similar, you can get a small boost off of those. We want to time when you do those. If you oversteer, you actually will slow down. And you can also cut some corners here, so we can see we use speed burst and allow us to go onto the grass. And we try and time this so we can do it 2 bends in a row. And there we go. And if you get that last red, you can just time getting that final red balloon there, so that it extends the speed burst that wee bit longer. If you collect them while it's activated, it extends the time it runs. You can also try and do things like cut the grass more at the start there if you've not used it earlier. There's a few different ways to do this.
Yep, so the most optimal is you're going to get the blue speed balloons. That's the priority, as even if you were to get the red stuff and use the boost, it still can't outperform getting all the blue balloons to get our speed up to 10. If you bump into something, you lose a bit. He really should probably use his thing, but that's fine. You don't actually want to extend the bar on laps 1 and 2. You want to do it on 3 because there's a certain cycle to it where you get 3 of these because we have enough intelligence with the gear that we have on to where you'll get the boost right after the second little bump here with the red balloon. And then you can cut the corner. And then you want to cut the corner coming out of the tunnel. And you use your boost around there. And then you also use that to cut the second group of grass too. You can cut this grass if you want. Sometimes you can hit these and get double dashes. You can get both of them at once. It's hard to do consistently. It's pretty tough. And then again, on the third one here, you would hold your boost until around this corner right here. And then you go through it with the speed burst, and that will give you enough time, if you use the dash on the corner here as well, to hit this red balloon and extend just like that, as we see that going into the final lap here. And he's done. The Shinra helmet we picked up for no time loss when following Ezra in the Dust Bowl after we were done with all the 3 things that we had to do. And as you have enough time. Now if you take too long, then she'll turn around and wait for you. Yeah. That's Choco racing, and you have to do it on New Game.
I actually like the Choco racing in this game. It infuriates me that I think it's better made than Choco GP, which was an entire game in its own right.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. I had fun with it.
Yeah, the full extra maps and all the extra stuff they have in it are actually really enjoyable to play. You know,
especially the cactuar gates. That's really enjoyable.
Oh, they can be infuriating, but when you get it right, it is fun.
I just used the one that jumps, and I would just jump over everything. And apparently, which I didn't know, in the Ultimania, it says that when you land, it stuns opponents near you, which is a thing. A little bit of a time save here. They're not going to go towards the Desert Twister here, which is where you would naturally think the trigger is. It's faster by 3 seconds over by this rock.
Yeah, the trigger's
you hit
kind
the
of
trigger.
a weird long diagonal line through the map, so go to the closest point.
Yep. Let me see where we are, right? So, Corral for Sid.
You'll see.
Gold Saucer with Woadyb. He's got to do all the squares. And then we have Dine for the Sid. This way is a little different than the OG. We don't have the right arm to throw. You can't get that off the bomb. Dine, he's going to use 1 or 2 moves pretty early on. He's going to do fire bombs, which you can block, or paralyzing shot, which you can't, and you can roll out of the way though. There's some ways to make it kind of glitchy, which we don't want to see, but they're going to get buffed up. If you're in the middle and not far enough over, and you get hit by point blank. If you're standing near that rubble pile on the right, like just to the left of it, he cannot do point blank. But you basically have to be right next to it. The idea is to do enough damage to pressure him, and bonus round is really important here because it does enough cut to where it'll keep him locked down. You can see he couldn't do anything once he's pressured. He can't do anything. You just keep shooting him. And then you push. And phase 2, he throws some mines around. You're going to not have to worry about this, essentially. Just fire, he's going to overcharge, stagger, and he's going to do as much damage as he can here. And it pushes when it's at like the start of his name. This is when that'll be the next phase for Dine. Okay, no problems. Phase 3, it gets a bit Resident Evil here. It's gonna have
yeah, that's a good way to explain it actually.
The
beginning of this, we want to immediately kind of roll back or run back out the way, or you're going to get
explanation
a whole
for
world of
this.
pain.
I don't know how to explain this. It's a thing. But yeah, you can roll. If you get hit by the first roll, I believe you can mash it out and get a guaranteed setup for the second roll, but he didn't get it. But also you do want limit as well for what they do on here. Be careful of that. Stun, not a big a deal.
To tank that intentionally to get the limits actually.
Yeah, he might have, actually. You do some more damage and you just blow him to hell. Luckily, Paralyze is not, again, it's not a big deal because on easy, it doesn't last as long. But on normal, you can die here. If you like choose to use like a high ether or a turbo ether, we don't have high ethers anymore. We just have them in a row on normal. And you mess up the final phase, you are dead. Every time. If you didn't elixir. And now we have a boss that I forget to split because I'm focusing on this. It's okay, I got it. We have Palmer, the Anurin Suppressor. There's going to be some folio work here first, though, which we're going to get Spellbound Blast for Aerith. That's really important. And the Magic Attack. Now, Woadyb did some of his menuing early on. He listened to me and he grabbed the synergy damage on here. The synergy damage does affect your partner's abilities as well. If you use Spellblade, it does scale off of Cloud's magic alone, and only his, but Aerith, if she has, 5% increased synergy damage, that does increase the Spellblade's damage, along with the bigger synergy abilities as well. Spellbound Blast is a lot like Spellblade, except it's like a longer AoE, and it has a particular use in Chapter 10, after the boss there, that really helps out. Picking up Fox Flame for Yuffie, which I'll explain in Chapter 9, and some more synergy damage nodes. Now we have Anurin Suppressor, which is Palmer. This boss requires a lot of practice regardless of your category. On normal, before I had a nice, good strat, even when I started to get the strat that I have, it still took me about 8 hours of practice to get somewhat good at it. This requires a lot of practice. The boss will move around a lot. Goes down, goes up, comes to the middle, electroshock. If you take too long, or you do too much damage, you get Neener, which is a little cutscene where he pops out and he kind of smacks his ass and, only, which is what he does, and he has that in OG somewhere or other in his fight.
In OG, it's just before you get the tiny Bronco scene.
Bronco,
when
right,
you're stealing it.
Yeah, and we want to skip that for sure. On normal, you need to be 28, or you have to rely on like Thundar. No. For the 28 route, it's just a Thundaga. But if you're 27, you gotta do some Thundar stuff, but it's not worth it to bother with that. I just take the animation on at level 27. Phase 2, you just knock him down. You can knock him down with like a Synchro Cyclone. Any synergy ability will knock him down. And then he'll be pressured. He won't be pressured yet, but if he does Neener here and you hit him with 2 50 cut abilities, he will be pressured and you can stagger if you want. On 28 and normal, we just burst him down. His legs are targetable. That's a split. If you target the legs and you break a leg, the boss will be knocked down for longer. But as you could see during the Sid's fight, the boss moves around a lot, so sometimes you need to reposition and stuff. So if you sit there and try to spell, just mash out Spellblade or Spellbound or something, you will get punished because you can miss, because he moves too far.
Another
It's
kind
a tough
of
fight.
mini-game segment. Basically, we're just going to be shooting at the helicopter as it's flying around. We're also going to have, the standard trash mobs show up. But the only complex section here you need to worry about is if the grenades are
Sorry,
thrown
man.
at you, or
Feel like I failed
you
you.
need to make sure you're trying to dodge where the rockets are going to come in. Other than that, it's just shoot them down as fast as possible. You can see that it's showing that they're going to throw one right on him where he is, so see, he's just going to kill them rather than have to move.
He killed it, before he could get it off. You definitely want to change your reticle to the purple to move it faster. The helicopter can choose to shoot, and that's unlucky because he gets hit, and you can't tank through it. These enemies do have less health on easy. This is a cycle-based minigame, so if you're too slow on some of the early ones, which can happen on normal, you will sit there and wait, and you'll just be driving and nothing's happening because it's cycle-based, and you have to hit the checkpoints, which is frustrating. But basically, you want to focus on just shooting until you're out of ammo, and then overcharge if you have to move. If you move, you can do overcharge during the animation, and you can reload during the animation as well. But just using overcharge willy-nilly as it comes up is slower than just pew-pewing. And then we have Palmer. He hasn't had enough, so he chases us, and they're just shooting. This minigame has another relationship thing where it has 3 different sets of amounts of points you'll get. You'll get either 4, 5, or 6. If your health is, I think it's 60% or greater, something like that, you get 6 points. If it's between that and like 30%, you get 5, and then lower than that, it's 4. It's whatever.
This
It
minigame
doesn't matter.
does have some auto lock on, but it's not the best, as you're seeing. It doesn't always track as well as you would like it to. You can also use the overcharge to slightly damage enemies that are slightly off screen. It's the only time you can do off screen damage. You know, if you're just shooting off to the edge, it doesn't do anything. They've got to be on screen if you're shooting them.
Where would you like to go, Kubo?
Yep. Also, Palmer brings out his cannon to shoot you for like big damage. You can try to fight the auto lock because it will try to auto lock it, and when you break it, you knock down the boss, but then he goes off screen and you can't hit him. So you can just choose to try to fight and tank the blast, and then defeat Palmer. But Zach. So here for Zach, you need to speak to 3 NPCs and then stand in a specific location, which is kind of towards that puddle in the background here, near the dude to his right. So you walk towards that and you'll get the explosion. If you hug the left side towards where you think you would go, you will skip the thing here and you'll have to come back and hit this trigger. The 3 NPCs we talk to are the fastest.
In this Zack flashback or alternate timeline or whatever this part of it is, I will let you all play the game and make your own mind up. He hears that a member of Avalanche is alive and we're on our way to try and locate them, and it turns out it's BigSid. So that's who we're away to try and track down right now. There he is.
Yep, I don't know this story because I skipped the cutscenes in my speedruns, so I have no idea.
I think a few of us have theories, but I think I would rather let chat watching play the game on their own.
Yep, definitely.
Yeah, hopefully they tie it up really well in part 3.
Yeah.
Here we have Kate Shi is about to finally join our party. This is also kind of a scripted segment here. Runners can take a quick break, go grab a drink.
It's might be the longest break, this or later on one of the playing segments. I can't remember. It's a nice one though. You could you can even take so long that you drop your controller and not lose time, or you drop your controller and lose time. Shoutouts to someone there. But this buggy is not going to be used very long, unfortunately. It's like less than a minute. Kind of a shame. I kind of wish it was used more.
Yeah, I was actually really impressed how they handled the buggy in this. I thought they added it in really well. Yeah, you basically are doing X game level tricks with a rally car off of jumps and stuff.
I've tried to
so
flip
much
it
fun.
and it auto writes itself. Like you can't flip it. It's a shame.
I do find that also one of the things that the mechanics of getting out of it can be infuriating, because it sometimes will go out the way you're holding on the stick and sometimes it will choose not to. You know, the camera angle can be awkward. So it can be annoying if you pull up thinking, right, if I get out that side, I get to go straight to the thing, and you get out the other side of it and it's just like, oh, come on, game.
Yep. This is officially where Kate joins us, and now his EXP will start counting. And he is in the party here.
Unfortunately for those of you wanting Sid and Vincent in this part, I'm afraid they are not joining us as playable characters. It is purely
it would be a bit too late in the game for that, really, to enjoy them.
It's the same reason why they didn't include Red as playable in part 1. And, you know, I can understand why they've done it. It also means that in part 3 we've got some new combat and new characters and mechanics to look forward to.
Yeah.
So I think for what they've had to balance, I think they've done really well. For the scope of the game they've tried to grow and the size of the areas, I think they've done really well. I'm not going to say I agree with every story decision they've made, but that's everybody's own interpretation of Final Fantasy VII, really.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
I mean, this world, it is... I think they handled it great. Like, the world, how big it is and everything you can do, and, you know, there's so much you can do in this game. It's crazy. It's a very... If you're trying to do everything, it takes a long time.
Oh yeah, I on your casual playthrough, if you're looking at 60 to 100 hours, depending on how much side quests you do. It genuinely is massive.
I didn't even finish all the side quests. I was on the ultimate party animal and I started routing, and then I was like, get there.
No, I had to. My style of gameplay is if the game will let me do it before moving on to the next 4 section, I always try and complete it. Apparently, I'm a terrible game player to watch. Because I avoid anytime the game
I
says
try to do
go
that
here,
too, yeah.
I turn around and go, well, what's over there instead then? That unfortunately meant in Grasslands, I explored the entire of Grasslands before I unlocked the Chocobo. Do you have any idea how much I was kicking myself after walking around that entire map?
I did that. I did that in the Junon region. I walked around the entire map. I was like, "Why? What are these walls for? Aren't I supposed to get a chocobo somewhere?" And then realized that I had to get it in the beginning of the.
It's just that, yeah. Once I learned that chocobos were going to be a kind of a regional unlock, I started to look for them before I was doing the major map explore.
The Sid, this is chapter 9, heading to Gongaga. This is a jungle. Kind of hard to navigate until you learn how to navigate it. There's also some areas you can accidentally jump down and lose 30 seconds depending on your pathing, and if you're not paying attention, I've done that a couple times.
I would say Gongaga is probably the easiest map section to get lost in now, and it's probably not because of the size of the map or anything like that. It's because of how many levels it's on. You'd think a jungle wouldn't be that difficult, but at times you could be 3 or 4 levels up or down from where you think you need to be. There's so much verticality in this area of the game. It's very easy to get lost.
And there would actually be a smarter, faster pathing than what is done in the runs. But there is a Chadley summon crystal in the way, and that will proc, if you go too near them, it will proc Chadley to talk to you. They did make sure to... they don't have to worry about avoiding it in Chapter 8, now that I think about it, because they don't do the ATB boost stuff. But they will have to avoid a Chadley crystal later.
For those of you who love your Final Fantasy VII lore, and potentially from even before Crisis, and never mind Crisis Core, Cissnei is now in the remakes. So Cissnei is in Rebirth, and she is hanging out in Gongaga.
This way, folks. Quick as you like.
Not playable, unfortunately.
No, I was going to say, for those of you who don't know her backstory, I'll let you play the game and see the cutscenes and get a wee bit more explained. I do highly recommend playing the Crisis Core remaster. It is very much worth it.
I haven't played it. I've only played the original.
Oh, the quality of life improvements in the new one are incredible. All the cutscenes are skippable, so I think the run went from 7 hours down to 2.
Oh, they couldn't skip it in the original, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Adult said he did a little quick time save there. It's faster instead of trying to navigate back through and cross the bridges here in Gongaga. You just go back to where you are on the map, like with Corral, and your party separates, and you just go up to the inn here, and it's faster. So we did this in Mount Corral, and we do it here as well.
You got an amazing little section here with Yuffie singing to you. I'm bored, so very bored. And she does it to her own theme. She's got a few different versions of it. You can't just hang out there and listen to them. They all make me laugh. I could listen to that the whole time throughout this area.
BigSid is on the dust point. I wanted to mention there is a weapon there called the Umbral Blade. It sucks, but the ability is great. It's Prime Mode. It gives you a different set of attacks, which is difficult to learn first casually. And you'll fling yourself around a lot if you do it, but Prime Mode, the second hit of the strong attack where you hold it, gives you Berserk 2, I just call it. As just like with normal, we would have the normal mode, you get Berserk for 30% increased damage. The Berserk 2 is 50%, of course, it's a double-edged sword, you take that much as well. But on easy, they don't need it. On normal, we do it, and we master it on the Thugs encounter. As you can get the entire mastery on one battle there. But they do not need it on easy, as they don't need that extra 20% increased damage. But again, to remember that Berserk is a multiplier, so it multiplies into everything else. So if something is weak to something or something is staggered, it's going to give you a ton of damage, way more than like 30 and 50%, because it's a multiplier.
BigSid doesn't push that timer block out the way and just goes with the risks. Okay, I hadn't seen that. Ah, so he takes that one for extra. That's where he gets his extra set. Okay.
There's plenty of things. You have plenty of time to go and get whatever you want, honestly, during the minigame. Woadyb is doing his racing. I'd like to see him get at least, I'd like to see at least a 221 or lower at the end of it.
Moving over to the inside, man knows his racing lines. Sorry, I'm a massive racing and F1 fan. I love racing games, so I really did try to min-max this minigame every time I tried it.
That BigSid is now done with his minigame. He can just wait it out. It's a nice break. If he needs a break, he can take it. Finishing up this. The Sid is now heading to the reactor. Bit of a weird path. This is... Actually, no, this pathing is different on easy compared to normal, because we take hunts for ATB boost on normal, and therefore we don't get the... you would not get the text and stuff with surface. I think her name is, for the hunts. Because there's a hunt that you would run by here. It's like a plant.
Great job. Have a good day.
I'm just watching Woadyb here to see what he finishes off on.
Yep, Sid going through the water. You can do some jank jumping around here and stuff, but it's just faster to go in the water here, and then there's like a thing that you go on, a little slab of concrete. But it is possible to do this entire part with just like 2 seconds of swimming if you really wanted to, because there's some weird jank environment jumping mechanics you can do.
Oh, Woadyb just missed the last speed burst before the line.
Well,
222.
Okay. Okay.
Woadyb is in the lead.
Pretty good.
you gotta check out.
It's kind of weird, but Gus has a
Yes,
picture
I've
of his
been
The Sid
Sid got
accidentally pressed
228.
R1.
Oh.
He pressed R1, and if you don't have a chocobo, you pause and it gives you a tutorial. It sucks. Unfortunate. It can happen on accident too. You just accidentally tap that button. I've had it where I was doing like somehow I pressed the PS button on accident. I've done that during the Choco race, and oh my god, it's disastrous if you do that. The PlayStation button, because you lose control of your character, of course.
So far, Woady's winning the Chocobo Cup by 6 seconds. We'll see how BigSid does when it comes round.
Sid bought empowerment material that allows you to cast bravery. If it was level 2, you can do faith, but we'd have to level boost it in the run to get that. They can naturally level up at the end of the run, but again, bravery increases your attack by 1.2, so 20%, and faith is the same for your magic. Here, you can skip this encounter, but I believe they want to take it so that they get their level up, and they're going to grab the crystal sword here. Most runners grab this on normal. I don't do this. I just skip the encounter and go.
I know
Crystal
does
sword
it
is.
as well.
Yep, everybody does it here. Crystal sword is a very powerful weapon. Again, remember, when we pick up weapons, they're typically stronger, except for Umbral Blade. It also has attack plus 20 and magic at plus 20, so you can. Those are really good extra abilities on them. Honestly, just to have the base stats. Base stats are really strong, especially if you're using bravery or faith. Because in the damage calculation, your attack and your magic attack are counted twice for it.
See if BigSid's going to go into the shop and come back out. Or has he already done it?
No, he's going to do it when following Ezra to pick up the Shinra helmet. Shinra helmet for the extra speed.
It's a start.
A Dine for Woadyb. Again, he's going to buff up. He's gonna get his ATB up. Pressure. And he's gonna push with the focus out of the charge and just shoot up a little bit. Which I think that's different from like what BigSid does. Some of the stuff they do is different. Like Woady's done a lot of his routing himself. BigSid has worked with Crystal Crown on a lot of the routing for easy.
BigSid and Crystal have done a lot of the routing, which I believe this set bases his on, and a lot of Woady's is independent. So we kind of quite similar though.
Even the fastest chocobos can't win Jack without the right jockey. I've seen my fair
Yeah, it's the kind of thing where, like, if multiple people that know the game well end up routing, eventually things will kind of converge into the same strategy a lot of the times. It's surprising how often this happens in speedruns, because people just naturally come to find the fastest stuff. And it's like, oh, that's the same strat I have.
Woady's already sitting pretty with the limit break for phase 3 here.
Nice. So Sid got past this encounter. Sometimes they're in the way, but these enemies are afraid of you. They will run away if you get near them, and you can squeeze by them good enough.
Competing in the race today?
Yep.
Doing fires. I'm dying here. Overcharge and limit, and it's probably enough to clean up. If not, he just needs one more fire, which he's got AGB for. And that's dying down. Gungaga Reactor, you just got to go through here and do the puzzles with the wires, the cables, plugging them in. There's a skip here where if it's called an up warp, it's the Grand Horn up warp, where you can get the golden collar early, but if you're in a different position, when you start the encounter, you can warp up here. Unfortunately, this skips the triggers, and even if you watch the whisper trigger there, you will skip the dialogue of Kate talking to you when you jump in the water, and this is apparently what enables the boss trigger to work. So since you skip that trigger, you cannot progress. Even if you go to the end of the dungeon here, it won't load. So there would be a nice skip here, but it doesn't work. However, the tech used, which this skip was discovered by, would-be skip was discovered by Hell Knight. However, I did look at it, and the tech used here is used for a skip at the end of the run in Chapter 13. I don't think BigSid does it, though. On normal, we always do it. On easy, you can opt to skip it.
I believe
Palmer?
Woadyb does the up warp, but we'll see that when we get to it. Right, you go over the Palmer fight. I'm going to keep an eye on this Choco race.
Okay. Woadyb, again, he does the Spellblades at the start to get the ATB, then Sonic Boom, and once he's buffed up, he's going to do Spellblades here. The Berserk is nice to have. Aerith helps with her Thunder, and Thunder to push. There's no Neener, so nothing went wrong. That's good. In phase 2, if you allowed the Neener to go off, it can cause defaith, and it will cancel your faith, which you would not notice because there's no actual animation, and then you're like, where'd my faith go? In phase 1, though, he can actually come out of the cockpit, and you can target him, and then pressure him but it takes too long, and you can't get him on the first time he does it, so nobody that does that would just go for it on just do damage to get through it. And he has the yellow around the Bravery and Faith. That means that it is permanent. You cannot get rid of it. You cannot dispel it. He has perma attack buffs. Leapfrog happens if enough damage is done. And unfortunately, no eradication ray skip. You can do enough damage to skip this. This targets your leader. Okay, that's fine. He's got the stagger. So what happened is, if there is enough damage, you will end up getting Leapfrog instead of Neener. It happens a lot if you target the leg as well and break a leg. Normal is routed to where you always get it, but you can mess up. The Sid is on Specimen in this reactor. This is one of the two specimens, and the one later is the Lost Numbers. Essentially, once you do an ability of 50 cut, you then cause a Mako ingestion, which the boss will give himself Barrier or Mana Wall. Mana Ward? I can't remember which one. Mana Ward. One of them is them combined. But those are flat 50% damage cuts for either physical or magical. But they have it set up to where they can power cleave and just do enough damage to get rid of it. If you do enough damage, the boss pressures and therefore loses debuff. And then the boss does love to jump around, and that's why you need to be pressured before you start throwing any sort of ice. If you use Blizzard or Blizzard, different runners here use it. Ice is extremely good for within stagger, and the boss is weak to it, so you get double out of it.
Find out soon enough.
And Deprotect here lowers the physical defense multiplier. On some bosses, it's more useful than others. If they have a higher defense stat, it's more useful. Of course. And that's specimen down for the Sid. Phase 2, you just stagger it and clean it up. Regardless of what happens, depending on your strat. You can even do different party setups. You can do 3 different comps there where it's Kate, which you can use Power Cleave with, Kate and Barret, and then Barret supports, or you can do like Barret for support and Red to help with damage for mana wall. I do Red for normal. Or you can do Kate and Red, which is a weird one, which I don't know. It's not that good. But I've tested them all. There is a bug there which did not happen, where if you were to pressure the boss as he tries to jump on a specific frame, the boss will then moon jump to the ceiling and just fly into a position where you cannot get him, and he can pound you with spells and whatever, and it's a soft lock essentially, but you but you can retry the battle. And I need a drink.
Yep, so I'll report in from Chocobo GP. Unfortunately, BigSid was 1 second slower than Woadyb. He was tied coming towards the last bend, missed the final boost, and yeah, that was it. It was enough to cost him the second for getting across the line. So yeah, there we go, folks. It turns out Muggles are the best at riding Chocobos, not Chocobos.
Chocobo on a Chocobo.
Look, they let Red 13 ride Chocobos. That's not that far-fetched.
That's true. We have Dyne on BigSid screen. Again, do enough damage to pressure the boss, get your Sonic Boom, opt to fire or take damage, or take the ATB into phase 2. Do enough damage to pressure, or stagger if you had built it up enough. In normal, we would do... We'd still have to push stagger. Normally, the stagger is pushed until stagger 3, or phase 3. On Dusted's screen, we see Windstorm, which for a second there, where Yuffie just pulls in the enemies. It's so fast. It didn't last very long at all. There was another encounter, which I'll talk about when we get to it. Okay, we're good on splits. I have to keep reminding myself.
Yeah,
Big
you're
Sid pushing. Yep. Woadyb gets his break. Sid is still going through the reactor on Tifa's side now. You have to do this twice. Once for Cloud and then once with Tifa, where it's a bit different, but not that much different. There's more grappling. BigSid gets his limit. Enough. Not quite enough, but I think this will hit him and he'll get it. Not quite enough on his limit yet. There we go. He must not have gotten hit too much in earlier phases. And let's Dyne down. Also, a thing that happens is you get party experience. I didn't even explain this. But eventually your party levels up. You get 50 per boss, you get like some for other things. And at certain points it levels up. And you unlock more on the folio. Essentially. Which then you get this thing that does like little unlock on the screen. It's like, oh, folio level 3 unlocked, level 4 unlocked, and it takes a while. You can see how long that animation is. But these abilities that we get are well worth it.
Sorry, I'm just reading some of the subtitles for Kate Shee's lines. As a Scot, seeing how they tried to almost transliterate some of the Scots words into the subtitles made me laugh the whole way through this game. Stop laughing! No, don't do it! Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, the accent's pretty good, but it's just weird hearing, you know, the over-exaggerated accent when it is one you're used to hearing.
Okay, here's Windstorm again. So, gonna get the ATB on Yuffie, get in the middle of these guys on VII on Team Tonberry here, and pull them in. And you can hit them because you're hitting so many enemies at once. You now get ATB back, and you can like spam this and stuff, and we'll see real spam later. At least on one of these people's, on one of the runners, they will be spamming that later. We have Palmer on BigSid, Team Choco. Using a combination of Spell Blades and Spellbound Blast and Thunders to push the phase. I don't think Woadyb did Spellbound Blast. I think BigSid and VII do it though. VII, okay, Painless, he got past the Slug Rays. There's Slug Rays there, they are annoying to get past. You either get past them or you don't. And you can choose to retry, but usually it's probably just better to kill them off, honestly, sometimes with the Windstorm and take them out. Because otherwise, if you retry, you could get a position again where you can't get past them, and this can happen multiple times. BigSid having a bit of trouble here. Luckily, you can tank your way through Strangle, as you have 60 keep, whereas on normal you would have 40, and that would get you. VII is on Crimson Mare. This is Scarlet. She has 2 arms. She has multiple phases. 2 arms here. Sabers, which you want to break. There's some bugs here where it won't break, and you have to hit it a few extra times, which is frustrating, to say the least. It's Palmer done. This boss also flies. Like it can be obnoxious. She's weak to lightning. If you do too much damage, you will get. Okay, that's right. You'll get the 1.5 phase, we'll call it, which is the mana cannons, which she does a bunch of magic damage, but you can't damage her during this. When she's going to equip them, she goes into the middle of the field, and it's just a big time loss. So we want to absolutely be sure to break those. And he just got the bug where you can't break it. As you see, there was no health on the arm, the Sid, but it didn't break. And so it's frustrating. You could just try to break it with other ways with Fox Flame and stuff, but again, it's just a bug. And like, for example, if you hit the second arm, after the 2 arms are gone, Scarlet is now targetable on her own. It won't do... she only has a little bit of health, but if you empty her health bar, she pressures. That's how you pressure her. But if you do a dogger, for example, on the remaining arm and it breaks it, when she comes out, she gets hit by 2, so you do double damage. And this is enough to push into mana cannon. So on normal, with Thundaga, you have to be very careful about this. Or you have to do like a warded Thundaga. This is a fight where I had to do the math calculations to make sure that I can't overdamage. Like, for example, you need 204 magic attack to one-shot an arm with Thundaga, a regular Thundaga, and I get 203 in the run, which is good enough. There's a combination of Fox Flames, which was picked up on the tree for Yuffie earlier, her folio. That just, you can use it in the air or the ground. It's just a quick 3-hit magic attack thing that is great for building ATB. It's essentially to try to do a bit of extra damage and fuel ATB for Aerith. You can do a thing where you switch between the 2 characters with Spellbound Blast and Fox Flame, but you have to make sure to not cancel Spellbound Blast. Because if you try to use a synergy skill with a partner who's in the middle of an animation, it'll cancel the animation, pull them out. You can use this to save them sometimes, or you can use like an R1 as well. But Sid got it the second time, the arm actually broke, and he didn't have the pressure bug where if you fill her pressure gauge, she can actually not stagger. I've seen it only a couple times for people. I've never had it.
To quote chat, Crimson Mare fight, wonderful fight, well designed, no issues whatsoever. / sarcasm.
Yeah, and then final phase here, and you can't, this is the thing I didn't mention, Palmer, but here and Palmer, you can't carry the stagger bar over. It empties between phases, unlike most boss fights. But that's that down. Crimson Mare down for Team Tonberry. Unfortunate bug on the first attempt, but the second attempt went fine. And then the last phase there, she's like very resistant to magic, so we just rely on Tifa. And you can get limit and somersault On normal, if you attempt to do this, you will just basically die by going for that. So you can use. We used to use refocus, but I cut that out of the route recently, and you can just use Omni Strike to tank through her hits because 40 keep is enough, and you just spam your Omni Strikes. And if you get rid of one of the fists, then it helps a bit, but you don't have to. And when she's up in the air, because she kind of punches you and then she goes up in the air, you can use roll dives there if you want. And then, but I've switched it to Divine Punishment and DPS with Yuffie, and then back to Tifa since then.
So this section,
Oh, and-
said that's now,
yep.
where we're falling into the pool of Mako. We're inside a weapon. Now we're still not entirely sure whether or not these weapons relate to, you know, the emeralds and rubies and ultimates that we all know and love from OG. We'll find more out later. But yeah, this section's almost a bit like what you would call Cloud's True Past, the section from Madelon. They've kind of brought part of that storyline here. We also see the Wisps doing their thing. The Whispers are at war with one another now. There's now 2 different sets of Whispers. And again, Nomura happened. You can find out more about what's going on here if you play the game.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, what is going on?
Nobody, Nomura happened. Every time the Whispers showed up, I'd just go Kingdom Hearts 3.
You won't take down Scarlet.
Yeah, there are some kind of 50-ish second breaks here in between these segments here that, like, you can take if you really have to, like micro breaks. And this is the slower segment in the run for sure.
Get the better of me.
So similar to OG, when you're going through kind of Cloud's True Past, there's different areas you need to go to and visit. But we're just going to click on them in the quickest way possible for the camera movement between them. You can do them in any order, but of course we want to do it in the most efficient order, so it's the least camera movement possible for us.
Yep. House, bridge, well. Yep, it does matter. Woadyb is making his way to the reactor. Going to the, he's gonna do the jumping stuff, which I mentioned earlier, where you can kind of like jump around and stuff. If you do it well, it's good, but typically Cloud doesn't like to cooperate.
I remember when we first played this demo and we saw how much we could run around and jump on things and the idea of getting a Chocobo, we all thought this game was going to be so broken. We thought we were going to find out of bounds all over the shop we could exploit, but their checkpoint system for plot is so well ingrained that
It reminds me of like Bandai Namco games like the Tales of series. Those are very much, you cannot properly sequence break. It's kind of frustrating because like we have them, right? We have things we can do, but you can't use it.
We've got the out of bounds. We can break the game, but the game just then looks at us and goes tough.
It's I mean, maybe one day, you know.
I almost wonder if the devs were embarrassed how badly we broke Remake, and the fact that skips involved
It was
9 out of the 18 chapters.
it wasn't GDQ, so maybe they had known about it.
It's like when we had 7
Crazy.
different skips across 9 chapters. Yeah, we broke that game wide open.
Yeah, we do have enemy skips for stuff. There's a very important one later in chapter 11, which we'll go over when we get there. Woadyb getting set up for the boss. Now, there is one downside to the Crystal Sword, where it has no materia, as you can see, until later on. I think at the end of the game, everything gets like 6 slotted.
On the note too, the times are tightening up too. It was quite a separation between the 3 teams, and now it's starting to tighten up a little bit.
I knew this cat had 2 faces.
Come on now. I'm only pulling your leg.
Where are we on BigSid? He's okay. He's making his way to Takamgaga. I want to open something. Hold on. I wanted to there was something here. I feel like we can reintroduce the runners here. It's been a bit. I wrote something up. Where is it?
I have
So-
no idea what he's got planned here, folks. Enjoy.
So, hey, I was up until 2 a.m. writing this stuff up. It took like 2 minutes to do, but I was still up until 2. So, you know, for Woadyb here on Team Mog, we have Woadyb. He's a legend in his own right. Pretty much a male model. Has a fantastic beard. You could even say the B stands for beard if you want. He has a dog that he cares about a lot, you know. He takes him for a walk during runs, and he's still going to crush his opponents. So I think that Mog is going to do very well. And he's really bringing it. Actually, he's been doing pretty good from what I've been seeing. He's been really pulling down the time.
Can't even remember
Playing
the
well.
last time. But that's because this place is
You know, on
changing.
Tonberry, we have the VII. God, I haven't been messing it up too much, but he's not your ordinary Sid. You can't even compare the FF ones. You know, we have like Sid Highwind, Sid Reigns. I don't know any of the others, but they're nothing compared to him. He's the newer of the 3 runners. Woadyb and BigSid have been in this game since inception. But the Sid did pick it up to help out with the relay. Big props to him. You know, he's not BigSid, but he is the Sid, and he's the leading man right now, actually. Team Tonberry. And we have on Team Choco, we have BigSid, not the Sid, but BigSid. And you know, I was in a coffee shop, you know, running away from speedruns when I heard the news. Our hero, BigSid, here today, a world record out of thin air. The Sid must be his biggest fan. I know how happy he'll be. Heck, we all are today. Vinny, I says to myself, what are you thinking? I went running straight back to RPG Limit Break, and we sat up talking about BigSid all day. There we go. That's my intros I wrote up for them.
Impressive.
2 minutes to write my backside.
Wow, I did have to look up the FF10 lines for BigSids early on. That did take a couple minutes. And I would do more on it, but you don't see more than that in the speedrun.
But yes, round of applause in chat, please. That was a pretty epic set of introductions, and I think far better than what me and Steamed were able to achieve at the beginning, because obviously the overlaps with the FF12 runs. It's difficult to judge the introductions when you first come on comms. If anybody else has done it, you'll know what it's like. I had no idea how awkward it would feel, but yeah, it felt pretty awkward.
I just want to mention Woadyb is at the specimen fight. He's got to do these amalgams. These will resurrect, I think, twice, 2 or 3 times, I can't remember. But you can prevent this by setting them on fire. On normal, we set them on fire. Here, the stagger bar is low enough to where you can do some cleaves into a power cleave, and it'll stagger. Now, the hit that staggers does count as a stagger, or the hit that kills does count as the stagger. If they die and are staggered at the same time, they will not resurrect. And you don't get extra EXP if you kill them extra times. And now we have the specimen. We've done 50 cuts, so the boss is going to do Mako Ingestion, and that's nice enough because that's the mana wall. So physical damage is going to go. Sorry, I was checking the splits, make sure I'm not messing up again. So physical is good here.
There isn't one at Specimen, it's on Scarlet.
Yep.
You're good.
Yep. Second Mako Ingestion. The boss is not going to be jumping around until after it. You do know when the boss is going to jump. That was a bit risky. Barrett, I think, actually pressured the boss there with his attacks. And if it had been a little earlier, we would have seen the bug. The boss moon jumps. VII, Team Tonberry, he is going through Cosmo Canyon. This is the zone, or to get to it. There is a Chocobo. We're not going to do the Chocobo, as we only have to go for a little bit until we get to Cosmo Canyon, the town.
I'd say around Cosmo Canyon here, the Chocobo minigames I thought were incredible. Some of them were actually quite infuriating, but the sheer scale of this area, wow. I thought this whole landscape was stunning.
Yeah, the whole flying thing.
I didn't quite enjoy the gliding too much.
Yeah,
I wasn't very good at
Pilot
it.
Wings is what I've seen it referred to as.
Yeah.
So again, another game that they've nicked.
Yeah, Woadyb cleans up Specimen, not too bad. No issues with missing anything when the boss jumps away. That's good. As long as you're not insane.
Place your bets for part 3. Are we going to get a specimen H 2048? Because they've gone 512 2024. They're just following RAM rules at this point.
I didn't even notice that with the numbers.
I'm an IT geek. I noticed it instantly. Sorry.
I see. There is a thing with the actual catching the chocobo here, with the minecarts and stuff. You don't actually have to do it. I devised a strategy that it takes some practice to do, but you can actually get to the chocobo without doing the whole stupid mini game where it's really slow and you're pulling the lever and you're going around the minecart and stuff like that. I don't even know how to do it casually. I never did it. Once I saw it, I decided I was going to find a way to skip to the end of the mini game, and I did. And then it's like, oh crap, we don't need it in the run, which is good because that's less of an issue to have to deal with. And again, fleeing with red, which we mentioned earlier, as red is the fastest at fleeing, and you don't have to worry about going into the air with an R1 swap.
Should we go over a bit about the fact that there's actually multiple party mechanics in this game now, and that they swap between it to make sure that they've got red to run and then swap back if they want to go into a battle with the right party?
Yeah, so you do have 3 parties that you can set up, and you can access these when you have all of your party members with you. There's a lot of points in the game where a party splits up and you can't change this or anything like this. You have to actually go into the party menu if you wanted to do this. But throughout it, you can see, you can't see anything right now because we're not on any of that, but you just press X and you press like L1 or R1 and you switch between the 3, and that's it. And you have your parties that you can set up. You want to make sure to not accidentally swap at certain points, because you could have the wrong party.
Is there a point in the run where you intentionally swap for putting the right materia onto somebody else where they've already got it, or are you always going into the materia menu to move materia around?
So, depending how you do it, you will go into the big materia menu or just go into the character's materia and choose your materia like that. There are ways, like I was considering swapping the party members to get the party members closer in the menu to each other, but that's like really optimizing at that point. That's like way down the line, where like, you know, you have, okay, Tifa on this party is, you know, she's like the 4th character down in the menu, but if you switch your party over, she's the 2nd character and she's next to, you know, Cloud or whatever. Like, you could really optimize it like that if you wanted to, but that's like not something to have to worry about yet.
We're not quite worried about frames yet on a 6-hour run.
Yeah. Yeah, it's still early days. You know, this game came out this year. Still a lot of work to be done. Woadyb, there was a little thing there with the movement. If you get to the edge of one of these grapple points or one of these platforms, you can actually skip like one of the grapples, and everyone's gonna do it. This encounter here with the frogs, you don't have to fight that. You just aim up and grapple and ignore it. Kind of frustrating because there is a technique with dropping the cable where you grab it and you pull it and you drop it and then you pick it up and it'll pull the cable forward a little bit. And you can do this with the Cloud segment. It's slower, but for some reason the devs actually figured this out by the time of Tifa's, and even though it's a small distance there and you would absolutely want to do the dropped cable stuff, you can't interact with it. You can't press that triangle. And a little time save there is once you press triangle, you can press circle. This skips animation because you roll out of it. But yeah, we could almost skip it, but you can't interact with it if you try to do the skip.
Yeah, I quite like for plugging the cables in, doing the quick animation cancel. It's cool to see them all doing that. Here we go, BigSid's about to do it again. Yep, rolled immediately.
Yep.
Over on this side, we're working our way through also Bugenhagen's Tower at the top of Cosmo Canyon, up at the observatory. We're just going through the different areas, continuing on the plot points. I'm afraid there's not really a lot that happens right now. We've just got
one important thing to
areas.
note on this observatory is that you don't have to sit there and interact with everything. You have to go up to the final room where the telescope is, and there's a round rug. You just have to touch the end of the rug and come back down. And that's the trigger to allow you to continue the story.
I did wonder what that trigger was, because when I was doing some New Game Plus playthroughs just to do the chapter quickly, I couldn't work out what the quickest way was to get past that.
Yeah, you just touch the edge of it, like, because that when you're counted, it counts you in the room then, and then that's it. We're gonna have two bosses here. We're gonna have entering Scarlet for Woadyb, and BigSid is entering Specimen. Again, he's going to power cleaves, and I think he does Blizzara here. And on Woadyb's screen, he's going to do the Fox Flares. He's going to use Lightning Ninjutsu. He does it a bit different, which will change your Fox Flare into Fox Flash, which will make it Lightning Elemental, since Scarlet is weak to Lightning, just to get the extra damage on the arms. And Aerith will be supplementing with Warded Spells, Thundara. It says the Alpha, because they have that on the folio, but the Alpha is essentially useless. It makes it so that when it says it makes the spells stronger, that's completely incorrect. It does not do that. It just does this useless thing where it gives you a little flow. You can see the lightning ball floating around here, and that'll do little clips of damage when you block. And it's so weak, it's essentially worthless.
Just to give you an idea, that arcane ward that we cast with Aerith, basically it's like a small area on the floor, and any magic that you cast while you're in it, it will actually cast twice, and it doesn't use any extra MP. It's really useful to have up if you.
It does, but it's a percentage. It's a percentage.
Yes, you're right. It's a percentage of it.
Yes.
Sorry.
But it's so useful, honestly. And Yuffie has a thing where she does like doppelganger, and she can do like extra things with her stuff, but it's so weak, honestly, her doppelganger ability. It is. When I was running the numbers and testing before we had the Ultimania, let's just say I did a lot of damage testing. It was not very good.
I think I confused it there with Synergy Materia was given free MP when they did Intergrade.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. But that's a whole other thing we don't need to get into because we don't really use it in this one.
I need to split my program has crashed. Why did you crash?
So while you work on that, this it
I got it.
got this campfire sequence here, and you've got to talk to 3 people. And again, just as we were talking about the relationship being important in the game, at that section there, you don't want to talk to Aerith. Oh no, sorry, it's not Aerith. To who is it you don't want to talk to? I know that when you talk to Tifa, you want to pick the correct option. That's the one I know they want to do. I'm trying to remember who they avoid.
Yuffie. So Yuffie gets 11 points if you choose. We did not go over this, but you get to choose a bunch of different things, kind of like the OG, where you had to ignore her essentially. But here, you can choose different things. Earlier on in Costa del Sol, when you add Yuffie, and she'll say different things, do different things. But the fastest is 3 right inputs, and that gives you 11 relationship points. So we avoid talking to her anywhere else, because that would push her too high. So you would talk to Red, Barret, and Tifa in Cosmo Canyon. And then Aerith we don't care about.
And now we're about to undertake the trial. So we're going into the... Is it the Gi or the GI? I know when I was younger I called it GI
the Gi.
tribe. Yeah, it's now the Gi. So yeah, we're going to go in here, and this is where the X potions that we've been trying to gather earlier will come into play shortly. But we're also going to learn a bit about Red 13's past, and he's going to have a buddy to come along on this trial with him. He's not going to go alone, and you're going to be buddied up with Barret for this section. And there's some quite comical voice lines where Barret sees Red climbing up on the walls and stuff shortly.
Yeah.
It's just, he's like, yeah, that would be kind of useful.
I do want to mention that it has to be Barret, because story reasons they say, okay, Barret is going to go with you. I got you, Barret, whatever. Like, we don't get to choose.
So what do we do now? Now we climb.
Because, like, I don't want to spoil anything, but Cloud offers, and Bogenhagen's just like, no. You're too strong, basically. Which is unfortunate. BigSid, Team Choco here. Tifa segment for the reactor. You don't have to worry about getting this encounter. I don't think you can get this frog encounter. I've never had it happen. Actually, I think I've had them in the way, but it's easy enough to force them to run away. Yeah. Okay, bottom of here. I don't know if they're going to do shopping, but in Chapter 10, this is when we can buy our better accessories, the Supernatural Wrist Guards, which will be a 10% bonus to your strength, and Platinum Earrings, which give you the 10% to the magic, which I believe he'll be... It sells something for some money. He buys the Supernatural, buys 5 of them, and some plats, and armor. He wants to be safe, which is good because this is an event. And Ginotok is absurd. The boss of this area, his damage output is ridiculous. Honestly, he's so overtuned. On normal, you can die so fast. 2 hits, essentially. If it's really bad. 2 combos.
Unfortunately, for those of you who played OG, no, we can't just use an elixir. It's not that fair.
Unlike the one boss in Remake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that was Ghoul.
Yep, Ghoul.
Yeah, Ghoul.
But you had to... I think you had to get him to
You had
stagger
to-
first.
You had to
Obviously,
pressure it to make it go
pressure it
corporeal.
first, yeah.
Yep. There's some little things you can do here. You can try to like move red to the end, like the Sid is doing, and have Barrett clean up. He can switch now. Yep. And then you skip the slow walk here, where Bugenhagen's explaining. Well, I guess you have to do it a little bit, but you're already over here. There's a lot of little time saves where you are switching characters to move them, while the rest are finishing the battle, just to save a couple seconds here, a couple seconds there, and it does add up throughout the run. Stinger, that's Stinger skip. Anyone who knows FF7 OG, yep. Another Stinger skip right there too. Very masterfully done. And here, I didn't find out for a long time, but you can climb up that rock. I thought you had to use the wall for quite a while.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you can climb up the rocks there and ignore the wall. Run up here, you can go left or right, but left side you can jump down, right side you have to kind of run down, and we're just gonna jump down, do as little extra stuff as we have to. And we're gonna find a little room here where there's a lot of hidden things which you can pick up. There's like an accessory for 10% extra limit gain, which is not a flat 10%, it's a 10% on the amount that you get. So when you do a stagger, you get 400 out of 1,000 points. So that would give you 440 in total, because you would get 40. But they don't care about the extra weapon, the Mystic Collar, anything here. We just want the idol and go. Crimson Mare for Big Sid. Scarlet here. Let's hope nothing bad happens, bug-wise. He's just gonna work on both arms with lightning magic. Yep. Just gonna use spells and Art of War, because Yuffie throws her shuriken. And that was very clean to break them, so he should be good to stagger and push into phase 2. The Sid, we have our first Gi. We use our X potions. Basically, you want to get an ATB and use X pots on the Lancers. I think Giga Pots also will kill them, which they'll get 2 free ones coming up later. I believe that kills them on easy. It doesn't on normal, but you just use the X pots. Nidhogg, I think they want it in the route for empowerment. Maybe? I can't remember. They want it for something. You basically you could get a situation where you can skip it, or you get it and you just take it. It's like 10 seconds. It's not a big deal if you get it faster than sitting there and trying to de-aggro and force them away and stuff like that. Also important. Everyone's already got it honed in on them. But you need to, after the first Gi, that there's a cutscene, and you drop the idol. You have to pick that idol up, otherwise you're running all the way back to that room to get it.
That does sound infuriating.
Yeah,
so like
that's...
if you forget to open a door in the ward and you start running towards it, and you have to run all the way back to the middle.
That's in my PB.
Oh, outstanding.
For Remake, yeah. It is. It stung. I was so mad, and I was so tilted that I forgot a menu and messed up the next fight as well. I was so mad.
Nothing better than a salty PB, folks.
Yeah.
Pumpkin.
These Gi, they even though we can't use like the X-Pots and elixirs on a Gi Natak because Gi Natak has resistance to fixed damage, these do fixed damage. Not enough X-Pots on this Sid or something, so opt into elixir. So Gi would just take like 1,000 damage because you just take 10%. It can cause like hit stun, but it's not useful to use your ATB on that because like 1,000 damage, you know, there's way better ways to get damage out.
Hopefully, remembers the chest with the 2 Giga Potions.
Yep, didn't jump down. When you're climbing that wall back to take that back, you could accidentally jump down or something. I've done it, and you have to swim and go up a wall. It's really bad. Some fancy jumping on the braziers there. Does not speed this up though. we just mess around. Since you're locked into following Bugenhagen. And I didn't mention the save loads yet, but I'll mention it when Woadyb gets to Cosmo. There was one in Chapter 3, but it's a small one there. Save loading here would not do anything. Essentially, it's a technique to skip a lot of dialogue, which then causes the NPC to actually go faster, but it won't work here. Grabbing those 2 Giga Potions because you don't lose any time. So that's absolutely free. If you are on normal, you could opt to go for a spider web by breaking boxes, which I do for Iron Chad, which is a Iron Giant, which is something later, which we'll get into. But slow is useful if you get there. Well, hopefully you get there. And then at this point, you have your movement speed back, and you can just manage your way through here. And Red has some puzzles here where he's got to open the gate. Very difficult. You pull the chain. Yep. And then you have to fight a couple of Gi. It's going to be a Gi Lancer here and then a Gi Archer. You can just X-Pot. I don't know if the Gi would work. I think BigSid said they did on easy. I forget the exact HP values. I have it written down somewhere. Lancers like to twirl their staff if you shoot them with ranged. Got hit. Okay, so the Giga Potion does kill. As we saw, it did 3,000 damage and it killed, but... And then you have another chain here. This is technically skippable, but it's so obnoxious because you can pull the chain a bit, then you'll get the encounter, and you retry the fight, but the chain remains where you left it. So you can actually do this with multiple, but obviously that's a big time loss, and we don't want to do that. Oh, I saw him mention Bioga in chat. So Bioga is the strongest Aga per ATB. It takes 1 ATB, and if you use 2 of them, it's more damage than like Thundaga and Firaga and stuff. But obviously you don't have the keep, the 60 keep that Agas provide you. So Thundaga, Firaga, etc. is extremely useful on normal because of the keep. So you don't get knocked out of your moves. Same thing with like 2 ATB, Focus Shot, 2 ATB for Max Fury, etc. Stuff like this. Anything that would take 2 ATB is 60 keep. This one, there's actually a bug in the game. So we have a Lancer, an Archer, and a Sorcerer. If you leave the Sorcerer alive, it'll res any of the dead units. Now, if you defeat either of the units and then defeat the Sorcerer, you lose the rewards for said enemy. Like if you defeat Lancer, defeat Sorcerer, and Archer, you would get the Sorcerer and Archer rewards. You don't get the EXP, AP, etc. off the Lancer. Now, this doesn't matter for their EXP route, but it could cause problems on normal if you do things incorrectly. So it's important to try to remember to take down the Sorcerer first, but because you'd miss out on the AP and that would be unfortunate. Just a bug that's in the game. So if it could be like, okay, you do the Lancer, the Archer, and the Sorcerer, then you only get the Sorcerer rewards. And later on, there's more of these enemies, and you can lose out on a total of like a few thousand EXP and some AP and whatnot. 12 AP, I think.
Red really opening a lot of chains here. Finally coming up to boss fight for this area. gain attack, as you'll all remember. We've got to move this wee stick over first. And this section is a lot of just silly pulling on the chains to open the gates, and we're just going to be trying to get the triangle off as soon as possible, and then the animation just kicks in to move him back there. There you go.
Remember to grab that branch and put it in there.
Yeah,
I try to pull.
Same.
Luckily, it's not very punishing on the time, but it's like, oh, I'm an idiot.
Oh, what are free flyer pilots exactly?
Gina Doc, absurd damage. I forget the setups they're going to use. Woadyb, I know, is going to do Withering Grip. You can choose to just fight it out, dodge his moves and stuff, and we're going to be seeing Vengeance. Okay, dodge the Withering Grip, that's good. You can have Barret tank it, and then the boss will not do anything because he's busy damaging Barret. But in this case, Dusted is actually just going to fight him straight up. Now, this boss is flying, so some hits are going to miss. Great mechanic there to have a ground enemy fight the flyer, but it is what it is. We go into Vengeance mode, which is, you block enough and you have a gauge, it fills up, and you can use it at any point then, and then it starts to empty. We don't care about Siphon Fang, which gives health back, but just the damage and the speed and stuff, and your dodge goes up to like a 0.3 second window of invulnerability if you're dodging. But when you actually activate Vengeance mode, you're immune to everything. You also get the limit as well. Limit gain is calculated before any sort of defenses. So this means if you somehow are immune to it, you get your limit, which I can explain a thing with that later. Phase 2, you have a bunch of souls. You just spin in there, try to get as many as you can with a Sidewinder, clean it up with Barret. Now, Red, the most...
Quite a lot to clean up there.
Yeah. And then the boss comes down. If you take too long, they do this thing, and the boss does an animation, and the penalty you get is different depending on the color they were. I forget what they all are. You want to pressure the boss in phase 2. I think they are going to stagger. Yes, okay. On normal, you can opt to stagger here or in phase 3. Technically a little quick in phase 3 for normal, but also extremely dangerous. An important thing here is we're going to go, we're gated. The boss is going to use Doom, which will count down and then you die, which we're not going to see, and you queue up your limit. Now, an important thing is to not switch off of Red, which Dusted just did, as Bloodfang can whiff. Luckily, it didn't whiff. But if you do that, Red just goes flying across the screen and hits nothing, and it's like, oh my god, that's awful. But if you remain on Red, it will not happen. I think it happens about maybe 20% of the time, something like that. But that was a really clean gi. That's nothing bad there. And when you're in Vengeance mode, you want to hold square just for a moment and then start tapping it, because you'll start the spin, but then you'll cancel it and you go into the bigger, harder hitting hits for Red. And this is better stagger game, better damage, stuff like this. Red is probably the best character for building stagger. He builds it extremely quickly. If he wasn't limited by his movesets, he'd probably be the best character in the game. But a lot of his weapons have support abilities, and some of his abilities have awful scaling where they scale off magic, but Red's best weapons are physical, and his stat gain is more geared towards strength as opposed to magic. So it's a shame. Here on the Sid's...
Oh, on you go.
Yep. On the Sid screen, you want to save as soon as you get out of the little house there, and then load. And this gives you full movement speed instead of just walking through this. And then there's some little triggers that you have to make sure that Biggs touches, and then you can continue. And that's why he kind of went over to the right after the fence and then climbed over the thing. You just have to kind of go right, something like that. And then you do a save load here at the next cutscene because it's not active, but then it's all of a sudden active once we load. And then there's a trigger under the tower here, the tunnel, but as soon as Big slows down, you can do a save load if you want, right around here or later, as long as it's before the tunnel. And this is a total of 4 of them, if I recall.
The notes I'm looking at is 5.
Wait, 1... Let me see. So 1 at the start, 1 at the cutscene, 1 there, 3. Yeah, it's 5. Yes, correct.
Next signpost and near the end, and then you need to wait by the blue drum so that you don't have to run back and pick him back up.
At the latest, yep. So he's going to grab the poster, and then we can do a save load after the poster at any time. It doesn't really matter if you do it now or later. It actually doesn't. It's not going to save more time because Big still has to do his animations for movement. Did he grab it? I hope he grabbed it. Yeah, because he's doing the dialogue. And now at any point here you could do it, but he's going to slow down when he gets to the corner here. And you can do it before or there, whatever. And then there's a final one. No, that is the final one. Yeah, that's 5, right? Yes. Answering myself like a crazy person there. And then
you know,
if
you
wait
know more
around...
about this run than me. Don't expect me
yeah,
to
yeah. I'm not the best with numbers. You wait by those little yellow barricades, and then you can just go when Biggs goes past you and go into here, and we're done. This saves... Oh, goodness, where is my spreadsheet? It saves a good amount of time. It's pretty chunky.
Folks, he just said, I'm not good with numbers, and yet he has the spreadsheet of all the answers.
Okay, it's like a minute 15 or something, it looks like, about. That's a lot. And the one in Cosmo Canyon, which, God, I forgot to mention again, is about 30 seconds following Bugenhagen, because he'll just speed up once you go. We grab an important weapon here. The Gi Village, this segment can be a pain. The ceremonial staff, that is a 1 materia, very high magic attack for Aerith, and that'll be her final weapon for the rest of the game. It's not going to change.
This bit,
A normal
actual plot line that he's on here with the Gi is going more over a bit of backstory for them, and it's also giving a kind of a backstory to the black materia as well, which instead of it just kind of appearing as it did in OG, tries to give us a better understanding of it. So they are expanding the lore, not just the areas, which I think is pretty cool personally.
Yeah, there was like, I don't remember OG too much, but if I recall there were like plot holes and stuff, so this kind of, you know, helps bring it together, stuff like that. These things very weak to magic, so you just blow them up with Aerith, essentially. Spellbound Blast, you can see just how strong it is. It can hit 2 of them at once, and then you can kind of soldier in and use magic, whatever you want to clean up. They can cause Petrify if they hit you with certain things, and then they do enough damage, you will get into stone. We have gold needles, and it's not going to happen on easy anyways.
Here we seek to gather the wisdom of the planet.
But yeah, if something did happen, we do have gold needles from the Yuffie swinging segment in Mount Corel earlier.
So if we check in on BigSid, he's doing the run to the top and the back down. I'm just going to watch for this trigger point you're saying he grabs.
Yeah.
Okay, just stand on the rug and turn red. There you go, today I learned.
Yeah, just make sure you go far enough into the rug.
It reminds me of in a remake where we would climb the stairs in Aerith's house and just get to the top, make sure you hit the top step and then turn back around and come down.
Yep, a lot like that actually, yeah. And Aerith's house is of course here as well, and if you go up out the top, you do get the flashbang where it's like bright white. Let's see, so Woadyb, Team Monk here, he is kind of near the start of the Chapter 10 dungeon.
Thanks so much.
He's going to be fighting the Gi, and these you essentially want to hope that you get a good ATB roll. ATB roll can be anything from like 0 to like a third of a bar or whatever. I have the numbers somewhere, of course. And something we didn't bother with is getting first strike, which is something that's important in Remake, but it takes a long time to get here because you have to do like extra missions and stuff. As it's on one of the VR missions. And first strike was heavily nerfed. It's almost useless here, at least in a new game setting. Whereas in Remake it was absurd, but here even a level 3 first strike does not guarantee you an ATB bar.
Yeah, there's actually a section at the end of the game where I almost wonder what materia setup's on Zac, because he always seems to get an ATB. You know, what is he officially supposed to have on him that he always gets one? Because he always seems to get an ATB towards the end of the game, but we'll see that.
I looked at it before.
I ask you this: who among you has looked inward into the universe of the soul?
My God, I don't know if I wrote it down somewhere. I did write it somewhere. I do have the book, the Rebirth. Yeah, here. It does list what he gets. It lists his stats as well.
We can cover more of that later. But yeah, it's just
yeah.
when you talk about First Strike, yeah, and Remake, massive material, we used it so much. In this one, there's a kind of a First Strike mechanic. When you see the red reticles show that you're near a trash fight, if you can just choose to attack first, and the game officially tries to call that First Strike. It's not First Strike materia, though it's nowhere near as good.
Yeah, just a little extra boost. It is useful to the point where if you get it and you do an overcharge with Barret, you are guaranteed to have an ATB. So it's good in like grasslands where if you're trying to get like a focus shot done and stuff, as it eliminates that sort of variance. Did he get in talk just now? No. What am I talking about?
Not
like,
there
wait,
yet.
that's a village. I'm like, oh my God, the Sid. Wait a second, did I mess up again? No, we're good. I need a reminder at Diabolic though, because that's kind of like a whatever fight to us. But we do have our split there for evening out like times and keep track.
Like I said, just getting past the campfire sequence here.
Yep, making sure to say the correct things.
Yep. So those three options that always appear at that point, the bit that's most infuriating as a speedrunner isn't that you have to pick the correct option, is that those three options shuffle. Every run that you do, those three options move around, so you can't just have muscle memory for which side you go to. You've got to pick the right one to make sure you get all your affinity with Tifa.
Yeah, why do that? I have no idea, but that's it. And then we have the save load here that BigSid just did, which is going to save around 30 seconds, where it enables you to just ignore this dialogue, go at a light, brisk jog as opposed to walk through here, and get to the bottom much faster.
Yeah, otherwise you're stuck listening to Bugenhagen's dulcet tones the whole way down.
And of course it would be slower as well, of course. Looks like Woadyb has 2 X-Bots, some elixirs, checking his items. Anytime there's really downtime, you can check your items just to remind yourself what you've got. The Sid is doing his Cosmo triggers, and he's going back to fly the plane. And when you go to land the plane, in this case we're going to go to Nibelheim now. When you go to land the plane, there is a faster way of landing, which is by holding triangle on the first kind of screen starts to transition, but you can't do like the start skip. So it's faster to use this triangle menu there. And all the flying stuff, it's faster. Whereas normally it wouldn't be for anything else.
Yeah, all the cutscene skips are start, then up or down, then X. But for some reason, as you say, I get told, and yeah, I've seen it.
Down is superior because you can buffer the down input, you cannot buffer the up input. So if you're holding down and you do it, yep, it'll go right to it. But you have to wait 1 frame at least for it to move.
I always used down anyway when I played Remake. I don't know if in Remake it made a difference.
Yeah,
there was in Remake there was also 1 triangle skip in the whole section just before the Turk helicopters. That was the only one in the whole game. But is triangle skip worth it for all of these landings, or is it just 1 or 2?
Yes, all of them.
All of them. Okay.
Yeah, there's like 3 segments, right? Yeah, so it's worth it, especially the last one.
So then, you still haven't forgiven him. Why would I?
As this is the longest again. Like these are the breaks too. These are nice breaks. This game is again, it's more forgiving on the break aspect. And it's nice to have this because there are a lot of like high action segments all in a row. And then you have a little bit of downtime, give your hands a break, stuff like this. That's in a speedrun, that's really good to have.
Yeah.
Right there, and we can see the triangle skip. And you wouldn't be able to actually skip it with the start menu until the next one. And here at the start of the dungeon, he's going to just come back to where we are because it's going to move us further to our destination and turn around and go.
I thought this game was bad when we learned that we could do save loading to cut segments, but when fast traveling to where you already are is quicker than walking, yeah.
Yeah. That's a good way to say it.
You gonna watch my back?
Yeah.
Again, this section's got a chocobo that you can go grab, but unfortunately it takes longer than just running, so we're running. Because the chocobo mini games, to go and get them, progressively get slightly more complex and harder, so they're just not worth the time.
Yeah, Selena, I think this one is. The movement's pretty fast, but yeah, it's just way too long. That Woody, just getting his X spots out.
Sorcerer down
HB,
first, make
them.
sure we don't get any issues there.
Yeah, and you also don't want to see like a rise actually happen, because then you have to kill the enemy again. Now, Nibelheim, earlier on in the game, was destroyed, but now it's back. And it's very blatant here, as there's like a bunch of rogue dudes, and there's a bunch of people that aren't supposed to be here and whatnot. Like, more blatant than in the OG version. That I don't remember, but somehow remember.
Yeah, in OG it's less in your face. There's just a few people living in the town that try to tell you you're mad. Whereas in this one it's very much all these different people living there, all get different jobs, all get different roles. The place has been there for years. It's kind of specialising in looking after those who are wearing the cloaks. Yeah, it's very in your face that this is a different town, but the same.
And they keep trying to tell you, don't stay here long, leave, trying to get you to leave and stuff like that. We pick up the other two runners might not do this, but this said he wants this for safety. It's a mist mega potion. That will be a mega pot for 1500 health to the whole party. It's a nice safety option, especially for like events. Just in case everyone gets hurt, you can, you're freshen up, and it's not a big deal.
Yeah, I don't believe
Here you
they'll
do
grab
have
that,
to,
but he does, yeah.
Yeah. You do have to hit 2 triggers there. It's the inn and talking to Aerith. And then you go to the town hall and talk to Kate. And then you can progress. Talk for Woody?
Yeah, on you go.
Okay. For Woody, kind of getting bodied a bit here. He's going to let him grab Barrett. And see that this actually gives you openers to build ATB. He's going to get 2 ATB and then go to town with Sidewinders. Sidewinder is absurd and it has an extra hit when you're in Vengeance. The Vengeance mode does actually give extra hits here and there. And usually it's not a very big deal. Crescent Claw, it gives some extra hits, but those extra hits scale off magic, which again would not be very good as we have a physical weapon. So just a little unfortunate for Red's skills. And pushes to phase 2 quite easily. You just keep sidewinding as Red has the Golden Collar, which is a very, very powerful physical weapon for this part of the game. Which is kind of neat as this boss is pretty absurd. Again, taking about a bunch of these things. And then the Max Fury. Now 2 ATB Max Fury lasts a little bit longer, shoots some more bullets, and has the extra keep, and a lot more damage. That's important. 3 ATB, if we had Refocus, would also be the same amount of bullets, but just way stronger. Like Barrett's 3 ATB moves, especially Point Blank, is absurd, but Point Blank requires a side quest to obtain. And he opted to let Barrett get grabbed again. Okay, that laser sword is really powerful. On normal, that it can definitely just kill you outright.
Yeah, instant filled both limit gauges there.
I wonder if it'll do it. Okay, I'm looking at the Sid's encounter real quick. This encounter right here can be really bad because you can get that buggy flee again to where you can't flee, and therefore you have to fight. He did not get unlucky there, so they cooperated and he got past the bats just fine. That's Gina knockdown. Good fight.
Yep. This section that we're sorry.
No, you go ahead.
I was going to say the Sid right now, the kind of section of the storyline we're at. We're trying to access some terminals to find out more information about where we need to go. We need a security card, so that's kind of what's sent us off on this wild goose chase back towards the reactor, and that's why we're climbing the mountain again. Still a different route.
Oh, right. Right, because there's like the termite thing or whatever. I forget exactly what we're doing.
Yeah, I'm not trying to go too far into the story, because there's a lot of side story in this game in particular, and I really want people to experience it for themselves, because I know not many have played it right now. But just to get basic understanding of what we're doing, we need a key card right now, so that's what we're heading off up into the mountains to get back to the reactor to try and get.
And that's the route split, as you can see that little ridge segment that was crossed in Chapter 1 when we had Sephiroth, but now we have to take a different route because they forgot how to animate jump across it, so we're going to go up instead.
Remember, the giant jumps in death are only permanent in FMVs.
Yeah. Cutscene rules.
Cutscene logic. I also kind of like to call it Advent Children physics.
Yes. Yes, the game loves to be Advent Children when it wants to. But only when it wants to.
Important weapon here. This is an even better physical weapon. This is the Igneous Saber. This is Cloud's physical weapon for the game until like really truly end game. But thus Sid is going to use this for the rest of the run. Pretty sure. On a equip. Has what attack on it and the limit spend that gives you the 10% increase limit gain for each limit. So instead of 400 points out of 1,000, you get 440. And so with 2 staggers, you almost get enough. You get 80, and you just need a little bit of damage to get the rest. But of course, with Power Cleave, this sword is going to do absurd damage, as we're going to see in a bit what happens. Woadyb is doing those save loads again, where we have to do the 5 save loads to go through here. After we hit certain checkpoints with Biggs, Biggs moving along, as he does like to slow down for his dialogues.
Oh, I thought he'd got away with not getting into that fight there, but BigSid just caught the tail end of it. Okay, we're finally out of the battle.
Coming up here, we have Dragon Skip. There's an actual skip where you can skip the climbing segment, climbing in the hole here to the other side. Technically, it can be like a second faster, but you'd have to climb back in the hole and stuff. It's weird, but if you try to do this weird skip here, that is possible. You will soft lock the game because UV dive does not trigger, so we have to actually go in the hole and climb under it. The idea is you jump kind of to the right, and that'll bait the dragon over to take a few steps, as the encounter check is a perimeter around the dragon, and this enemy is absurdly tanky. It will take forever to kill. Luckily, we can.
I couldn't believe it when I learned you could walk past that one. That is so clearly a fight that they have got set up for as a plot point, and we just go, nah.
It feels, it's essentially like fighting another boss. That's how strong it is. But thankfully, we don't have to do that, especially not on normal.
Going down these pipes here is infuriating, because if, like me, and you're a casual player who tries to do everything, you're damn right I kept going back to the top to go down again, and again, and again, until I had done every route possible.
Can you go back up without a save load?
Yeah.
Is it? How do you do that?
Oh, just after you jump over here, if you go to the far right there, you get to an elevator that comes down, and you can just press triangle to get in it and go back up.
I didn't know that was there.
Maybe it's just as well you didn't, or you'd have done exactly what I did and kept going up and round and round.
Yeah. Well, I did have to do that when this originally came out, because I did time every permutation.
Of course you did.
Yep. But yeah, if you did the little skip that I talked about here, you would not be able to interact with this button, and therefore you could not proceed. So another skip that we would have that we cannot use. BigSid on Genotalk. Clean phase 1, he just fights him. He's gonna tear him up. The difference on like normal is we actually need more damage, so I just like poison, and I use refocus in the second phase. and sleep the boss in Firaga. Like, you can't just sleep the boss and do some stuff as a measure of safety. There's like numerous ways you can handle it. But it's important that you don't let the souls here in phase 2 finish their color changing and do their thing, do their ATB action or whatever. And also we have another boss coming up with Sid, but I think BigSid will finish his first. So I don't have to worry too much. Start him, gate him, get the Doom, just limit and finish him off. Like a limit and a max fury should be enough, I would assume.
There's the gate.
The Sid is entering Diabolic variant. Sat down. 13 Choco, good job. Good fight. This boss will... it has a claw. You can break the claw to pressure it, but they don't need to do that on easy. So they're going to do... or they don't need to do it initially. Though, there's like a little mini phase change here where the boss tries to do this in Shadow move where it splits up. And when it splits up, and just like that, it dies. Like, that's the power of Power Glaive. Like, with that physical weapon, that was a boss. It was just eliminated. But if you let it finish that in Shadow, it'll split up, and then the one with the light colored glowing hair is the correct body, whereas the others are doppelgangers.
Some small points for this reactor design. Look, I quite like that you are coming in from a ladder on the top left to come down. You know, they've tried to mirror the original map, even though the map was kind of 2D. Yeah, that room is designed to mirror the original map, the way you come down the ladder from the left-hand side at the top end and then walk down to a T-bar.
That is really good attention to detail. I like that too. Let me see, where are we? Okay, Woadyb just finished Key Village. BigSid is doing his Zack segment here in Chapter 10 with the save loads. And the Sid is in everybody's favorite segment of the game. Casually, especially.
Favorite, yeah, definitely favorite.
Yeah, where if you roll into something, you bonk and lose a few seconds.
So his rolling animation is amazing. It's quick. You can get around pretty fast. But as you'll see, he is almost always stopping and pulling out of the rolling animation as early as possible, just before he needs to get to where he is. Because if you do hit a wall, it's just instant time loss every time.
Yeah,
and it's infuriating, it's an annoying sound, it's a terrible animation, none of it is fun.
And I'll mention it when we get to skip later, but it would cause problems during that too. You would get the encounter. We roll to the ducks. We are able to separate our party here. You want to try to not roll into this fight, otherwise you won't have control for a couple seconds. You can just clean this up with like fire magic and stuff. It's not that big a deal. But Kate takes a while to get his Moogle, and if you use Left Right, which we're not going to see yet, and it hits, refund most of the ATB. But Kate is quite vulnerable without the Moogle. Luckily, we can still use magic.
You know.
Otherwise, you'd have to like stagger it, get the Moogle, and kind of do like dodge and dive or something.
Get used to these pads, folks. We're going to be standing on them a lot.
Okay, the Sid is going to grab that one. There's some other boxes you can throw here too, but the throwing, it's a thing.
I was amazed that hit. That did not look like it was going to register.
I know, it didn't look like it. There's some snapping that can help with it, but sometimes Kate decides to just launch a box off to the side somewhere, even though it doesn't look like that should happen at all, which hopefully it doesn't happen. We grabbed the golden megaphone here. That is a very powerful weapon. It's like, we want it for Yin Yang, which is like a mini boss coming up. I tried to get rid of it on normal. It's like bonk. Way too dangerous, impossible. Yep, and there's a bonk. Throw it at this pipe to proceed. They're going to interact with the elevator. You can do like little hops to go a tiny bit quicker if you use dodges here. I think he's going to do save load, right? If you save load here, the elevator will be at the bottom. You do not have to wait. It's like 2 seconds. But you know,
So
you want every little bit of time that you can get.
Is he choosing to do a menu here before he does the safe load?
He's doing the menu because you'd have to open the menu to save the game anyways.
Yeah, so he might as well mix both.
Yep. Exactly, yep. Equipping Breach there. If only we didn't have to do this. There's one boss fight where we have to, and it's a 50% chance that the boss will do Reflect. We'll get into it when we get there. But that's why he has a Subversion and Breach there for one boss fight. You gotta have it, unfortunately.
Yeah, we needed that. I think it was for Elgor in part 1.
We used that on Genova. Or if you're like me, you had an input drop and you did a Braver on Aston, and you didn't have your Breach and you lost a minute on Genova and your PB. Anyways.
You really don't have fond memories of that PB run, do you?
I don't. I'm. It's there forever in my head.
I need to go watch that run.
Meaning the reactor?
So here, there's a little trick you can do. It's like, I think it's 4 seconds. If you go on the pad and you pull the box over into the gate and you drop it, after this fight you can pick it up from this side of the gate and throw it in the lever there. If I recall, it's like 4 seconds. Otherwise, you can do this the normal way. However, that version is extremely risky if you mess up, because you could break the box during the battle if you're not careful. And if you miss throwing it at the lever, well, now you have to do this anyways. So this is, I'm really the only one who does it.
The Sid actually did it yesterday in practice. I thought he was going to do it here today.
Yeah, he did say he was going to, but I guess he doesn't want to risk it, you know.
Didn't seem worth coming back till now.
It's an event, you know.
I hate the aiming at this so much.
Oh my god. And if you accidentally press L3, which we'll probably see.
Cloud, stay close, would you?
Later. Sorry, I was making sure they weren't on Diabolic variant.
No, not yet.
If you press L3, it puts it on the touchscreen mode, which is awful. And it's very easy to press 3. It causes auto run in the game. It's not that egregious as it was in Remake, where you would actually lose time with auto run on because you couldn't take corners sharply. But here it's not so bad. But with the touchscreen control, and you won't notice it, but it'll go like a trapezoid, essentially. And then it's like, crap, I'm going to lose some time. You can throw the box in there. We need 2 of them. He's just going to keep looking. If you keep looking at this, it will keep its rotations up. And each cycle here is about 20 seconds. There is a faster thing you can do, which is you can throw it, which I discovered, which, and then if you're not looking, you're looking down, the thing will not move. So you can throw it, and then you can do a blind shot where you throw the second one and get 2 of them in there at once, saving a cycle. BigSid would not be doing that. He'll be doing 1, and then I know he will be throwing one in the little donut hole thing afterwards, which you can do as a backup, or if you just want to do that as your setup. There is a soft lock that can occur. It's so rare though, but it's only happened to me once, where when you throw one of the boxes in to the big funnel, it won't fall. It just gets stuck. It's at like the perfect angle to get stuck in that hole. I thought it had to do with throwing 2, but obviously like the bottom one would have to be stuck before the second one is in there for that to be an issue. So it could potentially happen. I think a save load could fix it, but I'm not entirely sure, as it only happened to me once. And I know it's happened to the Sid.
Yeah, I think it's happened to both of you, 1 each. That's why neither of you really tend to try and put 2 of them in at once, just in case.
No, I do it every time. I don't care.
There you go. Man lives dangerously, folks.
It's so rare, and you know. They take this encounter on normal. We don't take that encounter that Team Tonberry just did. You try to go to where you need to go. There's a forced trigger to get into the battle, but if you retry the battle, that forced trigger is gone. I need to mention that now because this is tech used later on in Chapter 13.
You ready for your proud moment?
Yeah. You got that bats. These bats are so trolly. So, next up, in 2 more ducks, we have Adjudicator Skip. Skip that is my baby here. I worked on it until it became a perfect skip. There's been 3 versions. No one's had to do the original version, thankfully. These scales, you pressure them, and then they become immune to the physical or the magic, whatever you use to pressure them, and you have to use the opposite, physical or magic. And then you stagger them and kill them. It would take forever to kill these. These are awful. They're the worst enemies, for sure.
Yeah,
but the original
actually-
method was... Yeah, go ahead.
Casually, I died like 5 times to those things trying to figure them out.
Yep. This is the latest version. You go up onto these pallets, you go to the end invisible wall here, and on the right side, and you do a save load, and boom, you pop right up and you skip this whole thing. I'll go more into it in a bit here, but we have a boss here. But yeah, that's a nice skip, an actual skip. We have Yin Yang. Yin Yang is going to choose a head. Yin is the physical one that is resistant to physical. Yang is the magical one, which is resistant to magic. Now, if you do enough damage or it take too long, they will swap. But we can stagger them, and then you can blow them up. This is Yin, so when you stagger it, you are going to want to... they're going to Mugo Knuckle here on easy. And then blow it up. And that's going to show the purple. That means that one of the heads is gone. And Yang is going to... No, okay, we don't have to deal with the explosion. He got it. Listen, good job.
I hated this fight casually as well.
Yep, and that was...
There's a lot about this section that just wasn't fun.
Looked all
Yeah,
pretty clean.
if you were too slow... No, go ahead.
Yeah, this would say they looked pretty clean, that fight.
Yeah. Yeah, that was good. If it goes bad, Yang will hit you with a self-destruct. And a normal that would kill us every time, so we can't do that. Unless you have, like, revival earrings or something. But they can just tap them once and the boss will die after that. So, like, it's not dangerous at all on easy.
And if you didn't like throwing crates, folks, good news, you get to do it 10 more times.
Forced into it, yep.
And it is time loss if you miss any of these. You know, as soon as you take out 10, it stops and the lift continues. It's not like you can just wait this one out or ignore it and have a nice break here, which would be probably really appreciated about now. Yeah, so we do actually have to try and take out all 10 as fast as possible. So far, so good. This is pretty good.
Hasn't missed one yet, right? I think as I told him all my visual cue. So you want it to be one conveyor segment ahead. If it's on a light, you aim for the light ahead of it. That's my visual cue. Or if it's in the middle conveyor segment, you land on another one. And he didn't miss a single box, I don't think. That was good.
No, that was perfect. 10 for 10.
Yeah, great. Better than me.
I was always worried that was going to be the new pump game.
With how janky some of the throwing physics is, that very easily could be.
Yeah.
Remember, all there is time loss. There's no time to gain.
Oh, you mean the lever in the sewers, right?
Yeah, pump minigame.
The pump minigame.
Worst minigame.
That's the worst fear in the run for me. It's
I think it is for everyone.
Let's see how many people in chat get the reference. Oh,
Yep.
is he he's accidentally tried to open the door early. Yep.
This
So there
it
is
took me a while to work this out, actually, how to do this. There was a way to do this better.
I guessed it before I even found where the answer was.
Oh, I knew it was the combination from the OG, and I have that memorized in my head.
Yep. So yeah, 3610 5997 is the safe code from the original Shinra Mansion.
It's nice.
Yeah, it's a nice throwback to include it in this one. And we get Forgotten Specimen is his name in this one. I can't remember what his name was in
Lost
OG.
Numbers, I think.
Lost Numbers.
Yeah. No summon materia at the end of it. We haven't really gone into the summon mechanics in this game at all and how you get them. There's a whole bunch of stuff you can do, but it's side content, so guess what? We skip it.
Yep. We do equip some, though, as they give stats, and that's it. We don't summon. There's no real risk of accidentally summoning like you could in Remake. Unlike Genova or whatever.
You mean you don't want to end on Ifrit and Sephiroth?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've experienced this. You summon, oh my god, I just lost so much time. But so this fight, the boss starts with a neutral kind of resistance, but as you do more magic or physical, it's going to gain that resistance, and then you can use the opposite to break down the boss, and then its defense is lower for a little bit, and when it does respite, it lowers even more. So there's like windows here where you can do more damage, but essentially the idea is to push whether you stagger in phase 1 or later. And then here we have Reflect, so this is what we have Breach for because we're mainly using magic. Aerith is way stronger than everybody else with Spellbound Blast here. And you breach off the Reflect, and then you do a couple of these Spellbounds and the boss is pressured. Focus Shot to stagger and then just clean up. The arm, its left arm is weaker to magic, so if you want a bit more time save, you can hit that. The tentacle is weaker to physical, so like a little bit of thing to try to do is hit the arm. And at the start of phase 2, try to queue it so that the Spellbound lands after the Breach to get rid of the Reflect. It can do Shield instead on 50% chance, and then you don't have to Breach. But either way, you've got to have the materia because you don't want to take that chance. Oh boy, there's going to be a lot happening here. They rejoined their party. And we're going to meet Vincent. It's not like an optional thing here. Which, you know, you'd expect that because of Yuffie stuff.
He's exactly as moody as you want him to be as well.
And we do have to fight him.
Well, we technically fight his limit break?
Yeah, when he's transformed Galleon Beast. But on Woadyb, we're going to see again the power cleave power.
Yeah, Diabolic variant, more just diabolically nuked.
Yep, gets his Berserk up. He's going to push into the next phase. And then, okay, this timing is odd. It should be okay though. One of the AI members pushed. And as you can see, we're just going to nuke him down. Melee Blade. That's variant down. Galleon Beast can be dangerous, especially on normal. He can just body you. If he hits you, he'll continue into a combo, but you want to do enough damage to stagger him and then keep him hitting with 50 cut abilities, just pretty much anything that's a move when pressured in order to stagger him. And trying not to lower his health too far. If you get down to like the A or the I or something, he'll go into the pipe phase in phase 2 right away, which is you can't pressure him during it, and it resets the kind of HP that was built up for pressuring. But they're not going to have to worry about that. And that was a clean phase 1. You know, you just keep power cleaving him down, making sure to have your boom up and berserk if need be. And then phase 2, he gets a little more dangerous and does like these big combos. Thus, Sid making sure to hold power cleave so that he can land, because other combos, Galleon Beast can kind of just sit there and dodge out of the way while hitting you multiple times. On normal, we sit there and counter over and over, because you can counter multiple times during those moves, and it's like boom, 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 and you keep damaging him. And then we have to have like Firemane and stuff. Here, Moogle Knuckle. This was on the golden megaphone. This is the move on that. It ups the stagger percentage by 40%, and so therefore you do more and more damage as you use it, of course. But that was really clean. Galleon Beast, no issues. He didn't do the pipe, he didn't go on the wall, no Chaos Flare. That fight can be very drawn out, and it's really annoying if he goes on the wall. BigSid is climbing the yellow painted rocks, which is fine.
Yeah, he actually fell off the mountain slightly when trying to skip some of the trash there. He went off the edge of it too far,
Oh,
so
is he
had to go back
jump?
up.
Oh.
Yeah.
When he was trying to skip like the bat one and stuff. Okay, I didn't see that.
It's only a few seconds, but it's still infuriating if you do something like that.
The Sid has Roche here. The goal, he's very evasive. He can do like fire, he can try to attack you. But again, he's back from earlier. But the goal, he wants his one-on-one as well with Cloud. That's why no one else is here. And Cloud's like, okay, that's fine. And, you start with some cleaves.
Beautiful.
Yep, you start with cleaves, and eventually he kind of stops dodging for a bit, and he'll get more aggressive, and then you can start going at him, and you can tank your way through any of his moves with like a focus thrust. But the goal is stagger him right away, so he doesn't do his extra moves like staging chains and soul cleave and all this other stuff, and that's Roche down. And then phase 2, he's always pressured and he's slower and weak, and you can just body him. You can really bully him if you want.
Yeah, I know that BigSid's got a strat on that he asked me specifically to call out, where he's got a couple of perfect blocks on it, so we'll see how he pulls that one off when he gets to that fight.
I hope he does. I
really hope he gets it, because it's amazing.
It does look pretty sick. Yeah, for me, I have ATB boost on normal, and I don't let Roche do anything really. I just say no, and I just bully him, and Sonic Boom and Thrust to everything. It's basically the same thing more or less on easy and normal. There's not much variance there, except we do use Prime mode. A lot of these fights are kind of similar on some of them. I know I said it a lot in some. Well, in between there somewhere, there are a lot and not much variance in the times even. But normal loses a lot of times due to having to get certain things like level boost and ATB boost and do extra menus and stuff. No, I guess we didn't cover it, but there is a level boost in Chapter 4 in the Junon area, near one of the wave towers, with the one with the bats and a crater, and we get that on normal, which they don't have to do on easy. And the reason I mention that is because I didn't know that was there casually. I didn't know that until someone told me when I was routing. I was like, oh, I wish I knew.
Yeah, there is a lot more support materia in this game than there ever was in OG or even in Remake. So you can do quite a lot of funky combinations with materia now when you're going through your gameplay casually. But I'm assuming just because it's a speedrun, we just don't have time to go and get most of them.
Yeah, it's kind of a shame, but also, like, it does make you have to strategize around things better. And you have Melee Blade to kind of carry things. Level boost, we do get one with Kate. He comes with one automatically. That just, it ups the level of the materia it's linked to. It does not work on E-skill, frustratingly enough, because you could boost it up to get the strength plus 5% stat on it early.
And for those of you who've been wondering why the tiny Bronco has been flying around the entire game so far, it's soon about to not be. As you can see, we're having some engine difficulties here. So yeah, we'll soon be in for a bit of a crash landing. Sid will of course do his best. That's not this Sid or BigSid, just Sid, who is our pilot right now.
Yep, and this is another triangle menu. This one saves the most time because it takes a while when they're trying to crash before you can skip it. And then we'll be going into Chapter 12. And you can see on Woady's screen, he's doing the thing where he doesn't look at it because he didn't want it to move. And it's not moving right now. I personally let it move a little bit more, but we'll see how this goes. I think he might just look at it and aim up his shot and then go.
Oh, so close.
So close, yeah. Unfortunate, but he can throw it in the small hole as a backup.
Or is he just going to wait for the cycle?
Okay, he's going to do another cycle. That's fine.
Final Diabolic variant on BigSid.
Yep, I wonder what we're going to do. Power cleave, okay.
Power cleave.
We do see the D-Protect, and look at that red bar. That's how much it's getting chunked.
Sufficient Mako levels confirmed. Generator online. Lockdown protocol.
And it's dead just like that. That is a gigantic amount of health that it loses every time. On Woady's screen, you can see Kate's square hold where he pulls the enemies in. Ah, he's using Wind Magnify here. Interesting. The Magnify also comes on Kate by default. Wind is very powerful.
In Remake, they had to route going to get Magnify because you either got it early on, but it cost time. So I think mostly you picked it up later on when you just ran back through the tunnel.
In Chapter 13, I think it was.
Yeah. I remember when we were blabbing the skips involving Chapter 8 into Chapter 9.
God.
We had to make a version that went back and got that because I think normal for a while needed it early on, but then it was kind of rooted out. Yeah, the Chapter 8 and the
And,
9 skip went through so many variants. It's got the longest complex history of any skip in Remake.
Yeah, maybe one day here. We'll see. VII, he's using the Tiny Bronco. We got to go to the Golden Saucer to do some stuff. But we're going to Coast of Del Sol first. This is also fast on New Game Plus. It slows down multiple times throughout this, and even if you do a save load, it doesn't do anything about it. But on New Game Plus, you just zoom through here. It has no slowdown.
It actually annoys me that the chapter doesn't start now. And that every time you want to go back into this chapter to do Gold Saucer, if you're trying to collect all your dates, you're having to collect. If you want to collect all your dates to unlock them all for your nice completionists, you have to do that drive every single time.
It's like in Remake in Chapter 17, if you just want to do the bosses, you have to run through the whole chapter.
Woadyb, nice skip. Coming up to his yin yang. Again, I'll talk about the skips a bit more. Again, it had 3 versions. This is the newest version where it's free. There's no variants. There's no issues, anything. And it's fast. But prior, we used to do a different skip. And I originally wrote it a different one where I would throw the boxes, or I'd grab a box, because there's a thing where you can drop the boxes where the scales are. And I would drop it and I'd go into the corner. And I'd throw it up onto the ramp. And then I'd grab another. And then I'd have to do the skip, which is a small segment between the pillar and the ramp, where if you jump up, you can actually skip it. But if you touch the ramp, or any part of that, or even try to jump up on that, you will get the encounter. And of course, that would reset the boxes. And luckily, I went to bed that night, and as I was laying down, it just came to me, save load. And I jump out of bed, and I go up there, and I skip the encounter, and I throw a box on the elevator thing, and save the game and load, and miraculously it works. It keeps the box there, and the box respawns. So that was the version we did for a long time. You would de-aggro them, and have them hopefully reset into a good position. Then you kind of go around them and jump up there, and you'd throw a box, save load, throw a box, save load, throw a box, break the boxes, and go up. And that would take about like 50 to 55 seconds if done well. But I lost 2 minutes in a run because they kept de-aggroing into the spot that I needed to go. I could not get past them, and I was so mad. I killed the run. I decided, no, I'm gonna fix this. I'm gonna find something, and I found something kind of on accident. Originally I hopped on the Moogle, and did it with that, but then when I found out that you didn't actually need the Moogle. But if I had been a bit more to the left, it wouldn't have worked, and I probably would have just said, oh, doesn't work, and we would not have had it.
So what do you think the mechanic is behind that? Is it when the game first goes to load you in, you're actually slightly off the ground, and it goes, oh wait, you shouldn't be in the ceiling. I'm going to just walk you to the nearest floor, and it's up the way.
I think I know the way it works. So it does do like a drop-in thing. This happens if you reset some fights in Mount Corral. It'll do like a little drop-in. It's very, very obvious there. So it tries to drop you in, but you get dropped into the ceiling / floor there, and when you're pushed into something that you can't get out of, the game pushes you up. I found this out by that part where I said you can pull the box, or you can do the pulling the cart and drop the box onto that. If you pull that cart into that gate and try to skip it, you'll get stuck in it, and it pushes Kate up, but only to a certain point. So that's how I know that if you were to get stuck, it will push you up out of the terrain. So I think that's what happens. So you get stuck, and it just pushes you up, and it miraculously works. It's just a miracle.
Yes.
And it happens to be on like the worst fight.
I don't think you're going to find any of us complaining that if that's the only skip we ever find in this game, at least it's a good one.
Yeah, that took a lot of work. So, Team Mog, we have Forgotten Specimen. He's just going to stagger him. He's going to DPS him down. Again, this boss switches its resistances between physical and magical depending on what you were doing. And then you just switch to the other. They opt to use Kate with the Moogle, with Moogle Knuckle. It does great damage, honestly. For me, on like normal, I just use Barret with Max Furies and stuff. Either or works.
Let's see if BigSid goes for his second funnel. Looks like he's
And
lining up
there's
for
the
it.
small one. Didn't get it. Nope.
Oh, so unlucky.
So close.
Yeah, it's actually pretty rare for that to fail. Oh, and that's unfortunate. He's gonna have to drop some.
Yeah, I know when Woadyb was doing his 10 boxes, he missed a couple of throws as well, so. But yeah, folks, I know this looks really simple. Oh, you just aim and throw. It's really not. Please play the game. One, because it's awesome, but then you'll find out just how much jank there is in it.
Well, you'll find out just how awesome the throwing is. You can actually throw it directly where it needs to go, but the aim is really precise, and Kate can decide to throw it in the middle of nowhere. And the SID screen, we have the Loveless segment. This is just the play. You just sit through here. These are multiple 1-minute breaks around that. So if they need a break, they can kind of take it in between these. But again, like with the parade, you do have to skip cutscenes in between. On one of my first runs, I had a funny bug where Rosa was not here. I saw she was not there. The girl, which is Aerith in the run for us, but her name is Rosa here. And I didn't want to choose her because I thought the game would crash. Because I have bad, or soft lock or something. I had bad experience with that in Remake, with the helicopter before Rufus. But it did work, and it's just Cloud fighting with a staff in the final one. There's no Rosa. The model was just gone. It was pretty funny. I think it was like my first or second PB. And it did not soft lock, which is important.
Yeah, the soft look I got when I did my casual remake playthrough was the looking down through the grates in Shinra's headquarters.
Yep.
If you look down through the first one, there was a chance of a soft lock in the very earliest version of the game, and yeah, you just couldn't cancel back out, and you were stuck. So infuriating. I think I lost
What are you
about an hour's
fighting?
playtime in that one.
Oh, you have to restart the chapter or something?
Yeah. I think it was just my last save. I couldn't, because no button presses were active. You couldn't get into anything.
Let's finish this. Now you're in for it.
BigSid just taking the bats. You can kind of go around and do an de-aggro. De-aggro is interesting in the game where it'll force enemies to go to certain locations. Depending on how you de-aggro them, it can be a location that you'll know will work every time. Woadyb just team on, cleaning up. Galleon Beast here with his power cleaves. This again, melee blade is absurd and easy. On normal, you have to be a lot more careful, or you're just gonna die. Oh, he got the bestial flare opening. That's just time loss. It's just unlucky. As you can see, he just has to hold it. There is a small chance. I'd say maybe it's like a 1 in 5 to 1 in 10 that he does bestial flare instead of attacking you.
For those of you who might be I'd like to collect everything people, if you're doing the Loveless mini games here, you can try and get perfect scores because of collecting everything. It's one of the bits you can do for Johnny's collection, but you can do a lot in the game to expand that. But the first 3 hits you always do are always good. Doesn't matter how well you time them. So don't be like me and be trying to get 100% greats and then work out why it's not working and then have to Google. Infuriated the living bejesus out of me. I spent an hour on that.
I think all 3 runners got Yin head first. Yang would have to be approached differently. You do have to have 2 separate strategies to handle them. BigSid cleaning up on Yang.
Woadyb going through Roche 2, got the stagger, looking good.
And that's Yin Yang down. Yin Yang is, I think it is kind of aggravating casually for people, especially if you get hit by the suicide attack.
I won't have your pity. This is a race, remember. Come on.
Okay, over on the right, this head's coming up on the Muscle Coliseum fights, where we are fighting for the naming rights to well, the Gold Saucer. It's a bit like normally your club stadiums are getting naming rights these days. I'm not used to it in a fighting arena, but so be it.
Yeah, I mean, Theo doesn't even have to agree to it, but he agrees. So here, thus said, he's going to cleave these together. He's going to power cleave these guys. These all have different amounts of health, different amounts of EXP and stuff. That it's so weird. They could have just gave it the same, but it was kind of annoying for routing. And then they have Magnify Wind to pull them in. As we can see, it just pulls them from across the field, and Magnify will hit 3 enemies at once. Well, it will hit the first one, and then it will magnify to 2 others. And then the second one here, we have 3 Cactuars to fight. You have to wait for them to choose to do a move before you can do anything. The first 2 don't matter because it's on a timer, but the third one, the faster you kill it, the better. Or Cacneos, or whatever. What are they called?
Cacneos?
Yeah, Cacneo. Yeah. The special ones.
The Cactuars with a awkward mustache.
And then we have the Tonberry and 2 Tonberries. Oh my god, this is frustrating to route on normal. But basically, you don't want to stand in front of them. You get behind them, they're going to power cleave. That's it. Getting hit hard. If you hit the enemy enough, it'll do Scourge, but you can tank through it with a move. You can do it on normal as well. But Karma, you need 60 keep to go through it. If you're not doing anything, it'll lock you down, the Scourge, and you can't control your character for a bit. But that was clean. Took him out with Power Cleave.
Abzu's back.
Abs.
Yep. Abzu makes a comeback.
You do enough damage here, the boss is going to cast Enrage to up his physical attack and lower physical defense, which is great. That's great because, you know, physical damage here. And they can just ignore all these moves on easy because, again, the 40 keep gives you 60 keep easy instead. Which is your ability to not get knocked out. That's why they're not getting knocked out of their moves. On normal, that would, and you would have to actually counter. And on normal, we use Firaga to pressure, because if you use enough fire damage, you will get pressured, and then you can stagger. But I believe BigSid and TheSid are just going to try to go for the cleaves and not stagger until phase 2. And Woadyb might stagger in phase 1. We'll see. I can't remember. These moves are set in phase 2, up until a point, where he's going to do the charge at all 3 characters, and then he's going to do the flail, and then the upheaval thing. And then from then on, it kind of gets random. But as you can see, he just got chunked down, and is gone. And next up, we have to heal. We have another boss, and we're going to have another boss after this. This is a boss rush segment. We have the Turks. This is the rematch, Elena and Rude. Now, the idea is to do a 50 cut ability to pressure Elena. That'll make Rude mad. And you can either, on easy, you would just keep bodying her, and on normal, you would tap Rude to knock him out of his stuff, and then pull and do like some dog and stuff, and it's quite a bit different. And you have to worry about the hit scan stun grenade that Elena has. It's absurd, because if you pull a character to do a move and she kicks it, it will then go to wherever they are, and it'll get that character and Cloud stunned. Here, they just need to do a synergy ability of some sort to knock the Turks out of their combo, doing an R1 swap so that Cloud does not get stunned. Stagger Elena, nuke her down. This pressure, I think, lasts for 30 seconds, 20 or 30 seconds, so Rude is going to be staggered real easily afterwards anyways, because he remains pressured. This will be enough for limits, because there have been 3 staggers. The boom, the limit, switch to Tifa for on strikes to buff the damage that X/ is going to do. And that's Turks down. You have to make sure to not skip the cutscene too quick, otherwise you get a soft lock, which is the name of this game, I guess, which I can go into after this. But here, Rufus has 6 bullets, but if he uses the ground guns akimbo, he uses them all up, and then you can hit him during reload to pressure him, and then when you do enough attacks, he'll try to counter you, and you can just Braver to instantly stagger him. And do damage.
The timing for Braver on Rebirth is so much tighter than it was on Remake.
It is.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely not free anymore.
This fight was hell casually for me. I did not enjoy it.
And you can't sleep him like you could in Remake.
I'm still convinced that was an oversight.
Probably, but I abused it. A thing you can do, you can also catch him during his, if you use a 50 cut ability like a Sonic Boom or something, when he's trying to do a move, his defense drops 0, and you can catch him and pressure him. But like on normal, you could potentially do too much damage, so we have to actually do the combo chaining again. But his retaliation shot will actually knock you out of anything that does not have 60 keep. So in normal, you have to have 2 ATB, and you tank it with either a prime mode activation or throwing an item. And then you do Braver. But here you can just Braver. Here, he's going to break the link between the two, stagger, and then I believe he has a setup. Yes, the thrust into the catch.
BigSid just finished up Galleon Beast.
Yep, and that's Rufus down for Team Tonberry. Good job. That was pretty clean. He did get his focus thrust caught, but that's part of his setup, because then Rufus does Desperation, does the beam attack, whatever that is again, and then we'll go for a reload, and that gives the Sid his Braver. So that is part of his strat. It was not a mistake.
This section of the story here, Kate's double-crossed us again, just like he did in OG, so we're now having to chase after him, and we'll be running around. You're going to have to do a few triggers where you need to talk to certain party members to get them to move on to his next hiding spot, but it's pretty simple running around right now. What really is happening right now is BigSid's Roche.
Oh, I didn't see it. Did he get his perfect guard?
I didn't see either.
He did. He got it. I think he got one. I think he got it. Yeah.
Yep. So perfect guard. It will. You have it on the perfect counter as well, but for guard, it'll do a bunch of stagger. It's a 0.17 second window if you have the precision defense materia. It goes up to 0.23, and then you can guard. You can do some funny stuff on Dyne with his machine gun shots. You can do it on every one of them, essentially. It's not that useful, but here it is, because again, our goal is to stagger as soon as possible, so we can push into phase 2.
I have to say, it looked a pretty quick fight, so I think he might have got it.
Yeah, it didn't look like he had damage.
And there we go. Kitschy hiding behind his giant mog as always. So we now get to chase him down the side area. And that's how we kind of open up more parts of the kind of behind the scenes of the Gold Saucer. It's quite well done, just him knocking down the barrier for us. This section you also just run through lots of items, because physics in this game, yo. Perfect. See those ladders? Don't need them. Chair? Bye bye. If we cut over to Woady's screen just now, you can actually see your date team that you've got of the evening. This is the same as all the runners get, because you don't actually have high enough affection with anybody. You don't get Tifa or Aerith, so there's no picking best girl in this version of the game, I'm afraid, folks. So yeah, you basically get a night on the town with the guys. And the actual conversations you have on the Sky Wheel as well are also amazing. Even if you don't want to play through every date sequence variant, just go watch the YouTube videos, it's funny.
Those days, you can choose an option, like the new game, to where it can be intimate or not. Does that change the conversation?
Ever so slightly.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, it's another thing.
I didn't bother.
Yeah, it's another thing for New Game Plus. We get to pick who we go on the date with, just as part of a menu option before you even start the run. And you don't actually have to complete the chapter fully for it to count towards it being unlocked. You just have to get to the end of the date sequence, whereas for the dress unlocks in Remake, you had to finish the chapters with the dresses. So you had to play them right through to the end, which was quite time consuming.
Another part of that is, if I go, your party for the Coliseum is dictated by your date. So that's why they have Kate. You cannot change out Kate. He is the date party there. If you could choose someone else, then you would have someone else. And then the third party member you can choose. You can switch out Tifa if you wanted to. I need to grab a drink. Hold on. My throat.
I am not shocked. I'm Scottish. I'm quite happily working through a 2-litre bottle of Iron Brew right now. Anybody from the UK will know exactly what that is. If you're not from the UK and know what that is, I'm impressed. So, the story on the right-hand side for the Sid, we're heading north. This is chapter 13. We are approaching the point of no return. We have relocated the Temple of the Ancients on the map. It's no longer to the south, it's up in the north of the map now. What I would say, folks, is if you're not wanting to really see kind of how lore is handled in this one, we'll soon probably be telling you might want to stop watching for a bit until the next run's on.
Temple of the Ancients is coming up, and it's a little bit different than OG.
So if you want to experience how they're retelling this area, then you might want to give it a miss for the next wee while until the next runs. But other than that, I would love for you to stay and enjoy the show, because yeah, some good fun chaos coming up.
Yeah. And this is a really long drive on the Tiny Bronco.
Unfortunately, no skips either there, because I think someone went over the whole map in the Tiny Bronco and couldn't find anything.
Yeah, it's one thing I haven't, like, I've only looked at stuff where you were on the ground, and that's how I kind of like found like skips, and I was like, oh, we have save load, I'll go throw myself in a bunch of corners and stuff and see what happens, and haven't really found anything since the change to the adjudicator skip to make it better yet. Okay, but however, we do have a skip here. This was discovered from a runner, I think it was Snap, and Easy a while ago. We did find 3 different versions for normal. No, 4 if you count Ian's Magic. But I had like a couple, but they were inconsistent, and then I had to make a third that was completely consistent.
I thought this was one of Woady's. Maybe I'm remembering wrong.
No, Snap, he ran, I think that was his name, he ran, Easy early days, and he discovered it on accident. But if you don't do this fast enough, you have to fight the left group and the right group, and it takes a while, and there's a lot of them. But the idea is to do this very quickly. They're going to cleave these in, power cleave, that gets enough stagger for a limit, going to Sonic Boom the other dude, X slash the 2C, and pull in with arrow. And, move to the end with Tifa. Some of them just body the ranged operator with Tifa and don't do the arrow.
I didn't think you got it there, but that was enough, yeah.
Yeah, that was really good. Yeah, I was worried when I saw that tiny blip of health on the operator.
Yeah, I was like, there was a sliver of health there that was going to stop it.
The 1 HP hero.
Always.
It's worth it to retry as well, because you don't want to sit there and fight both groups. It takes a while. It's a lot of guys. That was a clean skip. That's the soldier skip. A bit more difficult to pull off than normal, a little bit different on that regard, but we have it there as well. Here, just cleave these guys together, get them with the power cleave, and keep them grouped up. You can use Magnify Arrow to group enemies in this segment if you want, or you can go for regular cleaves, however you want to handle it.
Right, folks, welcome to Inside the Temple of the Ancients. Gravity is about to be very confused.
There's a lot of segments where we can kind of just jump down as well, and you don't have to walk around, which is nice. There's a Whistlewind Scarf.
You can skip a few fights and just jump past them as well. And yeah, there's some kind of unintended routes where you bounce down areas as well, rather than going kind of the obvious steps. Yep.
Right here, you can jump down. There's a level 5 or whatever chakra materia there. I didn't find that. I didn't find out about that until I was routing this for. Like, a lot of the movement I had no idea until I started looking at it. Yeah, we can see on Team Mog's screen, we can see the lackeys, all these enemies. He's opting to pull in. I think that was with Kate where he was using the arrow. Because again, Power Cleave gives ATB to both the caster and the partner. Same as Spell Blast.
If you do like to assess all of your enemies in a Final Fantasy game, because in the newer ones they kind of show you that you've done it, this is the only time you can assess these Carneos or Cacneos, because I had to go back and get them. It was one of the ones I missed.
Yep. And another thing here on Temple of the Ancients, I'm the only one who grabs it, but there is a free Whistle and Scarf. Well, it costs 9 seconds, but free quotations, and that helps with consistency for ATB for Barrett for me. I might drop it eventually, but it'd be here. You go, instead of going to the 3 o'clock position here, you go to the 6 o'clock or 12 o'clock. Moving this is kind of annoying. You move the right stick. You want to hold it to where you need to go, the direction. And then when it gets close, you just press X. So like, for example, if we wanted to go to like 3 o'clock, we'd hold just slightly up or down on the right stick. And it's the same direction every time. It's not like some random thing, which is good. Apps on Woady's screen. Hopefully there's not too many jumping around and trolling. We want to see him attack, but not charges. Play out on the belly flop, that's good.
Just power cleave combo, power cleave combo. Chain it, chain it.
Melee blade on easy, yep. This is making the correct choice. He wasn't able to get the riot troopers with the cleave, so he opted to use arrow to not have to deal with the shields. That was a smart move. And Apps has been staggered and will now fall. Luckily, there's no weird issues where the boss gets HP gated and you can't finish the fight. That was a problem that could happen in the first time you visit the sewers, the start of Chapter 10, I think it was, in Remake, where there have been bugs where you can't actually kill Apps for a few seconds for whatever reason.
Fantastic. Then without
Here the Cid is on in a little walking segment. You can hop along the kind of banisters on the background there, but there is a risk that you jump down and you lose a lot of time. You have to climb back up. It's happened to a lot of us, so we just opt to not do it, basically. Yeah, it's like 30 or 40 seconds. I can't remember. It's a lot.
So the run of the Cids I watched yesterday, Aerith just didn't jump.
Oh, she didn't jump down?
Yeah, she just stayed up there and then eventually spawned back with the team, but she just wasn't on the animation at all for them all flying down.
Turks and Woody. I didn't see quite how it went, but looks fine to me. At this point, you can do like a spell blade, or if you were in their face, you could do power cleave. The idea is just knock them out of it, take out one of them, pick up the other. In normal, we group them up and take them both out together, but it can be finicky. Hopping, oh, he got caught, but it doesn't last that long. The Cid screen, important. Team Tonberry, you can see Windstorm. Look at how absurd that is.
Oh, that's just magnificent to watch.
You pull them in, you tap
moments
them.
like that that make you smile.
Yeah, you just pull them in, and you, since there's so many, you just tap square, and you got your ATB back, and you can just do it again. It's crazy. And I think there's 16 officers there. Woody, I don't think he does that. I think he does cleaves into power cleave because he doesn't add a UP here. Two fights going on at once. We have Woody against his Rufus. We have Red Dragon on the Cid. The opening is always the same. You can dash in and get 2 counters right away. And then the boss might kind of do its own thing. But essentially you want it to do Flame Breath, and then you can hit the head to break it, as the head is also weaker and that pressures it. And they're going to do the power cleaves and try to build the stagger bar and switch off to push into phase 2 so that the bar is full.
Rufus not playing nicely for Woody here.
And meanwhile, during all of this, BigSid is still doing Loveless.
Yep. You know you all want that opera.
Yeah.
In fairness, this actual segment, when you watch the voice lines, and particularly if you pick the likes of Barrett or Red, for the final segment, and you
Yeah.
think you're choosing to fall in love with them. Oh, stunning.
It's pretty funny, yeah. Phase 2 Red Dragon is going to try to fly. They can't stagger it for a little bit until it tries to do a move, but the Sid, I believe he does a power cleave setup. The other two, I think, will do a Sonic Boom, because you can't hit it. Oh no, he must have staggered it in phase 1 on accident or something. The bar is empty. So this is okay, you can break a wing and that will pressure the boss. Just make sure you don't hit the chest, as that will then get rid of the pressure. And that's Woadyb done.
I was just watching
Let's
Woadyb
refresh.
juggle Dark Star there, it was so good.
He can't have gotten far.
Like, Sid had a little trouble with Red Dragon.
Red Dragon, that's
got
okay,
him.
just do what you can to stagger. If he does try to fly away and you don't get him, you can back it up with like a Relentless Rush to catch the boss and kind of stop him from flying away for the Lava Breath. That would cover the entire floor. If you break the chest, it would weaken it, but we don't have to worry about that in a run. And that's Red Dragon down. A little bit shaky, but we're through it. I mean, on normal, I've died on it. I've had it just kill me with Flame Breath, because again, we use like Prime Mode there, and then you have 50% increased damage, and that thing can just take you down so fast. So it's definitely one of the more scary fights. Especially because, like, outside of the opening, you can't, as far as we don't have currently, we can't currently manipulate the boss to kind of do things. You can try to get it to like do the Flame Breath by being further away with like Unbear It and stuff, but outside of that, it kind of does what it wants. This game is a lot more free flowy compared to Remake. Remake was very setup heavy, where the bosses would kind of do the same thing every time. For most of them, outside of like Turks in Chapter 12 for the final phase. But and it felt more like a traditional RPG where it was turn-based, whereas here it's more based on kind of like your positioning, and they might or might not do something. And so you have to be able to react more. However, this also means, because of like how the ATB works and we have synergy, it's less punishing overall if you make a mistake. In Remake, if you made a mistake, you would lose a lot of time.
There was a bit there that this said where after Red Dragon he goes to the end of a corridor and you see this nice pyramid shaped thing and you think, oh yeah, this is similar to OG, and instead of it being, you activating the whole segment for the escape and black materia, no, it's a lift. There's a whole other section. Keep going.
Oh right, yeah.
So thank you, devs, for telling us that this is the same game, and then just adding more.
This segment is quite drawn out. There's a lot of, the padding. This, for example. The windstorm things that happen. Is that in? No, because in the OG you just have like the boulders, right?
You get the rolling boulders in OG to dodge.
Yeah, but in OG they moved the windstorms from the crater to here. Basically, it's the same mechanic.
Yeah, the northern crater had the windstorms.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Right. I remember. And here, they didn't go past it yet. No, but there's like a guaranteed setup. You just run towards it and ignore it because it'll load in at the same time, and you kind of just run forward at an angle. We're gonna see it in a second here. If you kind of go diagonally and just keep going, it won't hit you. But normally they would knock you back and do some damage and stuff.
There's also a few fight skips here where we're just going to climb blocks and run over areas, again, just because we don't want to fight trash.
Yep, a lot different with Remake, where you were forced to fight most fights. And just like that, even though it looks like, the wind's there, nope, they're right through it. Apps on BigSid. I didn't see how phase 1 went, but looks fine to me. And taken down without issues. Again, they just want to hope that the boss doesn't jump around a lot. Even if you were to want to do like fire and stuff, he can still jump back. Like at the start of the battle, you don't want to see it jump back, because then now you have to chase him. Turks, again. I'm going for Elena. getting Boom, it's easy to actually forget to use Sonic Boom a lot of the times. And some lightning to help out there from Aerith. But like oftentimes I might forget about Boom, but it is really important because again, your attack stat is counted twice in the damage calculation, so instead of 20%, it may as well be 40% increased damage. Takes him out, groups him up. Spellblade instead. I wonder if he wants Aerith to help out with damage. Rude's fine, yeah. A bit of a issue here where they didn't separate. Or they got too separated, rather. Okay, I was a little worried, but he got through it. Elena, back off.
Elena
Rufus,
again
okay.
with the sliver of health.
Yeah.
Rufus tried to do Ricochet. That move is probably the worst one. It's kind of hard to dodge. You do need to time it and kind of go sideways. But he dodged it well, as I figured he would. Push the damage, get your ATB, and I believe he's going to wait for a move, yep, right next to him, and do the Sonic Boom to pressure him right away, and he's just going to cleave to get ATB and push into phase 2. Just like that. And I think he moves close and does a Braver right away on Dark Star, I believe. And Braver in this game has a nice little AoE, so you can get collateral damage out of it. It also gets stronger in the air. He's not going to do aerial. A normal, sometimes it becomes a thing, but rarely. And there we go, collateral damage. Because you didn't use it on Rufus and didn't target him, it ended up getting him.
Yeah, it's also something he told me is like during those changes in phases on the bosses, you can just buffer square for your dash, and it will immediately happen as soon as it lets you back in control.
Yep, you can just hold the button down. Sometimes you can buffer shortcut buttons as well, but that can be iffy. You can change characters during some of them to where you won't get the slowdown where you lose like half a second or whatever, because the animation is playing out.
Over on this side right now, we're going through the segment where it's Aerith's turn to be the character you control. It seems to be what they're doing. In part 1 and part 2, they're giving you a small segment for every character where they're the kind of the lead character you're in control of. With the extended party in part 3, presumably with Sid and Vincent, it's going to be interesting to see how they play that out again across the whole game.
They didn't waste any time. The greedy sons of bitches.
So what we're doing here is we're using Aerith. We're praying to pick up I don't know what you would call this. Mako,
yeah.
bits of live stream. Oh, it's live stream. And we're using it to unlock these areas, and we're kind of piecing this area back together to try and explore more of it. Obviously the guys are not exploring at all. They don't want to, they don't need to. We're doing it as fast as possible. So the very minimal will be picked up to get to the next segment. But you can also smash those blocks, and that allows you more live stream, but again you have to stop and wait. So I don't know how much time you've spent routing what ones you pick up. I'm assuming, knowing you, that you've done all of them and worked out which ones
Yes,
are
I
quickest.
checked. Yeah, I checked everything. And there's the option where if you have enough of it, you have faith going into battles right away. You get other buffs if you have it as well, but of course we're using it. And you can route it to where you can have faith for the upcoming dragon battle and Sonya and Elena, which is later on. But there's a bunch of like little things. Basically, the way I routed it was I assigned a value to everything, and with the little rocks being the control value of 1, and everything else would be compared to that. So some of them, the enemies can be inconsistent. Some of them can give you 6, and then a later frog could just be like half a point, stuff like this. So you really had to check like everything, and there's a couple ways to do it. But it's both really fast, and you can kind of choose either one. And then you can also animation cancel by like twirling with your dodge to get out of like praise and stuff like this. Just to save like a second here or there. on BigSid's screen, you could go directly to the Tiny Bronco, but the load is longer. So if you go to the dock first and then talk to Sid, you save a couple seconds there. I forget how much it is. And now we're back to Cloud's team. This is going to be a recurring thing. We're going to be switching between the two parties. And we're going to be coming up to...
I love the clock animation showing that you're kind of moving in time. These are concurrent events.
Oh, yeah. I kind of forgot about that.
Yeah, this is happening at the exact same time, so it's meant to be that you're kind of
Right.
moving around to let you know that this is why, one party's doing this while the other party's doing the other.
Yeah, push the block to get over the thing. I tried to find some skips here. Sadly, couldn't find anything. Only found a way to break Cloud's model a little bit, and that's it.
We that movement
Outside
tech
of
there,
that.
just jumping up the wall rather than going down the steps.
Yeah. Going through here, now we have 2 blocks. However, you don't have to actually push the first block. You only need the one from the boss.
This boss has got a slightly different mechanic than most. You don't want to kill it.
Yeah. The game doesn't technically count as a boss, but it may as well be, honestly. This thing has like 300 stagger bar or something ridiculous, and then like times 0.6 for easy. Basically, the goal is after 30 seconds, give or take, depending on the animation that it's in currently. It can be a little bit different, but the Iron Giant here is going to sharpen its sword and become pressured. Now, at this point, we want to have ATB, because we want to stagger as much as we can. And right here, they're even building up some stagger as well. You have to be very careful of a move called Condemn, where it will one-shot someone, essentially. You can dodge it, you can R1 swap, you can do a lot of things, but it's not consistent for it to use it or anything. And,
We are getting his health quite low here.
yep, you don't want to push too far. Focus Strike, Blizzara, Focus Shots, bonus round.
Focus thrusts, all of these.
Everything. For normal, it's so dangerous that I even use Relentless Rush, as I also want the relation points.
Man, that was close to the edge there.
Yeah,
Well
it'll
done.
res if you it'll res if you take it out too early.
So yeah, if you do actually win that fight, quote win, it doesn't fall into the wall there and take out the tower, and you actually then have no choice but to go through the whole fight again.
So I can finish with the somersault.
So when you're playing this casually, yep, you're making a bridge using these little floating boxes that we're about to push into the wind. So we're just going to push this off to make a bridge, and instead of making a bridge, we're just going to knock the whole tower down instead. Because, whoops.
It works.
Yep, and that's the box that you can ignore right there. You can drop down. It's a little quicker to go around, but that's okay. You can take either path here.
Just a bit of civil engineering works. Knock down a couple of buildings. It's fine.
And Barrett's weapon here is the one with Turbulent Spirit is there, and you can't miss it. And Woady's screen, you can see he's not using Windstorm. He just cleaves, Power Cleave, Braver. Chocoloski a bit to clean up, and he's through. Probably because he might do his menu earlier or something, I'm not sure. Or he doesn't even have one here. So he opts to do a different strategy for all those. Red Dragon again, the double counter. Power Cleave. Barrett can help with his support. You can do Bravery, you can do like Deep Protect here, a lot of things. A thing you have to be careful of, if you choose to hit, like tell them to use an ability, like for example Deep Protect on the head, and you break the head, the cast will actually whiff, it'll fizzle. It won't hit anything, you lose HP, and that's it. So you have to be careful, make sure it's like on the body or something if you want to use that. BigSid, we can see him doing a skip. And he got it just fine, no issues. You can see that's the non-arrow version. And on the bottom here with VII on Tonberry, we can see that there's a fight here before the Turks for Rude and Reno, where there's 2 groups of enemies. If you kill the lizards, oh, it's like a frog and 2 lizards. If you can kill them fast enough, the second group does not spawn. Tanking the combo ability here of them, doing a power cleave, a sonic boom, and a power cleave to push right away. Luckily, Reno did not dodge, otherwise he'd kind of have to wait a little bit. Woadyb, stagger bar was not completely filled, so he had really good damage, but all he has to do, again, is break the wing. You can do it with physical, Barret, whatever. Drop, staggered, boom, into limit, and he's going to push that up. And he's also going to Sunstone. Okay.
Yeah. Back over onto the Sid. We're doing our Rude and Reno fight. They are showing back up again, and you know, we actually start this fight working with them, and then you know, of course, you know, these guys can't ever let bygones be bygones, so they're now fighting one another.
It'll actually help you if you get turned into a frog and stuff to use Maiden's Kiss on you, but not reliably. You take out Reno first in the second phase because he does dodge. If you attack him 3 times, it'll cause him to do a counterattack. That's a split. It'll cause him to counterattack, and if you dodge that, he'll be pressured for a little bit. For Rude, he puts up his windshield. It's kind of unreliable to get him to start it. He might sit there and keep attacking for a bit, because if he's got attacks queued, he's not going to do it. But he puts up his windshield, you use 250 cut abilities, and that'll pressure him, and then you can stagger him and clean up. But essentially, the goal there is just push phase 1. On normal, we actually stagger Reno first, as we want to build pips and stuff, and then at the start of phase 2, we use Relentless Rush, and then it's more or less the same after that. Where you just like VII did, he took out Reno, and then took out Rude. The only fight where you don't actually keep them grouped together and take them out. Here we have an Ancient Dragon. You have to fight this. There's a force trigger here that won't go away. Aurora can pull it down, and you can just nuke it. And if you hit it with like an August spell, it would drop, and it can get stuck under the bridge. I think that's in my PB. It was like a minute. Or maybe it was the run before it.
Is that one of your rules? You need something jank in a PB?
Yeah, apparently. It was so good until that point, and I was like, oh, well, you know. Choke Master here. Getting more of this Life Spirits, you need them. You gotta use them on the middle thing. And then it's going to kind of reveal the dungeon a bit more. And you can go left or right. They'll be going left first, and then right. This is also where the Red's final weapon is, which has like the Reaper Claw, I think it's called. That ability, I don't know if it could ever see use, but as Red approaches 0 health, it becomes stronger and stronger, up to 1100 power. It's pretty good, but way too risky. And you could do like a setup with HPMP to drop his health into low Red, but we don't. Interesting stagger by the Sid.
Just one of those amazing moments again where it's just like, oh look, a lot of trash. Come here.
That fight is not required, but it's annoying to skip, and they'd have to skip it a couple times, so you just take them out. You can also just do like a windstorm and take them out. You can do a deadly dodge to them. There's so many things you can do, but if you like kill them all at the same time, it's a very loud sound, and so there's typically a volume warning.
BigSid with the camera glitch on the jump. Slightly faster just to jump off a fraction sooner, and yep, the camera glitches out.
And we have the Sid here on the Hectides. These enemies are real fun, but luckily the Ultimania was quite useful here, even if it's not useful in a lot of other things, because it tells you that if you use a hazardous material, they get pressured. Whereas normally you'd have to either breach off the reflect or use a level 1 ability for them to get rid of their reflect, and then you could pressure them and do stuff. So the hazardous just boom, pressures them, and then you can stagger them and then take them out. And before that, this fight was pretty awful. And even on normal, it's still kind of jank where because they try to do the drain big circular attack and you gotta be really careful or you get petrified.
BigSid used Windstorm to blast through the security guards.
I'm sorry, I'm just giggling away at it there. I apologise. There's just moments in this game that make you smile.
Red Dragon for BigSid. He's going to power cleave it down. He wants to hit the head, so he opted to hold. He's going to do Blizzard to, this boss is weak to ice, so it's going to do double the stagger, build that up. Deprot to lower the physical. And hopefully it doesn't jump around forever, because usually it's going to do some tail strikes and go for Cloud, but it went for Barret there. On the green, we have another Hektai and a floating eyeball that is weak to lightning, and Earth has lightning, so it's not a big deal. They are immune to wind, do not use wind. That's about it. And again, switching off, so the power cleave against the dragon does not stagger. It'll build it, but it won't actually stagger the boss. And Woadyb is going through his puzzle, the Aerith puzzle. Okay, he's taking my route for it looks like. The first rocks in that room are 3, but you only get the tutorial there. So if you skip them, you can get 3 rocks later. Sung and Elena on the Sid screen. Essentially, you just go for Elena and push the phase. At phase 2, they'll team up and do team attacks, and they will target someone after 1 second. Red Dragon cleaned up nicely. Yeah, for normal, I switch to red and just move red out of the way, and they just batter red, and I can just do whatever I want on Aerith. And if you like Thundaga them, they'll be grouped together.
Yeah, them using team attacks actually is to your advantage, because they do stay together on the map a bit more.
Yeah, so we don't have to actually sit there and try to like pull them or cleave them or whatever.
Yeah, there's a lot of routing has gone into some of the earlier fights against these guys, because when they're in pairs, they can be all over the place, and it's trying to keep them together.
And there, they just stay together. You just
nice
do enough
of them.
damage. And then you stagger them. Sung, it's important to kind of focus on Sung, because if something bad does happen, because Elena is weak to lightning, and we do have lightning, you can nuke her down, as she has less health. Sung is a little more annoying with his combo chain, he can just keep going for you. That was a clean Turk fight, no issues. And then we have
the clock room. We bit of a throwback to OG here. In OG, the clock face was also turning and you were walking over it, and you had to pick which doors you went in and out of. In this one, again, they're using kind of segments of, you know, more the true past. We're going to get flashbacks for all the characters here as we go through it. We're also running down with Aerith here for the first one. So you're getting a wee moment with all the characters and finding out bits of their past. And yeah, it's just exposition at this point, really.
I'm so observant that I didn't realize that was the clock room.
Really?
Well, I haven't played the OG in forever, but yeah, I didn't realize the number of doors or anything.
That's the clock room. I'm
no,
sorry,
no.
I basically grew up playing 7 way too much. I adore this game, I adore its lore. I have far too much money spent on Square Enix stuff, so yeah, I spot these things.
I used to play it a lot as well, yeah, as a kid, and when I defeated Emerald and Ruby Weapon, I recorded it on VHS. I don't have it anymore, sadly. I did not do the final attack. I didn't do final attack on Emerald, and I had 5 materia, so he was doing 55-55 with the stomp, and he ended up missing me on one of them, because he did like a couple in a row, and otherwise I would have died. But I won, through luck.
There you go, chat. How old were you when you first took down Emerald?
Yeah. these segments, there is a tiny break here for the Sid. You don't want to fight here. You don't want to use the L2 or R2 as this. This would just slow things down because red kind of fights, and we don't want to do that. It doesn't help by any means.
Well, they're all just kind of working through a wee bit of downtime here over the course of this run. Yeah, Moogle and Choco have been catching back up slowly and steadily. It's going to be a closer race, I think, when we hand this back over than it was when we picked it up.
Hopefully I don't forget too many splits. It's been kind of all over. Some of them I remembered, some of them not so much. I think overall, you know, there hasn't been any too big disasters. The Sid had like the bug on Scarlet, but what can you do, you know?
Well, we've had one bug, a couple of missed blocks, a few bits of RNG if the boss is not doing the exact cycle you want. Nobody's
Getting caught on some encounters, but that's, you know, that's the nature of it.
Yeah, nobody's made an obvious what are you doing. So yeah, no, so far well done, all three of them. They're doing great.
Most importantly, no soft locks.
Oh, you had to say it.
Yeah. Now there is. I hope it doesn't jinx it. Now that
I thought we were past them all.
Well, there's a crash that can happen near the end of the game on the second to last fight. That we don't know what causes it. It's happened to me once. It's happened to BigSid a few times.
Just
oh
like
my god, it takes forever.
Well,
Just
Marathon
like
Lock. You can blame me
there
if
was
it
a
happens.
crash. Yeah, OG remake there was a crash as well. And the Whispers when you were running up the ramp, and if you didn't make it to the cutscene, could something just not load and you just fell. I believe Desa was the first to find that one in the middle of a run that he was on PB pace for.
Wait, sorry, did you say the Whisper one with the ramp?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my god. I forgot about that. Woadyb cleaning up Iron Chad. Nice and good. No too, not pushing it too far, too close to almost dead. So not worrying us at all. This segment on the Sid with Yuffie, I always look up because it's like just swag for me. And I do it with initial position. You get on the first grapple, you hold up, hit the next grapple, hold up right, hit the next one, hold up left, and press circle, and it works every time. No issues.
Woady's turn to knock over a building. The one thing that you see BigSid there is filling up kind of the vial with the live stream energy. The bit that annoys me in this segment, and again maybe it's just me being pedantic, is they all take different amounts to fill up, and that just doesn't feel fair because you think, okay, I've got quite a lot, I'll go fill it, and then it's not enough to fill some of them, but it is others, and it's just not obvious which ones need more than others, and it's a wee bit annoying when you're playing it casually.
Luckily, they do start with some because there is an animation when you do one that doesn't have anything, which you can see on the first one, which had happened earlier, where Aerith has to pull out her staff and it takes a while. But here you're going to see that she just brings her staff out really quick and goes for it, see? And she just starts spinning. And whereas otherwise she has to like extend the staff and do like an animation if there's nothing in it, which we'll see on the third one. That is a longer animation.
A bit more Barrett backstory here over on the Sid's game. Going back to just straight after his injury. I think this is a wee bit more exposition than we even got in OG, so yeah, we're also just skipping through it. I'll not go over it much because we're just going to jump through stuff, but yeah, if you want more story, this game does have a lot more lore added.
Also, the side quests are really good in this game, honestly. Like, you can have side quests that are just kind of useless, but then you have side quests that have really good lore and stuff for like the side characters, and they are really great in this game, I think.
Oh yeah, there's whole extra characters added that we've not even gone near because we've not needed them in the speedrun. But yeah, I genuinely, if you play this game as a fan of the series, accept that it is a retelling and not the original exactly as it was, and just enjoy, because frankly I think they've done an incredible job.
Woadyb doing a bit of a different strat there. He doesn't go for the second power cleave. He does a braver and then a dive kick on Rude to pressure him, and then he just smacks Reno to pressure him just to make sure there's no evasion, and then push.
Back to plan A then?
We kick ass and take names.
That's Reno down. And Rude actually put up his shield right away. That's really nice, because now you don't have to waste time as he's faffing around trying to do a roll and then all this stuff to hit you. Just stagger him out on the limit and like, that's it.
This section of the SID's on right now is just sad, and that's what I'm going to leave it on. And moving back over to somebody else's game, because I don't like this bit.
Oh, it's... If you save load during it when the crying part, she doesn't do the animations for it. It's just a dialogue. It's weird. It looks so weird.
I don't know if that's better or worse.
I know.
Yep. BigSid using Tifa's fast movement. I still just love her dashing about like that. On some of the skips in Remake, we were using that to travel miles across the map. It was so much fun.
Was it different? Did you have to do it differently and integrate with her movement? Because like the animation cancel with the uppercut and stuff. Because like in OG, it was the OG version was like a remake. You would just like hold guard and mash out parry.
Yeah, so you can't hold guard this time. You gotta like just roll out of it.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, the combination was different, but also we didn't have the same ability to stay in infinite flee in Intergrade, so you couldn't just do it the whole way from A to B. You keep having to swap back to the party member that's still in the battle zone to jump them out and back in. Usually Aerith. So yeah, the skips on Intergrade are, while they're there, they're a lot less fun to execute and a lot more difficult.
Alright. Now we have the bees. We're gonna boom boom, windstorm, and they're gone. I don't have audio on, but it's probably very loud sound for Woadyb there. And at the same time, BigSid has pushed into phase 2. No issues on Iron Chad. Luckily, no one had any issues.
Yeah,
no
somebody
condemned
mentioned that there.
deaths.
I've not got audio on either, but makes me realise we haven't mentioned the game's music once.
It's true.
Oh, yeah.
Probably just because I have the audio on or off. I mean,
Same. Some amazing tunes in this game. Reimagining of the original. And some amazing new
And
tunes
some new
as well.
ones. Yeah, the new ones I really enjoyed.
okay, no issues for Woadyb on the eyes. Ecti's control, they can teleport around, and if you throw a hazardous and they teleport because it takes a moment for it to actually go off, that's just unlucky. Okay, trial. BigSid is done. I want to go into this because we have a skip. I think he'll do it. He doesn't like it, but the technique used from the Grand Horn upwarp earlier will be used here, where depending on where you entered the battle from, you will retry and start from a different area. However, we have to use the other technique from Chapter 11, which is not used in Easy, where you get the force trigger, which you got right there, so that's good. It gets rid of the trigger, now he just has to get to the door, which is kind of difficult sometimes. I think it's best to just go as fast as possible so you don't get the encounter. Nope.
I saw him
The
yesterday.
NanakiEmi.
He hung out for a few seconds just behind that kind of goblet, and it was enough to get the
Oh my god, they're so
encounter to
close,
go
but there we
away.
go.
Oh, that was so tight.
As long as you get the dark circle, and then you can go into the fight. And there you go, you're right through the door. However, this is the true point of no return, not just a temple where you cannot go back through that door once you do this skip. And you do not have to fight that. You won't need Aurora or anything. And we're through. That was another thing that I had found. So, shoutouts to Hell Knight for the original tech used here. Oh, and then there's a big turtle there, but you don't have to fight that one. We do have to fight a turtle, though, which we're coming up to soon. Rooting for Team Choco. He's opting to dunk root a bit, it looks like. I don't know if there's any issues, but either way, you gotta do damage to root regardless. And then we have Sung and Elena on Woady's side. I know Woady has ice, because Sung's weakness. So he does have, I believe he switched back to Savage Dagger at some point, which has more magic attack, which is going to be used for endgame. But so Yuffie's magic actually does more than like her physical here. On normal, we grab the Crystalline Cross and we use that. And Woody using Thundaga, you can see it just blasts them both. It does quad 9 to Elena, staggers them. Now he's going to line up his Spell Blast and just go to town. And Thundaga, and that's Sung and Elena down for Woody. Good job. On the bottom screen here, Tonberry, Sid, he has Pantera and an eyeball. The eyeball will do a shield effect. That's a split for Reno. Good job, BigSid. The eyeball, it can be annoying if you are doing an all physical setup, which is not recommended. So it does have physical and magical. For Spellblade, if it uses shield, it's immune to all physical damage unless you breach it off. Alright, you can just use Spellblade to get around it. And Aerith can like help out if you want.
I just come to a realization, the second last chapter is excessively padded out again, just like it was in Remake.
Oh yeah, the drum.
The drum was so padded out, and I'm feeling like this is now watching 3 runs back at the same time.
Yeah, they really crammed a lot of the lore into the slow walking sections.
Yeah, and here on the Sid screen, you're forced to wait at the start of these encounters, these areas. If you can't even open your menu. If you open, you can open the attack menu going into here, and keep it open if you're trying to heal. But at this point, you wouldn't be able to open it, and you can't go into the start menu or anything. So, you do have to wait here, as we cannot progress. Even though there's no wall there, there's an invisible wall, and there's going to be a panther and a turtle here. The turtle will get pressured if you use 2 fires or 1 fire. We're going to see fire used, and then they're going to stagger it and take it out. But they're going to deal with the panther first. The panther, we don't want that trolling, and you can build ATB off it and stuff. Unfortunately, it dodged the Spellblade, and there we go. Wants to stagger it because he's going to be getting the stagger with Cloud. And so he has X slash. You don't have to have it if with like a right setup and stuff, but ideally. In Rage Charge, you can just counter that or hold it on easy with Power Cleave. The strong ability there. Power Cleave, boom, Berserk, X slash. Switch to Tifa. One too many Power Cleaves, I think. I hope that's enough. It is. Okay, we're good. A little scary there. And here we have some cool movement tech, where you go down here, and instead of doing the slow walking through here, you hop along these like little banisters and stuff all the way down. If you do it right, you can do it the whole way. However, you have to be careful. You can get a little bit stuck on the side enclaves there for a few seconds. As we can see, if you do this fast enough, the dialogue will still be playing. Oh, I got a little stuck. And now we have DG. Demon's Gate. You start phase 1. With some good old Power Cleaves and Berserking, and after Petrify Eye you can push. This thing is kind of on like weird cycles. If you miss the first cycle, it'll take a bit to get to the second. Even to the point where you HP gate it and it's still not pushing. But at this point you have 2 of them. They're gonna lower the health on the first one, And when it gets low enough, it does a thing called Final Throws, where it kind of does like an animation. You gotta wait it out. You can't kill it. At that point, they're just gonna switch over to the second one and start DPSing. And
I was going to say, if you thought one Demon's Gate was enough in this run, we have several.
Yep, and just stagger. You can kind of opt not if you want to, but stagger is a little bit quicker. The second one is still alive, so you have to like do a boom or something to hit it. But you can look at that HP bar; it's starting to get real chunked. Slung in a laner for BigSid at the same time as well. There we go. Throws it down. Now get rid of them.
You gotta keep going. For us.
I mean, this is what happens when you mix Demon's Gate with the trash compactor from Star Wars.
It does like petrify. If you're not careful like normal, you can get petrified and it's kind of obnoxious. Here with Aerith, there's a little speed tech. I guess it's not gonna do it. If you hop on the blocks on the side, you can go into the cutscene a little quicker. Cloud kind of goes nuts here. In a bit, it's weird. Actually, he goes nuts in the OG kind of, I think, if I recall.
Well, he has been having migraines for what? In the story at this point, what, months?
True.
I
can't blame him.
As a lifelong sufferer of migraines, dude, go to a doctor.
It's the escape. Kate is handling like the thing. It's the same as the OG here, if I recall.
Everything's gotten so much easier thanks to that reaction.
We are starting to approach the end as well. I forget how much time exactly is left. As you can see, we're on the final split for Team Tonberry. We have a little bit of story, a fight, 2 sets of boss fights, and then we're done.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly when the chapter 14 officially kicks in. I think it's just after this.
Where are you, baby?
I think it's after the escape, chapter 14 starts.
Let me check real quick how much time we have.
In all seriousness, folks, if you don't want any spoilers on how they're handling what could be considered one of the most iconic scenes in gaming, just stop watching now and come back in half an hour, 45 minutes.
I'm just looking at my normal splits, so it's something after DG, it's like, it's probably like 25 minutes or something until the end, after DG.
What if we went on an adventure? An adventure? A big one. To somewhere far, far away.
Woody's on his trials, so is BigSid. BigSid's on the first one, Woody's on the last one here with Aerith.
And the needles?
And then, of course, the Sid. Come here, Aerith. It's funny, because you can, like, run on the air here, because this is a bit,
Yeah, the floor box is a wee bit misaligned. I love that section BigSid's at right now, where you're doing kind of Red's backstory. You don't need to press anything. The game just does it for you. It's just as quick. You don't have to press anything at all.
I keep panic looking at this split thing, making it like, oh my god, am I not paying attention? Is it? Am I missing more splits?
No,
we're just going through.
Still doing the backstories from the clock room, and BigSid's working his way towards that.
Yeah. Good job on Woody. You can talk to the NPC from quite far away if you do it right.
I'm sorry, Mommy.
And thus it is going to be entering the Sleeping Forest soon. There will be some save loads, but first we got to deal with these whispers. You just take them out, and then you take out the next two, and you can ignore the last two and just go to the end. So you don't have to defeat Whisper F and G. Okay, well.
Yep, the
I
Sleeping
guess he
Forest
doesn't know that.
Yeah, the Sleeping Forest and Rebirth not requiring a trip to Bone Village first. We haven't got there yet. It'll be interesting to see in part 3 what areas we get unlocked and if they're going to move any more of the map around at all.
Yeah, kind of shame. You had to go there for the harp, right? And that got you through here.
Yeah. Well remembered if it's been that long since you played OG. BigSid here doing Yuffie's flashback, or kind of backstory section. This would make a lot more sense if you play the intermission DLC. I actually highly recommend it. As much as it's a DLC, I genuinely would consider it mandatory canon to understand a lot more of Yuffie's character going on in this part of the game.
All those lives cut short at your hand.
Yikes.
Woadyb, F's in chat for our fallen friend. But we're skipping. There we go, done again. That was a scene from Remake that we had to run past, but yeah.
Okay, that's it. He's doing you save load, so you save right when you get the text for like every character. So he should be saving right here, but that's okay. It's not that much slower, but overall, doing all these save loads to skip all this dialogue allows you to go a bit faster. You go a bit on the left more, and it saves somewhere around 50 seconds, like 50 to 54, going through it. That is a pretty significant chunk for a small segment that we are walking through, but you are forced to slow walk as they talk, so you do want to save on every single one, and then load.
All three of them are doing so much walking segments right now, there's not really a lot we can go on about here, because we're not really wanting to go too much into the lore at the end of the game.
All I can really say is that all the runners been doing a really great job, and everything is now under 20 minutes apart. So the times are getting closer.
Yeah, they said that did not learn this game for the marathon. I believe he'd originally started learning 16.
Yep.
But so he's had a lot less experience in this one, so considering his time played in this game doing the runs, he is doing an incredible job right now. So much respect for all the runners in this event, but particularly for those who do choose to pick up a game they've never played. You know, or done the speedrun for anyway, and just learn it in order to, you know, give us the marathon that we all love and enjoy watching this relay. It's an amazing for people to do it.
Yeah, luckily it wasn't like normal, because normal you really can't do that. It takes a lot of practice, takes absurd amounts, just because again, you know, the damage cut on easy is really good, the extra keep, so it is a lot more run friendly to people if they want to pick up the run to learn. Like even here, like they can kind of tank through these whispers. These are obnoxious on normal because they do etheric drain. All these moves hit you and they knock you out of what you're doing. This fight is very much horrible on normal. Not as bad here. Now we got a Faded Tempest. That's okay. Essentially, they put down a ward, and like we have a perma physical buff on right now. That's good. That's the first one. There's a couple others if you get rid of it, but they can only be. I think they can only be 1-on-1s. I can't remember. I think so. But you just take advantage of it and try to group them up, hit them with your ability, and that's about it. They have very high resistance to like everything. But a problem here, it's not an issue on easy, but your party for the final fights here, the second to last group here for the boss, you do not get to heal between you cannot heal them. There's no way to heal them without a bench. And there's a bench coming up, it'll look at it, but it's out of the way, and we don't take benches here. Remake, most runners did. But on normal, eventually I was able to create a benchless route. But here, it's always benchless, which is nice, because each run that you're near with Cloud is 12 seconds that you take. So luckily, they don't have to take any. That's assuming you were right next to it. However, you can heal Cloud on that elevator if need be.
So we're coming up to the kind of end boss rush of the game. We're going through the last few fights. This is where making sure we had the right affections and affinities earlier on is going to matter, because it picks the order that we're going to get on the second to last fights here. So there's different phases. We're going to be working mostly for a few sections with our team in pairs, and by knowing the order that we're going to get, the guys can make sure that their gear and materia is set up accordingly, for each phase, and they know exactly what they're looking to do.
No surprises here.
Yeah, we do not want surprises. In Remake, again, it was similar, but it was based on the second last fight affecting the last fight. In this game, as we said earlier, as the entire run.
And sometimes that fight would be kind of dangerous, and then you get to end and you're like, okay, Tifa and Aerith. Barret?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Particularly if you'd taken all your materia off Barret, and you literally had him doing nothing. So you were just not set up for it. It was never fun when you saw that happen to a runner, and you could just hear the despair in their voice.
Yeah. So for the exact part, it's on phase 1 and 2 of the next fight here, which is Genova, and that'll be Cloud, Tifa, and Cloud and your first party member, and then your fourth party member. For me, that would be Tifa and Yuffie. It's going to be Red instead of Yuffie for them. It should be Tifa and then Red. On phase 4, it'll be Cloud, and then your third party member and Kate. Kate is forced on one of them. And as we see on the SID screen, we have Cloud, Tifa, and Red. So their relation is correct. DG on Woody's screen is going to clean this up. I mean, this fight is like a minute long, nicely. This first phase on Genova Life or whatever. You do enough damage, and then on easy they can do enough damage, and then when she teleports, they can just smack her, and the barrier just disappears because it gates her. And then you just have to play the waiting game where you hope she doesn't do a bad pattern and take forever to phase change. That's the move we want to see. Contaminated expulsion that gets rid of the 2 party members. And now you have to push on your own. He got trolled a little bit there, Sid, but he got through it just fine.
Just like on the Whispers fight at the end of part 1 or Remake, there's some pretty cool voice lines between the different groups here as we switch through the cutscenes. Between the phases we can't really skip anything, so we have to watch all these animations, but you can hear the party talking to one another, and it's just always cool to get those wee insights.
Yep, so here on phase 2, we're gonna just push the pusher into pressure, just do damage, and the idea is that they're going to swap off again to not stagger. You want the stagger in the final phase. The final phase is a laser show. Well, that's okay. It should be fine. It should be able to handle the final phase just fine. That's might have accidentally tapped them, but you can see it was so close to pushing. And now we get the music's real nice here. We get the 2 party formations. It's always the same. This is not based on relation for these segments, so it's going to be Tifa and Kate. Yeah, I was like, who is with Tifa?
It's Tifa, Kate, then Barret, Red, then Cloud, Yuffie.
Yep. Kate, when he's on the Moogle, is actually very powerful. I didn't even go into it when he was on Yin Yang on them. But you have like a crazy iframe where you just, if you're fighting, you just tap the stick to the side and you iframe everything if you time it right. It's insane. It's okay, is difficult to learn, but is really, really good. A very, very phenomenal character. Especially because you can cast magic while the Moogle is attacking and stuff like this. Far stronger than you'd think. Barrett's going to do limit. A funny thing is, if you sleep the boss here on accident, which they cannot do because of this, tried to skip a cutscene. You'll sleep
We've
her.
all been
and,
there. We have all been there.
Yep, you'll sleep her, and she goes to sleep for the entirety of the 40 seconds because you can't actually damage the main body to wake her up, and you don't get your limit until after she wakes up. So, on normal, I have to, even though I have sleep, I have to take it off my shortcut so I don't accidentally sleep her and lose 40 seconds. But they don't need to make use of sleep, so there's no risk of any jank here.
During these cutscenes, as you can see, we revert to Advent Children physics.
It's a really cool cinematic here, though.
I don't think the remake trilogy has quite touched on to the epicness that is the 16 boss cinematics, and I genuinely don't know how Square are ever going to top that.
Yeah. 16. I wish I was awake for it, but I had to work, so I couldn't watch it, sadly.
That one.
Okay, final phase here. We're going to have Kate always again with your third relationship person. So in this case, it's Yuffie. And once you do enough damage, she'll have shield on, so you can breach it or just cast magic to get through it. And I would. In this case, he has a lot of magic and he can get through it. Okay, we're fine. That accidental stagger in phase 2, unfortunate, kind of slows it down, but did not die or anything. And practicing those fights is really annoying because when you do that, it resets their health and stagger bar to specific values. So you can't, if you want to practice these fights or this set here with Sephiroth, you have to restart from the entirety of the battle.
Yeah, if
here
you
we
also
have
want a menu there, you need to make sure you're holding square because it's a very small window to get it as well. You can't just pause, you've got to hold square between the two fights.
Here we are partnered with Zack. He comes with a lot of spells. He comes with like First Strike and other materials. He has a lot of spells. He has Bravery, like offensive spells as well. On easy, on normal we push without stagger. On easy they can't do that because again the stagger bar is 60% and the health is 70%, so they don't line up, right? So they just stagger and then push. This is a 4-phase fight as well. He's going to transform into, well, after that character is gone, we don't need you. He's going to transform. You do retain your buffs between these phases as well. You retain stuff like limit and like in certain parts you'll retain health, certain others you won't. It's really weird that way.
Just so you know, we've got BigSid on Demon's Gate, so keep an eye out for that split shortly.
Okay, thank you for the reminder. So we have Bizarro Seth. What's he doing here? Well, he's here. At the start, he's going to... I don't know which strat Sid's going to do. If he's going to get in close with melee or he's doing the double Blizzara. Looks like double Blizzara. If you're too close, he'll push you away, but there's like a window where you can dodge it. It's DG down for Choco. They're all on the last split. And once you get rid of that core on the bottom of Bizarro, you can then push to the next part of the phase, which will be, again, it's still Cloud Solo, but at the start of that phase, it's important to know that you get 2 ATB. It's the only point in the game where you're just given ATB. You're always filled to the max. Some sort of mercy.
You say mercy. Are we sure the devs just didn't make a mistake?
That would be so funny.
It's like, whoops, we accidentally set this too high.
We do a little bit of climbing. You can take damage if you're waiting too long, but you won't die. Just like in like Remake, if you let the timer run out, it doesn't blow up the reactor, you know, stuff like that.
How many of us actually waited to find that out? Because I know I did.
I did.
Yeah. Here he's going to push damage, build some stagger. This bar, this health bar and stagger bar are going to persist between the phases. So it could be like, oh my god, you're doing focus thrust, so even though they're not staggered. Well, it's still useful to build that to set it up for the next phase. And he's got limit, so he's just gonna burst from here. Oh, he does the crystal sword equipment because of Blizzara. Okay, he doesn't do the physical. I know Woadyb is going to do physical. BigSid is going to do magic. As the physical doesn't require a menu in between them, you just go. Although I don't think he's going to do my setup, so we'll see. Now we have the next phase. This is going to be... it's always going to be Kate, and it's going to be your number 1 and your number 2. So in this case, it's Tifa and Barret. And you absolutely want Barret here, because again, bonus round, and we're going to have to deal with a Whisper Bahamut. And the goal here is, it has a very small stagger bar, so you want to stagger it. And you want to do this, which will be easy enough and easy, and normal as long as you do it right. You want to do this because otherwise you're going to get Giga Flared, which is a ton of damage. It's a small little cutscene, and that's about it.
Yep, continuity again from part 1 where we had Whisper Bahamut towards the end, only it's now a bigger, badder version of him.
Yep, it's like fused with a mech or something.
Well, it's Bahamut Arisen now, but you know, I think, did it not go originally? Was it Bahamut Neo, Bahamut Zero? I think was OG's 3.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll be curious to see what they do with Bahamut in part 3, because I'm assuming we're going to get him again.
Oh, of course.
Well, they had
unfortunately, you go for it.
They had Bahamut Arisen in as a summon in this game, but that was kind of like the Neo Bahamut.
Yeah, this is the one that you essentially fight. It's just a bit different here. In some of its mechanics, so it's slightly different. After you down him once, it's going to get rezzed, and you have to take out a wing, and it gets rezzed again. The longer you take, the more health gets rezzed on Bahamut. But once you get rid of the second wing, you push the phase.
So the quicker you take that wing down, and yeah, if you've done enough damage, it just instant ends.
Yeah, so the most important thing is to make sure you get the stagger, and then you have some ATB and nuke one of the wings right away. So you get the Bahamut down faster. It can do like homing barrage and stuff, which causes like a paralysis, but you can block it, and then it does like a bunch of stuff. And in that case, you just use Barret, and Barret really shines on that fight, honestly. Even on normal, we just use Barret.
Yeah, we're about to see the stupid strength of Zac. He just has so much damage.
Yeah, there's different ways to approach this. You can cast Bravery. When you attack, you can do a charge. There's a quick charge, a window for it, and then after that, you can do an attack, which is the charge combo thing. And it'll build more meter on it. You can see the level 1 next to charge. It goes up to 3. His moves get better, and when you get level 3, you can actually use High Braver, which then you can chain, which we're going to see when the boss is staggered. You're going to chain it into High Braver 2 and then 3, because it'll be a square prompt that comes up. Unless you're like me and you mess this up in your PB and are salty. Anyways. It always comes back to it. Luckily, there's a lot of stagger built in phase 1, so all he has to do is get up to level 3, like that. High Braver 1, 2. I think he missed the third input. Or I didn't see it.
No, I didn't see the third either.
And Sid likes to do this combo attack with Cloud for consistency for him. Woady's entering Genova. Yeah, he might have just missed the third input, that's all. But he's through it, and it's pushed. And that's it for Zac. And then we enter into the next phase like right away. It's going to be your second, third, and fourth party members. So in this case, it will be Barret, Yuffie, and Red. And you've got 2 wings to deal with. They change affinity. It's always the same order. It starts with fire, and then ice, and lightning, and wind. The goal here is to get prepped here. It's going to use Faith, because Empowerment is actually leveled up, onto Yuffie. She's going to use her Fox Flames to build ATB on her and Red. And they're going to, depending on the player, I know Woadyb will use ice on one of them. But in this case, the Sid is going to use fires on each wing and break them.
Yeah, don't you have to use it really quick because otherwise they change their elemental and you can mess it up?
It takes a little bit, and they want to get some limit on Barret. So they're going to tank some hits here, get 2 ATB ready, and then break that core and push into the next part. In which case they can queue up a focus shot during this transition, just like that. And Barret's going to get the limit, and they're going to limit when it's staggered and push. If you don't have enough stagger, like for example on normal, he'll do Heartless Angel, but you can back it up with the backline command, which is something that happens after 1 minute where your party is in danger. And they're absolutely in danger because they all have 1 health if you get Heartless Angel. So you can use like a Cyclonic Kick with Yuffie, even though Tifa's not here, for example, and anything that doesn't use Cloud or Aerith. But that shouldn't come up. It is an emergency strat though, if it does happen. But that was clean, wings, no issues. And now we go into the final phase. So, Team Tonberry, get ready. We're going to have a very quick fight. It might be like in around a minute-ish fight or something.
Yeah, I mean there is a couple wee bits that can go wrong, just like there was in OG, but this is it, the final Sephiroth, final battle.
Yep.
No
You're with Aerith
Bizarro,
alone.
no Bizarros, no weird looking things, it's, you know, as we know him. And Ayla shows up to help us in the final battle.
Yep. I'll be saying go. I don't know who the next runner is for Tonberry though, so I'm not gonna do it in Discord. I hope they're here to hear. We are with Aerith. They're going to be using a lot of spell blades. They're going to he's going to go into the center of the screen and do a move where he puts on his wing. It does like a big circular attack that does a lot of damage. You could counterfire. In normal, we have counterfire and we deal with it like that, but they don't pick that up in easy. Counterfire is like counter, but for magic, and it does a magical attack. They will not be doing that here though. You can counter a bunch here. You can attack. You want to get your Sonic Boom. You can opt for Berserk or not. And, if you got hit by Grip. If you get hit by Grip, you get hit with Skewer afterwards.
I'm coming in hot.
And once you get rid of that wing, Sephiroth is pressured, and there was stagger. And then you can do Spell Blades, you can do X Slash. I believe they're going to end with Cross Slash, as it just nukes the final part.
And it's a swag finish.
Oh, okay, no, he's doing the, okay, he's kind of doing during the stagger. That is more damage, technically, because of course the boss is staggered, so it's a little riskier for the end. It's what I do as well, on normal, but I have like Thundaga with Aerith to help out.
That's Woadyb just finished Genova. He's now moving on to the
and now we're in the
phases.
final part. Team Tonberry, get ready. You have to wait for a little bit here for him to be damageable, and...
When in doubt, braver. Oh!
Oh my goodness.
Please.
No, no, no. No, no, no.
Oh. Go. GG.
There it is. Oh.
Go Team Tonberry.
Good luck.
Good job, Sid. That. Oh my god, my
Good
heart
job,
was racing because I thought that was going to be a problem. I thought he was going to die.
Edge of the seat stuff there, folks. Right, move back over. Woady's on over on the left. He's continuing his Sephiroth fight.
My heart rate
BigSid
is really high.
Yeah, you don't want to see that in a marathon run, particularly in a race. So yeah,
you don't want to see
good
that.
recovery.
You don't want to
good
see
recovery.
That, yeah, you don't want to say that happen to anyone. Okay, so again, Woadyb is on Sephiroth, the final fight here. He's going into phase 2. BigSid is on Genova, phase 1. No issues there. Pushed, got rid of the barrier, so don't need to use any spell damage to get through it. Bizarro again. So Woadyb does something different. He's not going to do the Bizarro. As you can see, he has Igneous Saber, and he's not going for magic. He's going to go forward. He's going to wait, so he's not pushed back. He's going to counter this, because you can counter this. Huge smash. is going to get in there and break the core. This is what he does. And he preps with the Sonic Boom. And that's the core down. So that's one strat you can do with physical. Another one is you can triple Oski at the start of it and it'll get you next to it, and then like hold square for Berserk, like on normal. That's what we do because I have Prime mode up. And then during the cutscene where he's about to do the wing smash, you can mash dodge and you'll get the perfect dodge every time to not get hit.
I just realised that something we didn't mention until the whole run is you actually start with triple ski now, whereas it was a Materian remake, but it's nowhere
It was
near as
on
good.
No,
it was on
It's on
Hard
Ironblade.
Edge. No, Ironblade, right? What was on Hard Edge? Infinity End, right?
Infinity End, yeah.
Yeah. They do have Infinity End on the Crystal Sword, but it's not worth learning. Like, it's pretty slow, and honestly, why would you do that when you have Power Cleave, you know? And Woadyb had limit, so he's just going to burst this phase down and push into the next real quick. He'll have to do a bit more work with Zach, but this is what he does instead. BigSid, using Vengeance mode on red. If you use red's limit early on, then you won't have it here, and you'll have to push with fighting.
Just looking at the time for this set there, that was a 6:26:47. I'm not sure how close that is to his PB, but it's pretty close.
I think that's well, he got like a 6:27 yesterday. I don't know if that was his PB yesterday. If so, then that means he PB'd today.
Maybe he can join us in chat and tell us.
Ask him. And
Okay, I can see chat there enjoying the drop-in line. Barrett does seem to get some good lines in this game.
Again, okay, using Barrett here, and oof, he got hit. But again, bonus round is absurd. Like, it builds so much stagger that Barrett has gotten a lot of love in this version. He was not as good in Remake, honestly. Like, he was our support because he had to be, but in this case, he's our support because we want him to be in this game. There's been a lot of areas where it's like, well, you know what, I'll just bring Barrett because, you know, he's already set up, and then you don't have to do extra menuing.
And that's Genova down for BigSid as well. We're all on the final boss.
Okay, so that was the for the Sid today. Again, like, the only real biggest hiccup that the Sid had was he got the bug on Scarlet, and that's
PB with a fight
unfortunate.
restart, so like you, he's now got a salty PB. It's great.
Free time save, you know, that's what we all say.
Yeah, free time save.
Free time save.
Until the game hits you with a different one.
Yeah, BigSid is on his fight now, going into phase 2, and Woady's on the Zach segment. The stagger bar isn't as high here, so we're going to be seeing a little bit more. There's different things you could do. Zach comes with Chain Slash, which is decent damage. The High Braver, of course, which you need level 3 charge to use, but like you can't get knocked out of it. Meteor Shots, which doesn't do a lot of damage, but it does good stagger damage. But honestly, Blizzard is just better. If you break that head, the chest, we can see a little bit of the same strat as from normal. He does Bravery on Zach, and he's going to want to get to level 2 charge, and then do a Chain Slash, I think. Yep, Chain Slash level 2, it has an extra hit, it breaks, and therefore Seth is pressured. And he's going to build some ATB, and he's building up his charge at the same time. Looks like Woadyb is just opting to do a singular High Braver right there. That hit. Not quite enough stagger built at that point, but from here, he should be okay.
Yeah,
As long as he gets his charge up. One more charge.
He's on PB pace if he gets this right, so come on, Woadyb, bring it home.
Come on, there's the High Braver 3 and it pushes. That's a lot of damage gone. Damage gone. Health gone.
Health gone.
Yeah, that was great. Do you know Woady's PB?
If it's his run that's on SRC, it's currently a 607.58.
BigSid is going up to top on phase 2. And here again, you get the Faith up, the Faith from Barrett onto Yuffie. Use the Fox Flames, and there's the Blizzard. It's risky if you like have some bad ATB roll. It can be risky, but that setup is guaranteed for how Woadyb does this. So he saves a little bit of time by getting that Blizzard to take out the wing right away. And just like that, he doesn't have to worry about like firing on the second wing. He just takes it out with the synergy ability. So a little bit quicker way of doing it, but you do have to make sure that you do it well. There's the focus shot Q by Barrett. Oh, there's the Heartless Q, but that's okay. You got the stagger. You don't have to have the limit. You don't even have to have it on normal. Just, it's a nice thing to have if you get it. Now, as we can see, he didn't need it at all.
I love Red's line there, just hoping that somehow the Whispers took out Sephiroth. It's like, far too easy, man, far too easy.
Yeah, I know, right? Final phase, so, in a little over a minute, Team Mog needs to be ready to start. And BigSid is doing the Bahamut phase. Again, solo Barrett as he's insane. And you can tank through the moves once you have with overcharge and other stuff like that.
Let's end this together.
I must admit.
Also, Woadyb is using physical for the final phase as well. So cross slash will be a bit stronger for his end compared to with the crystal sword. But I think he's still going to use like spell blades here and there. He might do like the multi-counter opening. You can counter at the start every hit, and if you counter a certain way, Seth actually extends it, this counter, to do more hits, but not with this setup here. Seth went for Aerith. Kind of rare to see that. No issues. Now he goes to the center. He brings out his wing. He's going to hold Spellblade. Then hit. Pressures. And stagger with the Punisher hit into a Berserk. He's going to just blow his limit here. And Aerith. That was a Thundaga, I believe. And Sephiroth is going to sharpen his sword here. It's kind of like a remake where he gets stronger, but now he's going to go to the middle. So, get ready, Mog.
The end is nigh for Sephiroth. Time.
Oh.
No. There it is.
Good job, Woadyb. That was a PB.
GG,
It was like a
PB.
It was like a 606 something. It takes a second for the thing to send. I think it was like a 606.59 or something. We'll see.
Yeah, he also actually started his run a wee bit late, so we need to subtract some time off the beginning from the timer starting. So yeah, that's quite well into the 606s for him.
BigSid is on Wings phase of Sephiroth.
I don't think we're seeing a BigSid PB here. His PB is already a sub 6. Which
Yeah,
is an
his PB is too good.
It's an incredible run, so to even get close to that will still be an incredible run during a relay.
Yeah, almost sub 6 during a relay. Okay, BigSid is also going to do the multiple fire version on wings. Luckily, targeting is not really an issue here. There's a weird thing with shortcuts where if you tell them to target, it takes a moment for them to actually adjust. Like, you can be looking at something and tell them to use an ability there, and they'll hit something else. So if you really want the most accurate targeting, you do have to switch manually. But here, they have the damage to push through the wings, and I don't have to worry about that could be an issue. So I have the limit on Barret, and just push here with red. And that'll be wings phase down once the stagger is done.
You gotta be kidding me! He still ain't dead!
There you are.
I'm trying to
Alright,
remember what
final
the tunes are.
phase.
I'm trying to remember what the tunes are like here, because I've looked at the music on. I'm assuming it's One Winged Angel.
It's alright, I haven't had audio the whole run because I've just had it muted the whole time.
Yeah, I just.
Mm-hmm.
I knew remakes run so well, I could have told you every tune and its name at each section. I just don't know this one well enough.
Alright, again, we have like a 1 minute-ish fight, a little under that, I believe it takes for this. And then Choco will be going.
I must admit, I underestimated you.
Oh wait, that's right, BigSid does use Ignis, right? He's using Ignis. Yeah. So, he has the magic node on Ignis, I believe. The magic plus 20, so that helps with some of his stuff. Gonna go in, get a bunch of counters, bunch of perfect guards, which is fine. And there's the extension from Sephiroth. And at the end of it, you can berserk Sonic Boom going to the Spellblade. Certain things can happen to cause Sephiroth to not do his extensions, but like you can always guarantee it on like the first set. Berserking before the stagger, so you can make the most use out of it. I believe Remake actually counted it as a debuff, and so it didn't last very long in easy on Remake. But here, it is a buff, even though it looks like a debuff, and still it doesn't have that weird nuance to it. And we're coming up to final hit in a few seconds. He is going to keep the X slash and go.
GG's.
GG's.